bad. I see already 1 HP.
Already 1 HP. You just got back to the stream.
This guy.
$10 he dies here. Oh. Oh yeah. Where my $10 at? Are these the EU scripts? Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Oh my. Surprised he didn't die first.
Yeah, he didn't die first.
I guess he did, yeah.
Earl misses me, bro. I need to talk to Earl on him.
Earl.
Earl's a goat.
Hope he's dead.
Dude, every time you just skip ahead, he's just on his knees.
I just can't safely skip ahead without him being the first knock.
Hammer fate, bro. Always first knock.
Apparently it's always Valak now. You know, beta's in here.
Just default knock.
Default entry.
Definitely, every team got every chances.
Bet you $1 million they die here.
Wow.
I guess you gotta pay up.
Oh nah. Unfortunate, dude. I have $1 million in debt now.
Darn it.
He just cleaned out his lifetime.
But they must have died mad early.
The first 2 minutes, bro.
Oh my.
Oh, I just disliked my own stream. Oops. Trying to click the share button.
W.
One team that NEPX considers as the most formidable.
Wish you can mute streams on mobile, bro. I'd watch Six's POV.
Yeah, you just like turn the volume down.
Mobile?
Yeah, you have these volume buttons on the side of your phone that you just press and it.
Yeah, then I can't hear y'all in the chat though.
True.
Which invited team are you most excited to play against in the main event of 2025 PMGO, and why?
I'm excited to play with every invited teams in the final, but with respect, I want to say is for MV because they got 2 PMGC finals MVP, Joel and Top, so they are actually all-star team. So it will be cherry on top if we defeat 4MB and take the trophy home. Nepali supporters and audience are like एकदमै thankful भन्न चाहन्छु हजुरहरुको माया साथ सपोर्ट यिनी एकदमै मोटिभेट गरेर हामी ग्लोबल स्टेज खेल्दै छौं गेमको बारेमा
Gotta watch the PMGO goats, bro.
तर जे देख्छ हजुरले गेममै देख्नुहुन्छ
I'm the PMGO goat.
Did you ever go to one of those?
PMGO was a thing until like a year ago or some shit.
No, last year was the first one. Rejects one.
Was PMCO? No, that one didn't land.
Alright, bro. You're close. No.
And only 7 of them will remain in the fight after the next 6 matches.
He probably has gone to one of these. It was just named something else at the time.
I mean, it's similar to PMCO, I guess.
From Tashkent.
Qadrli do'stlar, 16 ta jamoa maydonga qadam qo'yadi. 7 tasigina 6 ta o'yindan so'ng asosiy
Pretty sure this has a bigger prize pool than PMCO.
Men Ma'ruf Xo'ja va hamkasbim
PMCO, dude.
Toshkent shahridan.
How much was your prize pool for PMCO?
Like PMCO finals?
Yeah, when you won it. How much you get?
For NA? It was like 25k for first place, I think.
This is where the true test lies, where experience can rule over skill. The main stage has absolutely no sympathy for the weak, so who will remain dominant? Only time will tell.
Albatta mana shu yerda chinakam sinov boshlanadi. Tajriba mahoratdan ustun kela oladimi? Jang maydonida kuchsizlarga joy yo'q. Faqatgina yaqqollik qilish kerak. Yaqqol peshqadamlar esa keyingi bosqichga yo'l olishadi.
The stakes higher, the pressure increasing, the nerves
Do you remember me, Pookie?
Our local teams have impressed us so far, but
yes,
can they
birds.
continue to perform when tickets to the main event are on the line?
Mukofot yanada yuqori, bosim kuchaymoqda, asablar esa tarang. Milliy jamoalarimiz hozircha barchamizda ajoyib taassurot qoldirishyapti. Xo'sh, ular asosiy bosqich yo'llanmasini hal qila olishadimi? Birgalikda ushbu o'yinlarni kuzatishimiz mumkin.
This is where legends are born, where just after 6 matches, our final 16 teams will be locked in for one of the best showdowns we've ever had right here on the main stage.
Eslatib o'tamiz, faqatgina 6 ta o'yin qoldi. 16 ta jamoa yakuniy va eng hayajonli o'yinda ishtirok etish uchun qonli janglarni siz u bizga namoyish etishadi.
And so we would like to kick things off by inviting a player onto the main stage for a very quick chat. Make some noise for Butcher from the 7-2-1 Aggressor.
Demak, qadrli do'stlar,
I think like last place.
Qarsaklaringiz bilan vakillarimiz chempionat qahramonlaridan biri, saralash bosqichida eng ko'p jamoalarni mag'lubiyatga uchratgan Z721 a'zosi Aggressor jamoasi vakili Butcherni taklif etamiz. Qarsaklar ovozi eshitilmayapti.
Yo, Zesser.
Here he comes, here he comes.
Yo, Six, why'd you ban Wayne got the...
Bro,
the
oh
service?
shit, I forgot that I'm banned him. Bro spoiled the ending, and I was like, yeah, fuck this motherfucker.
That's what it was.
Coming back to play Attack on Titan PUBG collab? Hell nah. Top 3 animes? Okay, at number 1, I got... At number 1, I got Attack on Titan. Solo Leveling is not even my like top 50. Number 2, I got Link Click. Number 3, I got Neon Genesis Evangelion.
They were expecting these results because they were training.
You can watch one episode of Link Click.
Tournament, and
I think I need to watch it.
willing to get a higher result in this today's tournament.
Looks like it has potential.
The
It does have
expectations for
potential.
yourself and your team must be so high. So, speaking of those expectations, what do you expect for you and your team today?
Hop, bugun qanday o'yin kutamiz? Siz nimalarga qodirsiz? Qanday namoyish?
Alright.
My bad, I got excited.
Are you loving Troll Roast? No, just YouTube.
They're willing to play better today, better than yesterday.
Sorry, that's not
Just
trouble.
what anime you like? Because for this,
Play better than you did yesterday, even though you impressed us all so much.
I don't even know what to
Thank you
guess,
so
dude.
much for joining us in this interview. It's
Where's
been
To Be Hero
great to
X?
have you here in this
It's
competition.
one episode out so
Can't
far,
see what
bud.
the team do today, but for now, we're gonna head over.
Isn't
and see
Evangelion
how
an
day
LGBTQ
one
anime? No, it's about
unfolded
fucking
yesterday. All the
monster
chaos,
gods
all
coming
the
down
clashes,
from fucking the
brilliant.
sky, basically, and trying to kill the planet. And they're just in giant mechs.
That's crazy.
Pacific Rim, the anime.
It's literally just a Pacific Rim anime.
Yeah, bro, it's the anime from PUBG.
Get to find clutches to squats going full throttle. 2025 PMGO Prelims Day 1 was a roller coaster with
Like, here. It's basically got these fucking angel-looking motherfuckers that come down. God, why is it so loud? It's just so gas, though. Such a fire anime. So banger. Favorite JJK season 2? See, JJK is good, but like, I don't know if I can put it in my like maybe top 5. But like,
only 7 teams advancing. Sure, there were a few hiccups along the way, but they're
I think I need, dude, it's hard for me to rate animes that aren't fully out. Like, JJK has so many more seasons. Like, I have My Hero pretty high on my list because it's so gas. Like, the animation, the storyline, the characters, like, all of it's amazing.
And just when you think the madness was done, the game treated us another wild 1v3 at the final circle from KZE's Ray Gods.
Death Note? I actually have not watched Death Note.
From Divergent Gaming flinched, whipping every shot at point blank, while his 10 HP target clutched the win.
The spray down, connects with it as well. Low HP. There's a possibility here. Work noisy. Missing, and it's
Missing.
What on earth did we...
Match 3 was AKE Cyber's redemption anthem. The squad that missed their main stage ticket by a razor-thin margin in the Uzbekistan qualifiers final came back swinging, louder, meaner.
What's the standard of these games? How good are these guys? These guys are worse than North America.
In a messy scuffle, but true to their style, they kept the throttle wide open. When the pressure peaked, they bunkered down inside of the C building and held it like their lives depended on it. Just when it looked like things might fall apart again, AKE Admin pulled off a slick 1v2 clutch that flipped the whole endgame on its head. And that's the thing about AKE, they bend but never break. With just 2 left standing, they didn't play it safe. They pushed, they punished, and they finally claimed the chicken dinner they had been chasing.
Last time around in a catastrophe of events, but Zvezda now with a challenge. Doesn't connect. The pump action for Q. Wants to try and cut through them, but through the smoke has to hop out wide. The challenge isn't good, and it is AKE Cyber pulled all the way from the back.
Code Quality roared back to life in the next match, and standing in their way at the final circle, none other than the fresh off win AKE Cyber, who
teams? What do you mean?
easily the 10-set squad standoff of the day. Shots traded, utilities flying,
the gas
like flies, until it all boiled down to nerve-wracking 1v1. Pernetti versus Iron Braun.
But surely he can close it down.
AC's pretty dead now, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's been dead for a while.
He had it all in the palm of his hand, and in the final moments, Code Quality snatch it back. Iron, come on, dude.
But true to their nature, AKE did stay quiet for too long. In classic AKE fashion, Admin came in swinging in the next match, pulling off a swagger-filled solo squad wipe that instantly evened the score.
Of an aid over the top, and it is a possibility for him to get this one. It's pretty on target, honestly. Very nicely done, and finds the shot mid-air.
Into the corner, looking for the heel. Admin as well. Nick with the cook on the nade. Should know.
Wait, they're just
down a curve and into the building with the pump action.
that play still baffles me. Like, there's no way.
Zvezda in for the res, and then looking to keep it all together. Last player now alive for action.
Still, this match had another script in mind. It was the seasoned vets at iCurd Esports who stole the spotlights. Calm, calculated, and cool under pressure. They played their cards just right, locking down prime covers in the final zone and gatekeeping their way to a flawless chicken dinner. Final game of the day, and the big guns wanted to go out with a bang.
What's your favorite Attack on Titan season?
They ended up
3, probably.
out early. That left the door wide open, and with the chaotic, hill-ridden terrain, it was anyone's guess who would come on top to win. Teams played it safe, nerves ran high, and the zone did no favors. But in the midst of any hesitation, it was Black Esports who moved with intent, making the right rotations,
Season 2? What was Season 2?
The cracks to steal final chicken dinner of the day.
It's a 3v2 towards the high ground, and Mambe and Payne have now not got the tempo for it. Black Esports don't need to push out, and they've done so much work in this lobby. There's Payne. Symphony drops down, and a cacophony of bullets rings.
Season 3 is the peak season. That's all you gotta know. And Season 4 gets even better. I didn't like Season 2 that much.
But there's no breathing room. AK and Black are hot on their heels, and the margin for error practically non-existent. With only 7 to the main stage up for grabs, the pressure's hitting a boiling point. It's especially do or die for squads like iCurd, stuck at the bottom half despite a chicken. Can they flip the script on day 2? There's no reset button now. This is their last shot. Catch all the chaos live in day 2 of the 2025 PMGO Prelims.
Uzbekistan team is definitely put on a show for the home crowd on day 1 of prelims. Welcome back to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open. Uzbekistan, it is going to be the final day for the prelims. My name is the 7WG. Alongside with me, I have Maxman, the Great. I'm gonna see if we can maybe change the name. And we also have Neptura. She's also great, and she also is not spilling any more coffee, so that's good. But going off on day 1 of prelims, Neptura, did anything surprise you?
Honestly, yes. Okay. Apart from the not spilling coffee, thank you. Yeah. No, but apart from the obvious ones, which I think you're going to talk about a little bit, Max, I'm sure later on. The big one for me, 7, is actually oh god, I'm blanking. Of course I am, because why?
She's blanking.
One night, I'm blanking. No, definitely upgrade.
Yeah.
There we go.
Neptune!
Not being able to perform,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, we definitely need to see a big upgrade from them today if they want to make it into that top 7. It's looking less and less likely every match that goes on, and, you know, actually, my dad was talking about it to me this morning.
Shout out to Dad.
Hi, Paps. No, but he was talking about it, like, on Wednesday, they were so good. Like, with the Uzbekistan finals, it was so nice.
So
they
that
were
is an
doing so
upgrade
well.
fan.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Respect
But then
that.
today,
Good
what
choice.
happened? So it was like, yeah, it's a good point, and so I'm mentioning it now.
How about you, Max?
For teams I'm looking to do maybe a little bit better, I mean, upgrade, of course, is one of those. And I'm still looking at R8, right? That I hyped up a lot at the start of yesterday. Did not deliver. We did see a little bit of a trend upwards for R8.
Is this
so
for
they
watching?
actually
No.
know the word upgrade here at the end of the day. But we still need a lot more, right?
Yeah.
With the expectations they had going into the prelims.
Watching
again,
it to
don't
be
make it
professional
top 7,
hater.
I'll be heavily, heavily disappointed, especially when you have fraggers like Ida, Prestige, Skaton, like all of those guys look so damn good in the day. But as of right now, 2025.
Gotta support the bottom half.
Amazing start.
Well, before we even go to the overall, let's just take a second here to talk about some of these teams, right? Because Go to quality, being able to be in first place after those 2 wins yesterday. It wasn't back-to-back, but there were still 2.
Still respect it. You gotta respect it.
You gotta respect it.
They almost got 3 actually. They got really close in one of the other matches. But Go has shown that here, them and their region is just a powerhouse that can perform just so damn well. And realistically, I think that you got maybe the top 3 teams currently, them, Akisaiba, etc. are looking so comfortable.
Yeah.
Just an average day would be enough to secure spot into the main event. Because
Winner, winner.
realistically, almost half the lobby is going to qualify. So for those top teams,
Every team we pressed so far? No, all these teams are tier 2.
Going into this second day.
I absolutely agree. It's something
The
where that
Nate?
top 3, top 4,
Yo,
even maybe top 5
fuck y'all
is
got
looking
going on, my
kind of
bad.
good for, you know, kind of safe. They can have
PMGO
a
again.
bad game.
Yo, Nate.
Exactly. There's a little bit of a gap
Yo.
coming through. It's the teams that we're really going to be looking at today that are going to
The
be going
bathroom, or is he
between
driving?
kind of that 7th place.
be
That's
both, I don't
really
know.
what we're going to be looking at because that's where all the close.
Nah, I'm in a drive-through.
Is that? It is! It's some R8.
What'd you get to eat though? That's the real question.
3.
Take a wild guess.
Let's
Full.
go, baby.
Stadium's full, man.
McDonald's.
The good thing, though, is that R8
Yes, sir.
seems that they
Yes,
are
sir.
very,
You're
very
so
slow.
fat,
The
bro.
first 2 games that they had,
I'm not right.
had 0 points, but they were able to
He's so
bounce back.
twin flame.
We're in a big way as well. I mean, we talked about them throughout the day because we're like, yeah, we really want more from them. But bit by bit, I think they kind of got used to what this lobby was going to be doing. They
No,
kinda
Nate be
got
getting
used to,
busy,
like,
bro.
oh,
He kinda
okay, the
jacked.
initial thing of,
Yeah.
what is this? And then they
He
came
definitely
back.
getting
So
big.
Oh, you've been pretty
today it's a
good.
little bit more
Been pretty
normal
good
for
about you.
them.
I'm sure for
For
R8
the
there's a lot of
day,
things
for the
happening
day,
in the background we're just
Shanto.
not aware of. But what I can tell as a spectator of these matches,
I think I need to go to sleep, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Everything you guys just said did not sound like English.
is that R8, it seemed to me, at least on a game-to-game basis,
You
they're
take it English
at
class
least
then,
the
bud.
speed at which they were executing their playstyle.
That's the reason.
Good, bro?
I feel like they
Yeah,
have
that's a
lot of
pretty
learning
valid reason, I
from
guess. Fuck
yesterday that
it.
They're going to bring into today, so hopefully they can start just a little bit harder today, 7.
That's the thing, right? It comes down to that consistency.
I'm
When
getting
I know.
slammed right
showed us that consistency.
now.
Oh.
We're talking about it. It is going to be good quality.
I'm gonna have a salad, bro. I forgot I got lettuce.
I mean, they're going to
You're
be
eating the salad, bud.
And I know that there's something that
What?
you guys
Hey, bro,
want
let's
to
be
see.
honest. You're not eating no fucking salad, bro.
Tell me what that is.
I forgot I had bought
A
a.
lot of points you really want to talk about, right? You got some teams that got kind of a
Gotta eat it before it goes
Yeah, I
bad.
think that especially
Oh, you eat a salad for breakfast? What are you, a rabbit?
A lot of the teams here currently in the
You want it?
actually pretty
Bro.
damn close together.
Yes, they are absolutely.
I don't feel like
specifically today
getting food,
in
bro.
this first match of the teams.
Bro,
between
DoorDash
6th
you some
and 10th
McDonald's.
place Because 38 points is where the 5th
Yeah,
place
bro, I'm
team
good. I'm good off
plays.
McDonald's.
In 10th place is 30 with
Missing out.
X, 30 points. There's 8
No,
points
really not.
between all of these
Really
teams.
not,
Now,
man.
the kicker for me here, Max,
Good.
is that only 2 of those teams have an equal amount of elimination
Oh,
and
I'm in this
placement
plane.
points. That's going to be
Person in front of me just ordered half the
No way.
menu.
right, Divergent.
Wait, who's
They
he
are
playing
actually
over?
doing a fairly decent job of staying consistent on
Pain.
both sides of that spectrum.
Figured.
It's the rest of the teams that I want
kind of
to
a good
see
sub
upgrade
out.
from, to use
You're
that
right,
bud.
yeah.
to
Payne got knocked a lot.
step up a little bit more in terms of that placement points because T7
Isn't Payne their best player?
placement points out of
No.
38,
Well,
and that is the same sort of story.
We see
Most
when
Come on, babe.
Actually, because I have a topic too, but I
when
can't
you're in the
remember
tournament that allows hacks, you know,
when you're looking at teams
he does
that
pretty
got
good.
50-50 split on
Yay.
placement points, eliminations, that
He doesn't even do good then, bro. It's usually
But if you're
Ghoul
gonna have one of the
doing
teams
good.
being ahead of the other, I think eliminations would be
Boy
one
Pain's
person.
and
I don't know if you
Bones.
agree or not.
I would say so, yes, just because
Never
of
seen
that
him on the
neutral
top of
aspect
any
as well. You
leaderboard.
want to keep that confidence. One of the easiest ways to do that is to frag out, and if you're already an aggressive team,
He did good with
you
C4
want
though.
to be able to frag out and still keep that confidence in you.
Because I also feel like naturally you would have, if you get
Fucking
elimination,
teammates, bro.
Dude, these guys just got pure white shirts. They don't even got jerseys.
Actually, the point I wanted to talk about here is not actually.
Wait, is that their jersey?
Oh, that's how you know the tournament's chalk, bro.
Wait, no, that is their
You got
jersey. They all have the
plain
same
white
logo in it.
Situation yesterday where they got one big banger game and then we saw nothing for the rest of the day. You have two teams especially that come to mind when we talk about that topic. One is going to be KZ Underage.
Oh, Wancho's not here. Wancho's asleep.
Placement points total over the
Wancho said the gameplay was so bad that like he just didn't want to watch it.
2 placement points over the course of 5 matches. Fair to say, not great. Not really what you're looking for. And then you have Iker with 1.
Just be honest, bro. That motherfucker's definitely sleeping, bro.
Dinner, 1 placement point.
It's crazy.
I have to say,
Yeah, I don't think he could stay up for this long watching
those
this.
kind of games, it's not going to be enough in the main
Dude,
event.
look at this goddamn Brazilian team that sucks.
Talking about if they want to do well at that next stage.
Crazy because they're actually a decent team in their region.
Oh, they're not, bro. There's no way.
No, they usually do good. I'm pretty sure they won a couple tournaments over there. I thought they were going to do better.
Sure. Okay. I'm not getting hit markers on hardcore, bro.
Yeah, no wins at all. It's something
You just like that.
that we've seen trying to expect from a lot of teams, right?
Just
We've
shooting
had some
fucking
big names
BB
come
pellets,
in and
apparently.
they've done similarly to Train to Kill. I mean, at least they are actually
Okay.
consistent in those top 4,
They got
top 3
podiums.
positions. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's far more than we've seen from certain other teams, but Train to Kill are doing some really good work. I just want to see a little bit more because we expect that little bit more.
I feel bad for Train to Kill because we saw that Miramar, right? Like, oh, they went for the mountain next to Minas
Yeah.
Generales so early. And realistically, the reason why they lost that game is because of like minute fumbles.
What the
right?
fuck
They
is
just
that, bro?
Goat get 1 knock, and normally it's like, okay, 1 player get knocked. That happens. Sometimes you have a peak, 1 headshot. Happens to the best of us. Happens to me every day, actually.
Same guy that got a Mickey Mouse movie.
If you get that 1 knock, there you play it slow. You play it passive. You go for the res. You commit on getting your entire squad back up to be healthy again. And yet, a second player peaks, and then half of your forces are just gone. And that's even without saying that 1 player left to the Eastern Mountain. He can't.
Dude, my girl Wancho, he made it past the first stage. It's better than any other NA team would have done.
Which I think was
That's all I'm
pretty good,
saying.
is just understanding when to be aggressive and when to be passive.
Do you think they're going to maintain that split today, though? That kind of big split that
Oh, that boy Fate was heated.
How we saw
That
that
shit
with
happened.
Miramar, is that going to be something they might change later on?
I actually hope they keep those splits, but that they regroup when they're willing to fight. Because as of right now, if you split and you don't try to regroup when a team gets close to you, not even if you want to engage, but teams are looking to aggress your location, then you're just going to
The fuck just killed me?
see them be a little bit snappier for those regroups.
Ventura, you were talking about earlier how
Oh my god, that kid just lasered me from across the map.
I want you to give me just a quick, straight point.
Yes.
If you're one of those teams
You're
towards the
team
bottom of
6?
the
Alright, thank you,
leaderboard,
do
what are you
appreciate
going to
it.
be doing here? Are you going to be playing aggressive or passive?
Aggressive.
All right.
Absolutely.
That's all I wanted to see.
One word.
To see if it's going to be
Oh, what
aggressive
the
enough. But there are some
fuck?
players that have been outstanding. Let's send it over to the stage host, Barney, with Aki Cyber.
Welcome back to the main stage. We've got admin here from Aki Cyber, one of the most phenomenal teams from yesterday, really showing out for especially one of the local teams here. Now, you're currently in 2nd place. You're also in 2nd place in frags as well. Your team synergy just seems to be fantastic. It's propelling you forward and allowing you to get loads of eliminations. And a lot of the analysts and the desk, they want to know kind of what you think your team's biggest strength is.
Hamma bilmoqchi bo'lgan savollardan biri bu jamoangizni eng kuchli tarafi nima?
Jamoamizning eng kuchli tarafi menimcha bu shu
fuck is this guy?
strategiya. Chunki biz
Admin?
boshidan o'yindan
Lobby
oldin
admin?
gaplashib olamiz nima qilishni, keyin o'shini oxirigacha boramiz o'yinda.
That's a player.
Your team's
Who's
main
good on terrace?
strength is their strategy. Before the game, they always decide which player do what job. So that's their strategy.
Fuck, what just killed
The
me?
strategy of choosing what
Which
jobs is
is-
actually really interesting because I wanted to ask you about IGL. You guys don't seem to have an IGL.
Bro, his
or
neck
do
feints
you?
are just
Because
popping.
How does the decision making happen? In your team because you make decisions so quickly.
Jamoangizda kim qaror tanlaydi? Lideringizmi yoki hamma jamoa bir bo'lib qaror tanlaysizlarmi?
O'zi jamoamizda 2 ta kapitan bor. Shu men bo'laman, Izizda bo'ladi. Ko'proq shu Zvizda ko'proq qo'l beradi. Men unga shu qarashib turaman shu qo'llaga.
Bro, what are these kids on, bro? Holy fuck.
One of
Crack.
it is himself, and the second one is
They're on at 8
Seems
a.m.
like it.
So,
They're on
mostly
crack,
Zizda
bud.
does his his job.
It seems like they're on fucking crystal meth.
Well, admin, thank you so much. I'm
They're
not
on
gonna
that
take
good
up any more
heroin,
time,
dude.
because I know you need to get ready before match number 1. Thank you so
Heroin
much for
with some
joining
Hatties.
us. Cyber are doing so well. Let's see if we can see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
in the
it's like
main
these kids just got done smoking out of a
head back over
fucking
to the
pookie
analyst
pipe,
to
and
break
my
everything
teammates
down
just got
before we
done
get
popping
today
fucking 3
underway.
perks.
I'm excited to see what admin is going to be doing here on day 2 of the prelims, as we are going to be going to Sandhawk, where they bring the heat. And don't forget that
Fuck
the
outta
heat
here,
of
bro.
the heat of the moment, there's only one phone that matters the most: the GT20 Pro, the Infinix. It provides not only pro level speed, precision, and on top of that, seamless gameplay. This is the official gaming phone built to out.
How much AI did you take when you could ping assist? None. I was just cracked like that, dude.
Amazing new streams. Not only is it gonna be on TikTok, it's also gonna be on YouTube.
Adderall doesn't like make you better, it just makes you more focused. So if you have trouble focusing on the game, like if you're like 24s and you can't stop like ego challenge and some shit, the Adderall will make him lock it, yeah?
Take a look at that GT20 Pro from Infinix, which is pretty sweet.
Hey, is Adderall considered a banned,
Didn't hear that from me, okay?
No.
like a banned substance?
I'm just saying.
No, nothing
Oh,
bad.
brother, if I go to a LAN event, bro, I'm fucking popping 4 Adderalls, bro. Fuck
You
it.
come to Americas, you should do whatever makes you, you know, win games.
Away from admin and take to other players. Admin actually, stat-wise,
Yeah, bro, I'm pretty sure that's Adderall.
also the single top player when it comes to assists, which means that and re-emphasizes the point that he's not just playing as a solo, he's playing heavily with his squad, right? So admin is definitely high up there. But I do want to highlight not just, you know, one player here. We're going to talk about the Uzbekistan players that have been doing great. Of course, we're looking at Butcher, Admin, and Zvezda, which have been currently in the top 5 fraggers. But I want to highlight a region we haven't talked about too much, actually, here, Niptura, are the Turkish players. Because if you look at the top 10 fraggers, you have Symphony, you have Savian, Merciless, Ozzy, and Zeptimus. So, like, currently the Turkish teams, in general, are just dominating this lobby.
They definitely are. I mean, currently 2 of
I'm in 1v4 Ghost today. I've never seen him not 1v4 before.
Like this, I'm pretty sure everybody from Turkey.
Take Adderall before you play Brawl Stars. Okay, that's understandable. Brawl Stars is the ultimate sweat game.
Excited for is Sandhawk. I know Niptura's excited for Sandhawk as well. So let's send it over to the commentators, John Allen and Blank.
Absolutely, thank you very much. We are going to be jumping 2 feet first into Sandhawk.
God, Blank's hair is just so,
We are going to be jumping
so
2
dead.
feet first. We are going to be jumping 2 feet
Oh,
first.
can we
into
kill
Sandhawk.
this kid on fucking time, team?
We're going to be headed on into the jungle very, very quickly. I'll give you more.
Yeah, Flight reacts as a
to the
teammate.
border because he doesn't exist when he goes off camera.
Yeah, I'm just a figment of John's imagination
That's
manifested into reality during these camera segments.
I need therapy.
But yeah, I've been very, very excited to watch this day, honestly. It's 6 games of high-octane action that's going to be coming at you fairly shortly. We have GOAT team at the top. I think that we were quite surprised to see them at the top at the end of the day there, with Aki Cyber actually been doing so damn well throughout the 6 matches we had yesterday, but GOAT was just plowing through.
They have seen a little bit of back and forth between those 2 teams at the top of the table. We've got, as you say, GOAT at the top. And yesterday, we felt like they were making some solid decisions, sometimes not quite backing each other up as maybe they should have done. Specifically, I'm thinking of Erangel, where they held that wide split, and FES was doing so much, and the rest of the team didn't quite back him up perfectly.
What if when Breast taking these events?
They are still making good
What?
They hopefully will continue to do today.
There's got to be at least one dude that just hasn't brushed his teeth since he's been there.
Try and, cut them on the corner.
Yeah, well, right on the.
I'm gonna say there's at least over 10 players that don't brush their teeth.
All I know is one of the lands
daily.
I went to,
Yes.
I shook hands with this one team,
Gear overdrive.
and they fucking stunk.
Right, I think
Like,
Okay.
So by chance, were they?
Yes, yes, they were.
The way he was describing it, it was like I was talking.
Was their favorite player Soul Mortal?
That guy who does it as he's driving.
They could have been, dude. I'm not sure. I didn't ask.
He was in the event. Very cool. Very cool guy.
That one guy's gonna come back, bro. DeMarcus or whatever, bro. Come back in your chat.
This hot drop happened yesterday.
Your mom go like an
Send you
M4
right now, trying to take this one back in
Sending
control.
you to
and it looks like
oblivion.
they're going pretty well to start off with. It's Butcher, the MVP from the previous tournament.
We already kind of like just curb stomping him.
Down, but there's no refrag,
Damn,
and this
that was
time around,
a quick fight.
And
Oh, they're
those
locked.
fans over there, they're happy about that.
I mean, fantastic start. Not a
This is
single
dog shit.
player lost.
I bet some are wearing the same underwear for the whole tournament. That's like a superstition thing.
A lot more.
You guys change your underwear?
Goes
What?
so well today is nice. Again, I think they were expecting.
Yeah, I got one pair, dude.
Paris Resort. to be quite frank,
Alright, bro, just handle some bitches.
Like RA that have a lot of experience, we're expecting squads to be challenging.
There's some stinky boys. Wasn't Brazil like hot as fuck though at the venue? Like that's understandable if you kind of stink a little bit at the venue. Actually, no. If you're clean and you start sweating, you're not gonna stink as much.
How you gonna sweat inside of a fucking AC building?
And there was no AC, but
like 4 times.
Yeah, there was no AC in that motherfucker, dude. The power went out and everything, dude.
Third world country, bro. My bad, bro. I forgot I was a third world country, bro. My fault, bro. Fuck.
Bro, things were in like Los Angeles or some shit, dude.
Team's probably gonna have to go over towards that eastern side at some point, but
Chalice, I mean, that backup generator failed like 7 times.
For me,
the backup generator failed too? God damn.
On this one, because you want to get off of this
They need a
She
backup
said
generator
there
for the
for a
backup
minute.
generator.
She said there for a minute it was strictly running off generators.
Around that north side,
Toward the end.
for teams to rotate around that north edge.
We missed a whole day of Americas because of it.
For you across the river from Hart.
Yeah, they had to get more generators.
Sits to the southeast of that bridge crossing.
Brazil weather is as fine as.
Controlling the teams
What?
leaving that northwestern island. You basically take that position.
Hey, chat, who are we rooting for? We're rooting for Action Esports. They're in 16th place.
By the speed at which
Go Action.
had some.
Oh, bro, we're rooting for goddamn.
I'm rooting for GOAT. I've been pulling for them before the tournament even started because their name
I
is
ain't
just
gonna lie,
GOAT.
bro. I'm rooting for Black.
Over on
No, I'm playing with you.
Yeah.
I'm alongside.
But there's a lot of space on the map that just wasn't taken care of.
Also, T2K. I like
it feels
T2K.
like everyone's spread out. They've watched yesterday. The only real difference.
The dope is like they're simply because of North America, you know. So like, I guess we'll cheer them
What is
on.
it? How many move on? Top 7 or top 8?
Is fantastic. We're down to like 46.
Wait, is that R8? R8? Like the
which is
yes, the actual org.
amount of fighting going on.
Oh man.
Starlight coaches them.
They fell off a cliff, dog.
Well, yeah, we got an NA coach over there.
In fact, we're very much on that prospect. They headed up all the way to that northeast side. Here's KZE though.
You watched 24's Brazilian interview? Wait, if you send it to me. I can't remember what 24 looks like. Oh wait, no, I do.
I like the
Little small Mexican man.
Back over the wall, heads out to the pillar for cover, waits for the rest of
Got
his
like the
team
bowl
to do
cut, I
a little
think,
more
something like that.
security.
Something close like that. I haven't seen this man in forever.
Forced them back a little bit. Raygod's nice and prescient.
The fuck, teammate?
Keeping his wherewithal.
I'm cheering for T2K as well. The way they threw the high guys, it was tough.
However, as we always say in these hot drop scenarios, right, there is just this lack of meds that sits as this gloomy cloud over an engagement. You get taken low.
I don't know how Black threw that game. Literally, like I played out the entire scenario and it happened, and then they just threw it.
Very, very quickly. Otherwise, you're going down.
It was like T2K and GOAT, we're gonna wipe each other, and then they were gonna shoot the team below them. Whoever that was, I forgot. It was like Icard, I think. And then they were just all gonna kill each other, and Black just needed to chill. And then Black just overextended, and then just got shot from GOAT on the hill. Like I'm like, all right.
Has been spotted in response.
Raygods is going pretty mental up towards that and he is taking out.
He's being awkward.
If I could.
Bro, all I know is they're probably gonna force Valak and Fade to do all the interviews and shit. Got some videos for me? What kind of freaky shit?
Right now they are. We have Black
They ain't got a choice, bro.
On our screens though, Shadow Kings does go down. AZ inside the building was
I think Remix did a couple of interviews.
There's another one jump out. Good shot though. We'll find another in the meantime. Fenerbahce going hard over towards K21. Ali coming in, but maybe too late.
Swinging from the sidelines here right now, but needs to come up big. Hit with the uppercut. Ali around the edge with the DBS. There's
no way.
The drop shot, dude.
Shadow. A little scuffle there. A little bit messy for Ali. But Raygods has gone down. However, in response, 4 eliminations found for KZE.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. I like that as well. It's a cheeky maneuver, going for the drop shot into the re-peak, so I kind of like that.
All players obligate. Wait, all players have media obligations. We can basically pick whoever we want. Oh, that's fire. Pick 24 every time.
Sabian like to be picked up, but there is shots from the sideline, so Fenerbahce
good shot, I like that.
Clean that up nice and easily. I think that was from Dover.
I'll see that.
Oh my.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, that was something, all right.
He's been very quiet, certainly trying to stay that way.
All right.
Baby Tank now merciless. Beats out 2 players facing and not going to have a good time of it. Marco falls. K21.
I think I know why they're in 15th.
You know, that could be a reason why they're in 15th.
Yeah,
That's
Fenerbahce, I get it.
crazy.
That was
Turkish squad's very happy.
I don't even think he hit him once.
He did, dude. He whipped every bullet on him.
Crazy, bro.
Yo, teammates, what the fuck are you kids doing, man?
Whipped every bullet, pre-fired the tree he was gonna peek from, still got knocked with 0 damage.
That's next level terrible, bro.
That is actually insane.
I don't think NA Open players are that bad.
No.
I think that's not unfair to say, but the question then sits in my
definitely
mind.
are.
How do they fare if they get to that next stage, right? If they are able to move in and take on some really very strong teams that we have in the finals starting from tomorrow, if they are able to qualify, will this sort of ability to just not blunder, as you put it, which I think is a good way of putting it, is that going to translate? I'm not sure about that. I think that the lobby does step up in terms of skill when we go towards tomorrow's matches. So definitely going to be keeping an eye on Fenerbahce, see if they can keep up this reputation, and if that's going to translate as well.
Savin is down. Fenerbahce will head over to get the Resurrect onto him. That's from action. I think Gigante was picking up that first shot anyway.
Whoa, why are we shooting the horse? That's kind of fucked
Say
up.
Resurrect.
The horse there. Pretty mean. Pretty mean. To get it to leave. Circle does center up. Very central, in fact, on Sandhawk. Not often you see this one. But this is awesome. Awesome to see. And if you'd like to see the map feed, as I'm talking off it right now, you can check it out, as our official map feed is now available.
My fault for not having a 2K. You don't have a 2KD in Titans, buddy? I usually lock in and start stat bad.
So far, but it is a great.
That's okay. Valak has like a 0.4 KD, so.
At home, if you've got a second screen.
How many kills did Valak drop yesterday, 24s? I didn't see.
Be able to review some of these rotates, implement them.
We had 5 before that in 12 games, so in 16, whatever he dropped yesterday.
Because we had an absolute blinding turnout, and being able to study these map feeds and the rotation is going to be extremely helpful for that. Also, just helpful in general is the vertical feed, which you can find on TikTok. In the meantime, we're going to get back straight into the game.
Niggas got cooked.
As Aki Cyber, it is
My goodness.
once again leading the charge for the squad.
One player down in Force, but Admin at the top of the hill, he's been spotted, and that's Nepex to start to chime in onto this engagement. Currently situated fairly central on this circle, Blank. This is an important engagement.
It goes off. Well. I know Remix is probably pretty close.
Push in, put pressure on this duo hold now for Aki Cyber. You can see one player on that north side of the mini-map there, or if you've got the map feed up, then you will be able to see the entirety of N8 marauding in the hills to the north, as well as Nepex in the ridge lines to the south. Going to be putting that pressure on. A little bit of a vice grip now on Aki Cyber, our lobby leaders.
Yeah, again, they took a pretty prime position. I think when you look at the map here, and in terms of just their positioning right now, for Aki Cyber, it's one of those locales where I think you have to hunker down. You can't really afford to be taking fights like that. And although Admin did get some very nasty shots, which were followed up by Zvezda, yeah, this is one of those locations where I think you just got to be a little bit more quiet, and it's not where Aki Cyber's signature.
Oh, teammates, what the fuck are we looking at?
R8 on their north side. And to be fair, talking about R8, this is likely something that has caught Aki Cyber off guard, because
the O2 guys have a KD?
They didn't have to deal with them, and the 721 versus took more of an eastern rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I think Claws should have a
north sides, Blank. If you're watching on a horizontal,
Like Claws, how many kills did you have yesterday? Because you had 21 in 12 games.
You can have things on the north side of your mainstream and your south side of your mainstream as well. On the vertical feed, that's right, you can take a look at that, which has got this mainstream in the middle of it, but also contains map feeds, it contains player cameras, it contains all these stats you could ever want, Blank, I've been told anyway. It depends how many stats you want, but I think it's got most people covered. Maybe not Max on the desk, but everybody else, very, very happy with that. So make sure you check that out on TikTok and YouTube with PUBG Mobile Esports.
Like 10 or 9, then you would be a positive KD.
Pretty damn good roll.
So if you got 10 kills yesterday, that'll put you at 31 and 16. Wait, you have a 1.95.
Divergent there. So Aki Cyber, again, I think that's what they should have done in the first place, is just held the compound. Although Admin's position technically was decent in terms of an outpost. It was just a little bit too far away.
Oh, look at this fucking
Alright, though, on that
retard.
north side, still continuing to put pressure on the rest of the lobby. And it moves out towards that eastern side, so they have even more of a
No, because that was old stats, so it would be 21 and 12 games, right? Because y'all have only played 16 games. Right? Or is it 20 games y'all played now? No, because you played 24 total, so it'd be 16 now.
On that western side.
Name 3 black PUBG and pros. Sure, that's right, you can't. Alright.
Overall, pretty impressed with that.
That's a crazy statement.
I mean, you can't name one at all. Like, okay? Just try.
Is going to be moving away
Pro?
from you after this one.
Used to.
He's not anymore, but the plays and he was.
Oh yeah, dude, this Coops guy, dude. Get this Coops guy on my chat. He's a fraud, dude. Not even #1 fragger in his own tournament.
Yeah, again, I think where they were, I think they were wondering whether they should start to move out sooner. Though I will say it's a fairly standard tactic to send.
Just Swiss cheese be twin. Gun to your head. Name 3 black PUBG and pros, dude. Like, it's over, dude. Take me.
Because they peeked and spied quite a few potential eliminations from that location, and it is just slight greed that you want to stick around there and maybe pick those up, but you don't think about the long-term aspects of the game.
Since he got rolled by Angels 2 days in a row, I don't know what he did. How many kills that man got?
Man.
Man.
From Camp Alpha. They're currently on our screens. They're on the south side coming up through Camp Charlie. They could swing to the outer edge of Quarry.
Titsa had 7 kills in 12 games.
It is stage 3,
Some light, some light.
zone will start to hurt, so they don't want to spend too long picking their poison.
Old Tinsa whenever.
Trying to push on into this corner
Just
of
empty the
the
mag.
compound that Exotics were able to take away from Dope, who actually have rotated all the way up to the north flank and may be spotted by KZE, so that could be a scrap in the future. However, Fenerbahce really struggling to roll the boulder down the hill towards this Exotics compound.
Yeah, for Exotics, again, this is typically what you'd see.
Or just said fuck his teammate and dipped out, dude. Like, I'll be like, yo, revive me, bitch.
The fact that the full force squad is here without having the whole boot camp because they've already shut down Dope.
You're not home right now, you post day 4 stats in
Fenerbahce
bad.
is getting overrun quite significantly, so they'll have to send south.
They dead ass left their teammate behind. That's crazy.
Yeah, I would have stuck it, dude. I would have revived him, then hit the 1v4 right in front of him while he's medding.
There is a team inside that compound.
That's a word right there.
Oh, damn.
Yo, Movie, why are we watching 6's stream, bro?
I was not.
Yeah, you are.
Isn't his shit delayed?
I wasn't watching your stream. I was reading the chat.
Yeah, who just took shots?
I was reading the chat, dude.
I was wondering who said that about Tensa.
Circle center up, so
Flint.
Oh, nosy ass.
Bro, his chat was on one last night. They were on some freaky stuff.
They weren't even that freaky, dude.
It feels bad. I still think they can make it.
They're pretty freaky.
Game, but at some point they'll likely have to give up that compound on a crash. Nepex though controlling this.
I like getting out-fragged by fem players.
But a lot of
alright.
Excuse me?
What?
What did he say?
That's some freaky shit, dude.
The fact they get that western
What? He got out-fragged by fem players. How is that freaky?
Yeah, dude.
Able to sneak their way in there, right? It's,
Yeah, anybody below Angels out will tell you.
On Charlie.
Valid blow Angels, dude. What the hell?
Sweep, so we'll have to get a review on that.
Oh, is it? Oh,
That's how they were able to
man.
get through,
But he's leading by, he's like top 5 in damage for the whole lobby. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's
He thirsting, bro. He thirsting.
rotate earlier down from that.
Makes a ton of sense, brother.
No cover. No one was holding even the high ground.
Yo,
He ain't dying for his KPs, bro.
He forgot the old rule set, dude. You have to remind him.
I'm not sure why they didn't.
Alright, bro.
Typically,
We all about KPs out
I
here.
like Dort and Coops have 6k damage, and third place is just Juancho with 4.6k. They just gap by like 2k damage.
So free, good scouting, honestly, on the side of Go. And I bet they were surprised able to get that.
We were talking about Bates nade on map 4 on himself, dude. He did it on purpose, so he like denied a kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we all knew that.
Yeah, that was planned, bro.
Right now, pick that up.
It is quite unfortunate for Upgrade, as Buzz has been knocked a desperate crawl back towards.
Dope ain't getting no screen time. What are they doing?
But Buzz is already very
Wait, isn't it just qualifiers for Titan Series right now? Isn't it like Premier qualifiers?
Yeah.
Finals is
Why the fuck is he nading himself?
I can't be certain anymore.
he did an accident.
Oh, I was about to say, bro. Like, if he did that shit on purpose, like, ain't no way, bro. I'm going for the 1v4.
He tried to throw a nade through a window and just missed and killed himself.
Oh,
He was about to die anyways.
Yeah,
There was
like a 2% chance he lived if he didn't nade himself.
GG, brother.
So we going for dope or not? Like, going from the Titan series, we dropping on him? Or like, is that what you mean?
So there's certainly a possibility here.
It's going to be our motivational speaker before every game, bro. You got to remind him of the rules.
I like where Nepex is playing.
Only one good game.
Yeah, bro. Just don't fucking suck.
Right, like.
Hear me out, bro. Just don't die.
He said, hear me out.
I know it sounds crazy.
Just win your
Just don't die.
If you win your
you're
ones, and everyone in your team wins your ones, none of you get knocked, and you all wipe 4-man. Like, you know, it's pretty easy.
No, Nick lives by his own rules, bro. He's got this one rule that he can never stop doing, bro. He ego chows mid every time.
Dude, all I'm saying is, like, that... when I'm in a spot, the ego chow, like, it just... my gun just starts speaking to me like the Green Goblin mask.
No, he's gonna be 1 HP. He's still gonna ego you, bro.
Oh, 1000%, bro.
Like, if there's...
Like, if you ever play against Nate, just lay on the trigger. He's gonna peek again, I promise.
I'm about to fucking think.
And something realistically Nepex should have been
It's a high chance, bro.
prepared for.
Chances are you're gonna peek right into my pre-fire, cuz.
On the northeast, so the fact that there isn't presence there is kind of frustrating for me looking at that team. Now it's the opportunity for T2K.
No, they should see the ones you and Valak did yesterday, bro. He brought back the drop shot. Hitting Valak with Omni movement and fucking PUBG Mobile is crazy.
To work with as a heel likely has to go through. At this point, I'm wanting T2K to move further up.
Trying to kill, taking a little bit of damage on their approach. Got to worry about Aki Cyber as well across that ridge line. Can't move too far north, otherwise you do open up that third-party potential. So it looks like Train to Kill are going to have to take a little bit of a front-to-back fight here against the East.
Yo, Phoebe, how you feel about your team's performance so far?
Is that Nepex want to maintain as much ground as they can.
I'm playing my game.
Is beautiful.
She don't care.
Burns him down. Rex is going to be happy with that one. An opener here on the defense.
They got 1 kill that game. R8 about to take top 5. Like, what's going on?
For rules in response, I don't think they can. They're not giving any information.
Starlight had to make some adjustments, apparently.
Still have 2 strong players on this east side.
Rex on a sliver HP there. In the meantime,
Starlight sent him straight, bro.
I swear, dude. I wonder what
that NA knowledge.
I wonder what that in-game coaching circle looks like.
Black Esports is not far behind.
Six, you ever play with him?
To capitalize
on a team?
Third party. Yeah, for T2K,
with who?
the biggest mistake here is as
Starlight.
soon as you get that
he's fucking ass to drop them.
first native towards Rex, who is first point
Damn, no Starlight, you dog shit.
Action just doubled their points this game. Oh my gosh.
That initial knock too.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of crazy. They did. They locked in, bro. Their Brazilian coach is like, you guys are getting executed on fucking sight once you get back to Brazil, unless you fucking step up.
I told you, bro. 1 good game.
They got 5 points, bro. Like, I don't
Not the 1 good game statement, bro.
They got to drop 30 points and a win, or 30 kills and a win to be top 7 to qualify to the next stage.
Have them in a chokehold.
And they're all dying right now.
Again, I think that maybe there's a lack of confidence here because in my eyes,
look, that's on that game. Bro kept telling himself, I just need 1 good game.
Bro, that's really all it comes down to, bro.
Bro, and Ari got 6 kills, dude. Ari's just absolutely just cursed off this lobby. They farming.
At that point in time because it's so easily nadeable. In the meantime,
in
down towards the south side and Black Esports. It feels again like teams have rolled out the red carpet for
Fuck, man. Missed all my
Go
shots.
secured the position, Upgrade removed Go, and then Upgrade offered the position through to Black Esports.
These kids are just fucking ratting.
You'll take it. Turkish team very happy about that.
Playing card right
Don goes down for
Yeah, trying to get headshots right now.
They've been
You're just clicking their heads.
And as I said earlier, they've shifted into
Well, no, like I have no problem hitting headshots. It's just the kids that are camping, bro. Like hardcore camping, 1 shot. Bro, not fun.
Dude, Ari, 13 KPs game 1. They locked right now.
A lot of teams, again,
Yeah, they popped 2 honey packs and some Adderall. They ready to go.
So the fact that RA
200 packs of Adderall and a Red Bull.
Somewhat held along by the fact that teams are.
Yeah, that'll fucking do it, alright. Jesus.
Right?
What's the honey pack for, bro?
You don't understand, bro. You play better when you rock hard, dog.
So there was no strong team.
You gotta have that tripod to help your recoil, dude.
But yeah, for Black Esports, you know what I will say that
ability.
their positioning, their movement, it has
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
we're just gonna get their blood flowing, bro.
again, if teams are gonna
It's
give
flowing
this-
Basically like having a like a tax stock on their M4, bro. To be honest.
Definitely are. Right now, they're currently a little bit stalled on this headland. It's a difficult position
Like
to
fuck it,
leave.
you know.
You don't have any cover really.
Is
out
Nate still gonna
on
Swiss
west
cheese
side.
Fears for
RA
snitching?
are
What
gonna
the fuck
start
did
to
Fears
put
snitch
control
on?
on. They're gonna have to fight Nepex.
You said what?
Here, hold them out.
44 said, is Nate still gonna Swiss cheese Fears for snitching? What did he snitch?
If they are able to
Wait, what do you mean?
I don't know.
What is it? What did he ask?
Are you
Am I
gonna
still what?
Still gonna Swiss cheese Fears?
I
don't even know what that means, brother.
Fucking
Unk-
shoot him up,
Unk
buddy.
says right there.
God damn, dude. Bro's like in his 50s, apparently.
Nah, bro, I just, got out of terms with the PUBG language, bro. Come
That's not
on,
even a
bro.
PUBG language, dude.
Small building.
I've never heard someone say I'm gonna Swiss cheese you, bro. Are you high?
Dude, how have you not heard that before? Wait.
To a 3v1, which I think it should be fairly doable.
Oh my.
for RA.
You guys have ultimate brain rot if that's a part of your everyday speech.
No, it's
It's
not. But
definitely
like,
not. Definitely not.
Low ground rotate and R8 close
I don't believe you.
down the clear
And
play
I don't really
style,
give a fuck
working
that
out
Fear
well.
snitched, bro.
Today is a reverse
What are you
Like 3
snitching
years
about?
ago.
That's what we trying to figure
The
out.
PMGO shit.
Game, honestly, from a lot of teams.
Him and Joey and like basically everybody on that fucking roster, probably including 24s, like all told the admins that we weren't recording or we weren't using GAC.
The lobby and other teams are just feeling that
So they double checked, triple checked our shit, and then the last game didn't count because of that.
Understandable, dude.
First and second place
Alright, bro, do whatever it takes to win, but at the end of the day, you're still a bitch.
for them to deal with on their respective sides.
You still gave him that ass whooping, ain't that right?
Decisions. I would say that there's probably much more interesting things.
But it don't really matter, bro. It's not that big of a deal.
They got 16th at America's, pretty sure.
I don't give a fuck about the Americas, bro. I wanted that first place for NA.
Isn't actually as astounding than the mid game.
It is quite interesting there. I mean, this.
But my team on COD is fucking horseshit, bro. Holy shit.
Parts of the closing moments. Black Esports knew what they were doing there. They forced those unfavorable peaks, and they do execute. That's the thing, and it's as you highlighted during the match.
It is what it is, my boy.
It does take opportunity.
That a
well.
15 kill.
They are given those opportunities more often. Maybe
Yeah,
The craziest part is I asked Fears if they told the admins, and he said no.
And we're gonna take things over to the desk and put it in there.
Here's
Because I wanted to
bitch, bro.
there's nothing you can do after you tell him. Like,
Oh, he's a rat and a bitch. That's crazy.
Eliminations, good placement points, and Ida. I mean, Ida put a performance here.
He absolutely did. It's what we've been waiting to see from him for a while, for a hot minute now, and 6 elims is going to be
What the
about what we
fuck is
expected
going
from him
on?
at last.
I think we're not hyping this up enough.
Let's go!
Finally, this is what we expected from you. I mean, Ida, there you go, MVP up there. The man woke up today at 4 AM and put his head in a bowl of cold water and just like, I'm up, I'm ready, okay, we're ready
4
for the
AM.
daily routine. And really, they had a lot of learning.
Just doing Ashton Hall.
Unfortunate situation.
That mean will not
He
die,
had to, bro. Like, the Saratoga.
Yo, he
dude.
just did an Ashton Hall reference in a
Yeah.
PUBG mobile stream.
No way, buddy. Like,
They
oh
doing it
my
again,
god.
but it ended up working out just fine.
It absolutely did, and you made the
Okay.
point
God, I
during the
wasn't
game
using
as well,
GAC.
right,
24,
that
you
one
better
of the
goddamn
players
use
did have that
GAC when we
hesitancy,
have to
so he
use
just
it.
waited for his team. He got those initial knocks. It was like, actually, I can't do this
Ah,
on
bro,
my
he has
own.
to get that montage
Ready
clip,
for his
bro.
team, waited for his team, and actually pushed forward.
Man, shut
Alright,
your
bro,
ass up,
please.
squirrel clips.
Against hot drops. But the way yesterday, Marth, as we're seeing the top players here, Marth was able to get 4 eliminations.
Bro,
Yesterday, we got a chance
teammate,
to
what
see
the
RA
fuck
eating
are
dinner.
you
Good luck
doing?
tomorrow, guys. Hopefully, you'll be able to make it to top 7. Marth was like,
Getting wallbang, bro? What the
so I'm
fuck?
gonna hold you to it, Marth. Hopefully, you will end up getting the #1, because if it's not, I'm gonna definitely call you out. But what I wanted to get you guys' perspective on, as we do end up going here towards the highlights, is usually we are against
Look at Havoc.
especially in the position situation that R8 was. Do you think the way this happened, though, it kind of given the momentum possibly that they needed?
I could see that that would be the tactic, because you are looking at a team that needed to kickstart something, and if they are a naturally aggressive team, that's where they feel more comfortable in that fight, is exactly where you're,
Actually, you do see here, Marth, the moment he gets knocked, Prestige trying to come in as a
Bro,
backup.
how is this kid not fucking dying?
Because you're not letting enough bullets, bud. Like, let's block in here.
Bro, it's hardcore, bro.
On the sidelines, waiting for his teammates to join up.
Yeah, you just ain't even hitting them then.
That final player to get the 1v3. So, like, again, those maybe 2-3 extra seconds.
Bro got stuck on the rock. Hyman, my goat, no.
Would get the win on that fight and then just take all of the loot off Paradise Resort.
is indeed, yeah, it's looking good. And as we continue into these highlights here, you see.
You know what would be a little funny if Dope just got 8th place? That'd be the funniest shit.
Netback's really putting on the heat there.
That'd be hilarious.
That Neptura? Yes, that is Neptura.
I really want to see more from Action, but I just don't know if now at this point the other teams are going to let them. That was a nice, really, really nice attempt there, but then Black Esports, and I do want to talk about Black Esports just very quickly, Max, because Black Esports, again, weaseling their way into those final zones and timing it really well. They actually third-partied upgrade to clear them and took a large portion of that final zone for themselves.
Hey, sure.
Black Esports, again,
bro, I'll just rewind to look at it. Bro, chat, this guy, have y'all watched the show fucking, is it Big Head? Like, he just looks like one of the characters. No, it's not Big Head. What is it? Fucking. Dude, he just looks like one of these characters from this fucking TV show.
You talked about it, right?
He has like the open mouth fucking look.
Just as we planned. We not only get a great fight with a lot of eliminations.
No, it wouldn't be funny. I think it'd be pretty funny if Dope just got 8th place.
Of course, then they don't have enough players to take the win, but that transition was just.
You want Dope to make it? Dude, Dope's gonna make it just to get, like, I don't know. And then he makes first global finals. Dude, but this isn't a global finals, though. Just a Worlds. Globals is like PMGC, where like every region has a chance to qualify, but this is just like some tier 3 shitter tournament, dude.
Absolutely.
This shit's just like
so yeah, it would be nice to see
no pros allowed to sign up. Like I don't even count this as an actual tournament, dude.
Too soon. K21 and T721.
Well, like every team that qualifies just gonna get curbed on by these top 8.
A better place.
This is what I've been wanting to see.
Pros can't even sign up?
Yeah, pros can't sign up.
Okay. But oh my goodness,
Fuck.
Max, look at the jump up that R8 was
The fuck's the point of having a global tournament?
11th place.
11th
But they only get invited to finals.
This is just an amazing game, but I do want to bring up a question, right? Which is
They did it to have like show off new talent. If you want to call it that.
They put everything in
Just get literally crucified. Dude. It would be funny to see Dope just never win a single gunfight against the top 8 teams, because the top 8 teams are just gonna be Thanos compared to them.
It didn't happen, Neptura. True. Angle, hopefully they don't do it.
Please no. Nice.
You got Thanos, Darkseid, Galactus, the fucking evil Batman on the enemy team, dude. Like, how are you beating that?
T721
Evil Batman.
A tie there. It's very, very close indeed. So this next
He's IGL.
is definitely going to be one that we really want to watch to see how that leaderboard ends up shuffling.
Yeah, T721 though, they're kind of a double-edged sword. It's like sometimes the early fight works out, we get an absolute banger game, double digits.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
or a game like this happens where you
if it allowed pros to sign up, I would consider it like a what? Why is it?
Now we could see the situation happening in match 12 at the end of today. That could literally be the situation. We have an early game fight. T721 just not able to quite get that dub, and then you're just out of the game entirely. So
what's my shit like fucked up?
And maybe at the end we should see them play a little bit more passive to secure a top 7.
Yo, easy, bro. Just fix it.
I want to see some of those teams towards the bottom take that risk.
Yeah.
Especially because they need to.
Like
right?
RA.
I feel like RA definitely took that risk. Luckily for them, he ended up working out. But for Action, saw them being able to get a leaderboard right there.
It was there.
Do you take even a bigger
What the
risk?
fuck is going on with my Wikipedia, dude?
A little bit more of what you did on Sandhawk, even though obviously.
Updating, bro. It's gonna say I have 100,000 in earnings.
I would go for full hot drop just yet. I would
Why does this one work?
100,000. Why is this kid whispering? What the fuck?
Oh, I had to click on that.
Like what happened here going into a angle. I love the way they were playing edge mid-game, Niptura. We were talking about it a little bit.
I mean, already the baby tank got
between 2 teams.
3.7K.
Not, oh, we're going to fully push this team and
Oh,
space.
yeah.
We have this allocated amount of space on the edge of the circle. If teams encroach on that space, we're just going to send it on that specific player to keep that space under our control. That alone kept them alive into the late game and make that transition possible. And then they got eliminations. And we actually saw even on the back of that, right? We had half the end circle train that rocks,
come on, man.
nothing, and those rocks we saw were pretty much the game-winning spot for R8.
Yeah, it really, really was. Very nicely done indeed.
The crazy part is that we had over 90,000 players sign up for PMGO. 150 were able to make it through. I mean,
well, the Reject got no players, did they? I don't remember who their team was.
Closer to who is gonna be the one, and I can't wait until we get to Sunday.
Yeah, it looks like they got the same roster because this is like one of the tournament for.
This match is here. We're starting to see some
guess they got one new player. Wait, Apollo still plays this game? What the fuck?
Going into Erangel. There was some teams that did end up performing.
Pretty sure I went against this guy in PMCO like in 2018.
I think one team that you want to look at is which.
Who was it that I went against?
Oh,
the fucking.
Honestly,
Devon?
I'm looking at definitely GOAT coming in here. They did quite well on Erangel.
The fuck did I
really
just
want to
do?
see them to continue. We saw some good things in Sandhawk. We were discussing it. Some not so amazing things personally. So yeah, I would.
Come on, what the fuck going on with Liquid Video? My shit's just not loading.
Then they got Chicken Dinner with 8 eliminations, a second place with 12 eliminations, and they are now our first place team. They get that again. They're
Bro fell off in there we go.
It's so hard to come back at the second half of
yeah,
today.
I did.
And that's what this team's
I swear I played against one of these guys in PMCO.
Between some of the other teams, but I do want to see what's going to happen in Erangel. So let's send it over to John.
Good old
Allen,
PMGC here.
Blank with the great mustache.
Loop's getting DQ'd.
It's lovely to see.
Where's Execute at? Was Execute this one? Yeah, the 19th place.
A little something to look forward to.
It is.
You know what?
I'm going
to get rid of it tonight.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's going off tonight. Yeah.
We'll hold a ceremony to pay our respects.
Look, the thing was I brought the mustache in just so I could like do an outfit change and a stage change coming into the finals.
That's pretty cool.
It was actually a big plot.
Yeah, I'm saying.
But
you can't win Worlds with just one good player, so.
I was playing checkers whilst they were playing Battleship.
Actually, bro, your whole team needs to be firing on all cylinders.
What the hell?
I know, dude. Crazy.
What's going on?
I would.
Good luck winning Worlds otherwise.
We'll find a court.
Yeah.
Alright, that's
I
unfortunate.
hope so. You got to be keen to play badminton now. You know, I was a prolific badminton player when I was a child.
Stop lying to me about your childhood.
I'm not.
Were you?
Genuinely.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I played badminton. I went for badminton lessons.
Name of
Dude.
badminton.
Bro, these kids are fucking crouch
This guy just
walking.
looks fucking massive compared to the rest of the team.
The backhanded.
He just looks
compliment.
a solid 150 pounds, a foot taller than all of them.
Oh, you nearly had me.
Yeah. You spread your wings.
Yeah.
Then the wings come in backhand.
Whoa.
Definitely a unit.
Crazy.
They got like the same haircut too.
Yeah.
That EU haircut, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Excellent. Fantastic. Well, hopefully, our players are familiar with the backhand crane technique that they're going to deploy over on Erangel.
Bro, look at Dope Esports having the map out there. That shit ain't helping you, bud.
A couple of moments to be able to pull things together. Down on that north side. Oh, hang on.
Why the fuck did I just spawn right there, bro?
It was their late egress that they weren't able to find. They had good moments at the start of the game from their position in boot camp, but they were a little
4v going to dominate PMGO. I think 4v will easily win because 4v is good at farming shitters. And there's going to be a lot of shitters in this tournament.
It's the sluggish nature of
But it's a lot of invited teams too.
I mean, it's 8 invited teams, or 8 like good teams, right? So it's just whoever's gonna find the trash teams first and farm those kills, and then get good placement late game.
Definitely who can find the invited, the non-invited players. All the open qualified teams are just gonna be free points.
Kind of forget about that portion of the match once we get to stage 3, stage 4.
Except for Dope Esports, when they make it, they're definitely gonna
where no one
shit on them.
Up until very much late
So
in the game, where we got Aki Cyber as well as Nepex moving into position.
This is NA's year, bro. What do you mean?
NA's year, dude. In 2025, dude, let's just give it up, though. It's over, dude. NA's year was like before our time. It's over.
NA's year was fucking never.
The easiest time there. I think Max was saying that it was a decent play to make for upgrade, didn't really have too much option. But again, there was quarry to play. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but you know as upgrade, if you make that...
Actually, our only chance is when PK won Americas. To be fair.
Yeah, bro. That year was a fumble, bro.
Yeah, they won Americas, they
by
got
like 2
dead
points.
last in Worlds.
I think today they have. So it looks like we can have another
Yeah, and they missed qualification by like 2 points.
Why high man in? Well, Coops, because the hacker Payne dropped 1 kill yesterday.
Let's see what KZE do. I think that was the
Oh my.
Skolov
upset
in that scenario.
That's
and over like Yao Ling got like 2 or 3.
For that bridge camp, right? And that
But he'd be dropping up MVP numbers in like non, you know.
KZE by rights had
I don't know.
priority on that location. They
Today's year was 2021. What the fuck teams do we have in 2021? Weren't we shit in 21? I thought we were good in 2020 and then fell off.
How heavily KZE invest in
2021 was like prime PK.
Scrap potentially over towards Novo as well, with Ikerd having an outpost to Fenerbahce.
Holy fuck, my seen this horse shit.
Yeah, I mean for Fenerbahce.
Yeah, I feel like Bishop was one of the most underrated players in North America.
Have to immediately get across. They have vehicles. And
Like that dude was just like a very complete player.
Up on that north side of Nepex is going to make that same play as a swim. It's slow. It's slow compared to Fenerbahce's play down towards this south side. So it seems like they've done their homework. I like that. Preparing for all avenues of success. This time, the 721 aggressors also make the right play, which is to instantly send across as a group. Thank you, guys. That feels like
2021 had 3 NA teams in PVC.
Nice. Sorry, what was that?
Where is this cap?
Well, I was going to say
what is this straight cap?
as well, because I think you brought up a great point about priority.
This fucking kid sitting behind his fucking head glitch, bro.
Yeah, we had no chance against 2021 Nova.
KZE should have it, and this
Dude, what is with Wikipedia being so like slow?
You have to immediately move, because there is that brief window where that priority is not available for KZE. So yeah, wonderful plays.
Down Payne's off. Who are you talking to? I don't even see that guy. The hate on dope is uncalled for? No, it's... I just hate on everyone, buddy. It's destined to be called for. Like, no matter who you are, dude.
Because they're going to start to hear these gunshots coming on through, and they're going to be slower over the bridge. That gives the 721 aggressors, again, a little bit more time. They're playing a tempo-based game. Unfortunately, they haven't quite managed to get towards KZE before the res comes through. However, I'm not certain that they're going to have any meds available to try and get Devon back up. He's just going to be lying in wait. This could be actually quite a decent play. He's moved the vehicle away. He's drawn the attention. Maybe they just expect both of the players to have been in that vehicle. Could find aggressor if he's sleeping.
It's one situation where you've got to be very on the ball there.
It's vodka right now. I feel like vodka would give me hype.
Guy in the back of the buggy, you know that they have left together. If there was
You
no
said vodka.
You know that someone stayed. But I think right now for the 721 aggressors, there is a clear idea in mind, which is to get their player back.
Yeah, alcoholics you think are here.
They don't have to force the issue here. They can play West.
Chat, anybody an alcoholic in chat? Anybody just loves some alcohol?
In that location and just part their ways, because KZE.
Fuck is enough.
I mean,
anybody like having a good time?
Towards the hilltop that sits on the western side of Sosnovka.
I consider myself a part-timer.
There are no alcoholics here.
There's a lot to analyze because a lot of mistakes have been made.
Who won Sandhawk? I missed it. You know what? That's a good question. I don't know who won Sandhawk. R8, I think, actually. R8 had like a 15 kill win.
Yeah, 15 kill win from R8.
It was that forgettable because we saw them on stream for 2 seconds. They just spawned with 12 kills.
Yeah, dude. 11th place to 4th.
Where it was
okay.
Maybe, you know, 10% chance that you could go back to the main.
Hey, don't top
Hey,
6.
one good game.
Top 7.
Ballpark.
Wait, they're tied for
we're talking.
6.
Yeah. So teams are a little bit more hesitant, right? Now you can fully just say, okay.
Wait, they're 2 points away from 11th place right now.
Instantly, and that's what the
3 points.
did. Is what KZE were maybe not quite ready for just yet, but you don't expect them to be.
What in the fuck is that kid doing, bro?
Fast, as can everybody else.
Yeah, I think
counting ceiling tiles
from both Nepex and Exotics. Honestly, I think Fenerbahce, they had a fantastic capability there to move up towards the northern coast of Sosnovka and actually take a lot of eliminations. We did, though, get an interview on the stage with one of the coaches, so let's check in with it. Welcome back to the front of stage. I've got the coach from Fenerbahce Esports, Tyler, here with me. We're going to have a very quick chat. Tyler, I've been hearing a lot of chatter from the casters, from the analysts, saying that Fenerbahce Esports, you guys are playing, you know, quite slow. You're not really taking any risks, but also you're on cruise control. How are the team feeling about their performance so far?
But you up, man, 6.
Dude, these cats should be talking so much for the translator. Like, I would be forgetting that shit, dude. I'd be like, yo, repeat that.
Pretty sure they only repeat like the key point of the question.
Yeah.
Oyuncularıma belirli verdiğim taktiklerde 4 kalmamız gerektiği hakkında konuşuyordum hep. Ve bunu hep yerine getirdiler. Şu an birkaç sıkıntı yaşıyoruz ama onun dışında stabil bir puan çekebiliyoruz. Biraz daha yani tecrübeye yaklaşabiliyoruz buradaki. O yüzden oyuncularımdan da şu an çok memnunum. Hiçbir sıkıntı yaşamıyoruz ve daha dikkatli bir şekilde oynamaya devam edeceğiz.
Our main thing is staying as 4 at the end of the game. So
They try to put the key card
we are
in.
playing like this. That's why we are playing safe.
So we studied so hard, we did everything to manage everything. Now we have some issues, but we believe that we can fix them. So we are here and we are on the way. It's okay.
Well, you guys are looking really impressive so far anyway. You're kind of still in that top 7 right now. Obviously, the day as
Look at this
progresses,
fucking
we'll see
kid,
what's
man.
there. But we wish you guys the best of luck. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. And for now, let's get back into the action.
Thank you very much, Barney. An enlightening interview there with the coach of Fenerbahce.
Actually, very enlightening interview.
See some shit in Durka's numbers answer free. Alright, that's gotta be right.
In the first place, because I think there was a fantastic opportunity for them to take that northern side.
It's time for Dope Hyman to assert dominance and show how cracked NA is. Facts. I'm feeling a 15 kill game from him pretty soon.
They're typically a team that
This guy running like the only rock in the entire field.
But if they get there, they should have it in the bag. But if they do that, and they don't, they're quite risk averse, then they're not likely to go for that one up towards.
What does the map look like?
Exotics likely going to make their way across as well.
Black top 1, dude. Top 3 is all close as hell.
On a very slow rotate. That's, to me, 3 eliminations, right? That could have been 6 to 7 eliminations on the Exotics as well as Nepex if they were lucky. If they weren't lucky, it's at least 3. Right, so I think for Fenerbahce, they missed a beat there, and they've kind of locked themselves down towards the southern coast. So this is where if I was talking to Tyler,
What the fuck are these kids doing?
I think that's okay.
What the fuck is a kilometer?
I think you can take a couple of risks here and there.
Ooh, nobody. He's on X Games mode there.
He's on X Games mode.
The bullets on the mountain bike and immediate
Yo, X Game mode.
Teammate as well, and now they can actually.
Oh my god.
Hyman made a land before Dauntless fell. Did Hyman made a land before Valak?
Exotics, and they're running down in their opponent's faces here. They are bringing those bikes because they went across.
Come on, bro. That's uncalled for, bro.
To have a little bit more vehicular mobility when they get to land, and it's working wonders for them.
So it's going around with UMP for it.
In a second, but yeah, Exotic.
Did you not see the guy on the right? Like, he was jumping and he was clearly right there.
Currently goes
Bro got that tunnel vision.
Player left remaining is Domain inside of the hovercraft. That thing's taking a beating because it is currently smoking right now. But yeah, quite an annoying turn of events. See if that thing's explodes or
Wait, Hyman's been to a land before? Goat shit?
Because again, Fenerbahce should have
Who
had
else?
an easy take
Hyman.
on the Grandmas, honestly. On those compounds.
Which one?
On that northern side. Just frustrating for me.
I don't know.
Because the fact they had the outpost so early, there really is so many options. Now they're going up against Aki Cyber, which is a little bit more of a difficult
They got
for
Liquipedia yet?
them.
Definitely does have a good start to proceedings.
Fucking Sims, you and this goddamn Liquipedia, bro.
A player like this, they're behind the curve when it comes to getting to land. They were
I'm
late
just
on
fucking
the
with you.
rotation
Yo,
on
Sims,
the
do you
west
have a
side of the
Liquipedia yet?
peninsula.
I'll have one this year, yeah.
The back of the queue. Stands Fenerbahce looking to find some fish in this barrel.
You gonna upload a profile pic or what? You gonna tell me to use one?
See, they've got the top of the
Yeah, probably gonna use the one I have on right now.
Putting pressure on the ground. Grenade up on high, they spot Zvezda. And they've got control of so much of this terrain. I don't want Merciless to be pushed too close here because he doesn't have the backup for a refrag. If Aki Cyber smell blood in the water, they are so happy to descend on it.
Yeah, and it looks like currently their teammate admin does bleed out there to Simple
in the water.
So very unfortunate stuff. I mean, Aki Cyber
Yeah, bro. I need a new vape.
Fully surrounded. Circle shift on that northern side. Again, we talked about it before. I'm not going to bang on too much about Fenerbahce making a little bit of a mishap there by not moving far enough over towards that western side instead of trying to take up the southern side of the map. There's K21 going down to Ikurd. This is always going to happen eventually. K21 didn't really have too many other options moving down that way, and a lot of times they do try and pick up the outside edge. Zvezda finding one onto Savian though, instantly.
Yo, map predictions for who wins this game.
This is what I'm talking about. You give them an open side and they
Dope esports, of course.
into it. Zvezda sideswipes.
Yeah, right.
And now he can push in. The reses have come through in the
Or are they
meantime.
gonna put in
Their
Serum's
play is free.
Wikipedia?
Fenerbahce had this on full
Pitch
surround.
Swarmer?
It was
That's
a
wild.
lockdown, but now the key.
This kid's about to eat that DBS. Yo.
Twisting the knife into Fenerbahce. Two
Man.
way. Zone 2,
Come on.
blank the blue zone.
Such a stupid fucking gun.
Just yet.
Nigga's not broken at all.
I mean, admin been a little
Right,
lazy
even after nerfs.
Zvezda's certainly picked up the slack, which is what you want to see on a team like this, right? You don't
They should only allowed to have fucking 4 shots.
more. Circle in the meantime,
Not fucking
pushing those
14.
towards that northwest side, and KZD did go for that high ground on the western side. Don goes for something a little bit dangerous, gets forced out of situation though, but no meds is not great.
Zvezda launching a nade forwards, trying to keep his teammates safe for this res. Stage 3 it is resable. Don needs
Did you wake up early or never sleep? I woke up at 3 a.m., played like 4 games of Deadlock, read some manhwa, and then went live.
Still down. Don did get that first aid, so prioritizing his own health over the down player. I mean, it's the right play to make.
What the fuck nade is that?
Go for it though. Nobody with just the bandages ticking up, and Force now again looking for that red.
So we're freaking out.
Damage over towards nobody.
I think he's late on that, you know.
He might be.
Oh, he's got the bandies.
It's stage 3.
But just one nade could do the trick, even if it's just
wait, that shit cool.
That looks decent, but not quite on the money. Zvezda leading the charge now. A jump shot.
Oh, this kid's fucked.
Oh, nah.
K12 and a second as well. Both players going down. It's Force in a 1v1 against Merciless. Around the edge, has to go for the
Oh!
And Merciless is there.
Cook his shit, cook his shit. I don't think he can get the res.
Okay. Oh, hell no.
Nah. It's too much damage, right? Or
no, Zones hasn't closed yet. Doesn't matter, they lost. Yo, movie, fucking 2 times this shit.
2 times the live broadcast.
What is 2 times? What's your time at? What's your time at?
137.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 2 times it, bro.
Oh no, we'll just match it up. What's your time at now?
Bro, 2 times it. Quit being lazy, you dumb fuck.
Northside coast
you mean 2 times it, bro?
And they opt to go south.
Fast forward so it catches up.
The settings at the bottom. You click it 2 times.
Christ.
Does it do enough drugs to be awake for a couple days? Yeah, like my drugs have the opposite effect.
Damn, how far back was that?
Falling asleep. Like 20 seconds behind me, dog. I was like,
damn.
What's your time at now?
I'm at 43.
Yeah, okay, so.
Yeah, okay, I'm good now. Yo, that was crazy. I didn't know it was that far back.
So many points, but now they've moved back up. They've seen action. They've got Black East.
I'm ahead of y'all. Pause on for 2 seconds.
Now actually pulling up and into the midst of it.
Did it sound like a joke?
I'll give him this.
Kid, he must.
I will give them this.
Dude.
The fact that they're taking down Divergent, they've got 3 players. I mean, they've extracted enough value out of this game. I think they could have got a lot more, but you've got to respect the fact that they picked up 3 eliminations on Divergent as they passed through. So, marvelous job from Fenerbahce, despite everything. And now I'm going to try and just get at least 1 player into the circle here in Nobody, who I think was the player last time on Sosnovka to hide things out.
He was.
But yeah, for 721 Aggressors, I couldn't agree more. You know, I think that their change was lovely. Coming through over towards that western side, they made the full 4-man push instead of sending a scout, which was inadvisable. And this time they just send over to the western coast, and like you said, they're just holding out team. So really, really well done to the 721 Aggressors. Couldn't be happier with them.
Great result. We'll see if they can capitalize on
Root for NA in the chat or shut the fuck up. No one in the chat is rooting for NA. I'm here to specifically hate on NA because I'm not just like that.
Very different story.
Maybe, but
Yeah, I could give a fuck less if these guys got first or last place.
Right, like first to 16th does not matter to me.
Right, brother. Even if they qualify the next round, it's gonna be all for nothing, bro. Because they not doing shit next round.
on that and potentially get an advantage for it. R8 going to be moving into basically no resistance. All the while, Black Esports.
Yeah, next round they'd go against all like the top dogs, right?
Yeah.
In the game,
next round they basically get bent over.
To be honest, I actually want to. I actually don't want to see that. To be honest.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't make it, they don't make it. But if they make it, I'm trying to decide to see what 4B's gonna do to them.
Shit on there now.
I want to know if one of them gets 1v4, dude. Like, there has to be at least a 1v4.
Why was one of them? Why was one of them all the way over there, bro? What the fuck?
Way too much relies on third parties. Right, I think there is a lot of third parties going on, and as long as they can kind of
scouting
on the edge, they're likely to find something at some
Scouting.
point. But now it's getting to that area in the game where I would say a lot of our teams still
Damn.
inside this
Man,
game
Gak's a bitch, ain't it?
pretty damn strong. And it wasn't like the 721 Aggressors were just going to let Black Esports wander through. R8 in the
Bro,
meantime, though,
fucking
taking
Kobe,
engagement
bro.
with
What
Go
the fuck?
quality. And R8 do look like they woke up today and chose violence.
Absolutely. They've got 3 elims and 3 players. Action are going to be on the sidelines. You've also got Train to Kill, who are not out of it yet. A wide sweep for Prestige.
But you landing the initial headshot, didn't let a single bullet after.
Uncharacteristically not going to be able to tag that.
Alright, bro. Started off good.
3 players alive now for GOAT team. Actually, GOAT quality, sorry, as they are going to be able to get that heal onto Varanek. A nade over the
no, Hyman!
Pushes them off the corner, but
oh, Hyman dead, dude. Oh, baby Tank dead. Oh, dope eliminated.
They only have 2 players, and they are heavily split from one another.
Womp womp.
I think Dope did just take a heavy hit there. In the meantime, Ego looking for SK-Ton, did get the initial hit. There's a shot over towards the back line. Now just SK-Ton alive and will get
They're now behind us, fuck. What the hell?
Action coming through late into that fight. Exotics are going to fall in the face of Upgrade here. 3 players alive, but 2 of them are on the floor. Black Esports are there. They're right.
This guy never heard of like an undertoss nade or an undertoss smoke? Like you're reviving people out of the smokes that you just threw.
Perfect time to execute on one of their favorite things to do. They are lining up for this one. They know
Oh my god, bro. I'm playing top 250s, bro. Why the fuck did I play ranked?
And will they be able
I'm just warming up. I'm sure you need to warm up faster, dude. It's game 2.
Injury for Upgrade, getting third-partied by the same team 2 games in a row.
True.
But looks like Black Esports are a little bit hesitant this time around. I mean, they don't have as many players. I believe the 721 aggressors were able to take a couple of them down. Circle moves a little bit further down towards that south side. And to be honest with you, this is where KZE's issues come into effect, right?
I think KZ wins this game, chat.
They should have been able to.
But maybe if Bombay didn't thirst, what do you mean if he didn't thirst? What do you?
On that hilltop, but
we're nading that, bro? Just fucking push it. You got Overwatch.
Nah.
It does give you good oversight.
Dude, action with the 1 KP.
Taking place around the map at the moment. Go quality up to 5 eliminations after their
boy, ain't no way, boy.
Boy,
oh god bless, bro. My teammate backed out. W miss.
Teammate saw the top 250 guy and just like, alright,
first place, all the sweeter. GOAT
yeah, bro.
quality will be able to take that mantle back, and we'll see how much further.
We find out these kids are fucking farming bot lobbies in the mornings. That's how they're top 250 fucking virgins.
There are plenty of ways that you can do that. We have both the map feed and the vertical stream that will have information flashing up over the course of these games. The map feed, you can put that up on a second monitor. It has those tables on the side, but that vertical feed as well is available to
Tell them wise dodge.
And YouTube for the vertical stream, on YouTube for the map feed.
Go quality.
See what they say.
Towards 5 eliminations.
Is it really nerve-wracking sometimes playing LAN? No, I was never nervous playing LAN.
Bro, I feel like I would have so much fun on LAN, bro. Like, if I get shit on, bro, I'm looking over to my teammates, bro. And I'm just busting out laughing, dog.
Bro, I'm gonna give my fucking teammate the dirtiest side-eye if he fucking trolls. Like, that's what I would do. I'd be like, dog, what was that? When they're the last one up and they whiff on a dude, and we just all look at him?
Right. Did you see 3 of your teammates' heads turn towards you? Oh, man, I'd lose it, bro. Oh, I would fucking lose it, bro.
And they are not having a good time for it because no one is opening up that pathway.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
Shut down. Black Esports will fall. 67
You said you got KZE winning this?
Yeah, KZ.
Nah, look, he, T721 is winning this.
Homeground teams gonna have a decent shot at taking this one home.
KZE's about to get farmed right here.
Why is Action Esports lucky winning this right
for the spray, and it will be good for a little bit of damage.
Hey, but I think you need to speed up your stream again.
Right. Matter of fact, go to day 2.
Like shit.
Over towards Varanek, but general idea of where they're playing. Brian the vehicle.
Bro's watching the Brazil qualifiers right now, like shit.
Gets an air burst on that one. Varanek with the massive flank here.
I think it's been spotted. Raygod's lining it up.
Oh, that guy. Oh, he underthrew. Oh, no, he did.
He knows what's up. Immediately getting that knock. Ego on the vehicle has been spotted.
Some good nades.
KZ getting actually just sandwiched by 2 teams.
Oh, yup. Here we go.
Yeah,
Third party coming in.
They're getting cooked, dude. It's over for him.
at the back line here for KZE. That bobbling nade
Yep.
is going to be
Oh yeah, the GG's over.
Those are great nades. Yeah, T721 is winning this, bro.
They got throttled.
Able to move through, and the
Kid's name is Jonic. Yeah, he's got it.
unlocked with 9 elims now.
Talk about high rollers coming through from the 721 aggressors, but in that case, it was a low roller.
Without glaze, of course. Stop it, buddy. Stop it. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy, pal.
Which is the fact that
Hey, but we didn't even hear anyone. We were just chucking that shit.
initially are good, but they stagnate.
Right, bro. What are the comms on that?
He's
You
first
think?
nade right there.
Just throw the nade, bro. Fuck it. Just throw it. Just throw it.
What happens when your teammate nades you at land, then y'all get wiped right after? How do you avoid violence? You don't.
You don't. You just blame it on him and you laugh at him.
The right decision at the
Just talking about great nade, dickhead. Way to go. Superstar player, by the way.
Good job, bud.
Right.
Global
Top
level
of
player,
NA,
by the way.
It's the same mistake
Right.
2 days running.
Qualified for what, by the way?
It is frustrating. And I mean, massive. I'll put it this way: massive applaud for the 721 aggressors. I am so pleased with the way they've played this game. I think they should be very proud of themselves by the end of this match, because everything that went wrong yesterday for them has been patched up in this one game.
But not only that, Blank in 6th place, they are starting to extend that bubble, right? Dope currently sits on it with, I think they got some placement points in there, which is so 7th and 8th looks a bit funky, but
Come on, bro. We need one of these teams to. Oh, well, one of these teams are definitely gonna pass up fucking Dope. So that's good.
Professional hater.
Damn, Goat just knocked 2 of them. What the fuck?
And 6th place may step up to join Fenerbahce in that sort of a point gap. However, they have just taken 2 knocks on the hilltop, and Goat quality have ego.
Look at this kid, bro. Oh, so tough. Look at Ego, man.
And Ego with the challenge. Spidey has been spotted, but not going to connect. Not quite there. Soon enough.
Get the KPs, brother.
Across the way, there's a third party.
There you go.
What's your time at, dude?
I'm watching Loopy stream.
He only has 8 rounds, though. He's going to have to swap to the M4.
Movie, what's your time at?
Oh man, that's sad.
1
That's
minute.
very, very sad. I think when that
Those are great kills, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
20 seconds behind.
Just watch the stream. Oh, what a dirty bitch. Bro should have just pushed when he had the chance.
He was at a
Can't lie. Looking at that name, like first day, you think, oh, this team's shit, but they're actually looking good.
Because I thought the same thing about Goat team. Just like, I don't know, it's like the same owner or what, but they did Goat too.
I call it Goat winning it all from the beginning.
Did you?
I did forgive you, Star did, because their name was just so fucking funny. Name's just Goat.
No chance. Buzz has his number.
Yeah, dude, I've been saying from the beginning, UPG winning it.
Yeah, I've been saying from the start, bro.
The 721 aggressors, after a string of solid plays, they end 5th with a decent count on eliminations.
Yeah, there should really be absolutely no way that Upgrade loses this game, because they have full control of the field area. They have all the best hard cover.
This shit's getting boring.
Be getting Ruzen moving over towards our eastern side.
Ooh, no.
As well as their teammate just moving further over towards these crates. You know what? They could
Wait, you're not hitting that.
play the loot crates.
Can we set the next match
this
already?
position. That would not be a bad idea whatsoever.
Can we just see who wins, bro? Fuck.
I'm saying, bro, I want to see if Dope made it or not.
Bro, just let everyone 1v1v1v1. Free for all, last map, bro.
Right? Everyone on your team has to drop 4 different positions.
Yep. You all have to fight everybody you
yeah, this
see,
guy's
bro.
a demon, bro.
Last player up, that team wins. GG's. Go fuck yourself.
I find it hilarious that for Nepex and T2K, they are consistently battling off against one another. There it is.
Yeah, like I said, UPG winner from the beginning.
To finish the game for
Oh, okay, my fault.
And this was a game that was necessary for them, and I'll give them a grade for that match. It was S tier. Beautiful.
Pretty sure you said everybody but UPG, by the way.
Hailing from inside the stadium.
You're talking about some action win, dude. Like,
UPG the team that sold against KZ.
shit, bro. That's so many teams have been selling that I don't know. Like, I can't remember all the times someone sold.
If we won a game, I just body slam the table.
Okay. Stand up on the table with the RKO your own teammate.
from the region.
How are they mad?
Previous qualifier that we saw.
They
weren't even close to winning. They weren't even like nowhere near close to winning.
That's why they're mad, bro.
Forwards. Upgrade though, lead the charge in that first place.
Yeah, again, I think that was a game where multiple things went wrong, and specifically for teams that have made those same mistakes before. The 721 Aggressors, though, I think they did a fantastic job of readjusting to that scenario. But you can see here that 721 Aggressors were the ones to take down KZE. There was an absolute opportunity for the 721 Aggressors to push down towards Go and finish them off. The fact that they let them wander up over towards them is a bit of a misplay in my mind. But I think the 721 Aggressors were a little bit too preoccupied with trying to hold that western hilltop. But by that point in the game,
I just got
it's a little
peeled.
late to be worrying about a high ground position. You're thinking that most teams in Airstrip are
Hello,
pretty weakened at that point.
What are
and
we
you can
doing?
afford to give up the high ground in that instance.
And most importantly, some solid hand claps at the end of that match as well. We've seen a couple of fumbles from the players so far, but Upgrade, they keep it cool, calm, collected. Palm to palm every single time. These guys are lockstep. Certainly were in that last match. Very happy to see that one. We're going to be heading back over to the desk to break down the game and tell us just how fantastic Upgrade are.
Upgrade making the home crowd roar. This is what they've been expecting out of this team. Them being able to get a good amount of eliminations now. Back-to-back 4 or more eliminations and closing it out with a win.
Yeah, very, very nice indeed. Again, we might understate it just a little bit like we did with R8. This is huge for Upgrade. This is a massive, massive upgrade for them.
Hello, team? Bro, what the fuck are these kids on?
They know what's at stake here, and they know how big of a win that really was for them.
We already had some massive
What mode and map you playing?
The 721 Aggressor. We
Grind,
were
hard
missing
point.
the Upgrade wins, and we finally get it in this game. Now, can they hold
Yeah,
on to
that's
spot
chalk.
7 after this? We'll have to wait.
It's not chalk, it's fun, but
It's going to be Ruse and Boss, and actually might be able to join the ranks of heavy top-tier players of this region like Butcher, Admin, or Zvezda. That would be massive.
teammates are just fucking stupid.
List at the end of today.
It absolutely would be.
I don't know what to
Honestly, I
hold,
just
where to
feel like
go,
this is
what
the
to do.
first step today for this team.
Don't know how to block a spawn.
Come out of
They're
a
just
win this
there.
big and this controlling.
Well, the season just reset, so everyone's still diamond, so I don't expect anyone to know, like, block spawns and all that shit.
It is, and
Diamond
I
won.
see right
Oh, wow.
here. The 7, even though Upgrade
Oh,
won,
wow.
the 7-1 is the ones that dominate.
Come on, they should at least know to fucking rotate, though. Jesus Christ.
The game's been out how long, bro? They should know how to block a spawn.
From either T721 or Upgrade, which is a huge, huge thing for both of those teams.
I mean, I can tell you one thing. All the 721 fans hate Ego. They don't like him. He ruined everything. I mean, realistically, when you look at how 721 played that game, not like the early push, which I think was great, but 721 were clearly in their minds thinking about what's the next.
Hello, bro, what the fuck are you looking at?
There was one straggler missing, and then one straggler cost possibly their first chicken dinner of the day.
A good bounce back, though, for that team, considering
You're probably running 4 jackals right now, aren't you?
ended up losing that hot drop between themselves and RA in Paradise and Sandhawk. Guess what? They're able to bounce back, showing the aggression that we expect out of them.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's exactly what they needed as well after such an early finish in Sandhawk, right? Going out first just
Holy
like
fuck,
that.
bro.
And yeah, it is a really, really nice thing that they were able to do, showing really good teamwork, really good confidence as well. It's good to see that that Sandhawk hasn't stopped them from doing well.
Bro, those moves from
This is
Rusenboss
insane.
are mad. Like, even leaped through the window. He got in the full animation, but because there was the buggy, I don't know if it was lucky or he planned it, but that actually soaked up some of the initial bullets, and he was able to just buck and weave all around the place and actually get the squad wipes onto Exotics. And actually, they also were able to avoid going down to black 2 games in a row, so that's very, very lucky from them. They have to move forward into the highlights.
Why am I spawning all the way the fuck over here?
But Go, I would have to say, sure, maybe not able to quite win the game, but a lot of very smart moves in the mid stage of this match.
Yeah, I'm really, really starting to like their strategy, how they're playing, how they're moving. It's very
Teammates
classic
AFK.
them to come in, sweep the outside,
Gotta love it.
gain a whole section of the zone for themselves, and then just wait, and it's really, really nice. The one thing I had wanted to see if they made it to main stage was more confidence, and in this game, I'm definitely seeing it. Before they would hesitate just a little bit when taking fights, there was none of that in this game.
I mean, look at this. 21 points for Upgrade. This is what this team needs. Especially for the teams that are currently towards the mid of the table, they need to be able to get those points. Goat as well, continuing to create a bit of a buffer there with the 12 points that they were able to collect. And Icurd, surprisingly, even though it's not a win, Max, they end up
This
getting
fucking
9
weirdo
points.
kid.
You get non-win placement points, which is massive.
Yes.
Really,
We're challenging that?
I'm very happy
What
about how they
the
played this game.
fuck?
We're not really really getting too involved, playing it pretty silent, pretty slow, but which is fine. Being a silent team is okay, especially because they were in C block. There was no real exit point for them. Just let's try and get as many placement points as possible, even though we know we
That's
can't
just
get
it. Sleep how it needs to lock in. Bro, Coops, there's no way you woke up this. This gameplay is just
7 points
something
on that
special.
board for that game. Remember, they were in contender for that.
How many matches left?
7 spot,
6-4.
So this game is, while not really a placement point material,
You know, he's got to see how the other half lives, dude.
just keep them going.
Actually, I want to echo your point with another team, which is DRG. That's
Yeah.
two bad games. I was going to say good games, 2 bad games.
I finished The Sopranos yesterday. Top tier show.
They're going to be slipping pretty damn low.
And you can see that because they're nowhere to be seen right now.
Oh, what?
In the first match.
I finished The Sopranos yesterday.
First place, second place, and third place
Really?
are creating with all the other teams.
All
What's that
Uzbekistan
about?
teams are
Show came out back when Serums was like 20.
all up there. They might be joining Helion.
Damn, so like 40 years ago?
This is actually quite
Damn,
Basically.
You are missing
Oh yeah, because they're just had 2 bad games.
It ain't been that long, have it?
Yeah, so you're going to be then having
Back in
T71
my day.
upgrade and Ake Cyber, really good stuff. But Go, you talked about their confidence here already, Neptura. They were almost maybe overconfident from time to time because like they were just pushing everyone, especially Verenik, who was like, I'm pushing solo, and it did not quite work out.
Yes, yes.
Sorry,
what was that ho-ho for?
Huh?
13 plays.
Bro, kill the kid on fucking time, teammate. Holy fuck.
Top 7?
Yeah, that just goes to show you how close the leaderboard still is, right? Those 7. I mean, for 2 bad games that aren't even all that bad, and they're still dropping so low because these other teams are starting to step up. This is where DRG really cannot afford any more mistakes.
I feel bad for one team. I mean, I feel bad like for how they are on the rankings, which is Exotics. I feel like whenever we see them in a fight currently, they're
Jesus
just
Christ.
getting bullied. Like we need to see the fragging power step up significantly because right now we're not seeing much from them.
Well, we want to do a bit of a comparison here because we want to see how Upgrade performed yesterday
Oh.
to today, and you can see.
Holy shit, my team is AIDS, bro. Holy fuck.
Nah, dude, I think I can come back.
Today is going to be on your right-hand side. Illims are up.
They absolutely are, and by
Wait.
quite a bit. I mean, you're
What's today? Today's the 11th?
more. I mean, yeah, it's only 2 other games, right? It's 2 versus 6, but still,
When
it's
does
quite
Marvel
a big difference. And
Rivals
even in the act of
rank
survival, they're
reset?
just surviving a little bit more as well, which means they're trying to keep both consistent.
Fuck.
Exactly, for the
Doesn't tell
placement
me.
points. They only had 5 placement points throughout all of their 6 matches of yesterday, and now the survival time, because it
What
increases, they're getting so much more
time
placement
does-
points, and of course, like, we knew they could get the Elims, but when you get placement points on top of Elims, you're going to be getting so much damn high in the leaderboards. Again, they're in top 7, so can they maintain it
Just
by
tell
the
me,
end
dude.
of this second day of the prelims?
That's the main thing, right? They've been able to do it twice. Can they actually
Huh.
continue,
Oh, shit, I gotta-
continue on with that consistency
I gotta figure out.
we expect out of them? By the way, don't
Tell her
forget,
real quick.
BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global
Why are these kids spawning fucking behind me,
You
bro?
already did?
More about BYD models or flexible financing options.
Then I spawn in fucking Narnia.
Wait, there's no way to already reset at 9 a.m.?
Wouldn't get a chance to ride on one today, but I'm still hoping that we'll get a chance to ride on another one.
It's actually interesting, Seven. We left the venue yesterday, we were in the parking, there was a BYD car right there, and Seven was like,
Yes.
is that a BYD?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Is it reset at the same time for every
There it
region?
goes, yeah.
I mean, they are really
pretty
nice.
It really
Cool,
stood out. It was
actually,
like,
yeah.
actually, wait, oh, it is BYD.
Yeah.
Any other team that you guys are looking to see a little bit more consistency out of?
I really want to see just more from R8. Honestly, we saw so much coming in, just a little bit more.
KZ underage. I feel like that's
Yo, Shambles, you're fucking dog shit, kid.
see them being more confident in this game.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're just trying your mic to roast
Oh,
somebody,
yeah.
bro.
Did update then.
I feel like I want to
Yeah.
see a little bit more out of them today.
Why did not give me the
We'll
option to
find out
update?
what they're going to be doing for the rest of the day.
Patch
after we come back
it!
from this break.
Did you know what the patch says did?
She at least hopping time, bro.
Coop
Chat.
says,
I'll be so real with y'all. I'm so tempted to just stop the stream and go play some more Rivals.
I mean, do you have to watch the shit you're watching?
Nope. I'm just doing it to hate. I love the game. Dude, it
Go play
doesn't,
Marvel Rivals,
it
bro.
doesn't
Fuck
let me
PUBG.
update my game.
You're blacklisted.
No, it says it's version mismatch, but like it's just there's just no update for it. Would stream it? I'm probably gonna go for top 500 again this season, so I'll probably stream it. I don't know who to play though, because they nerfed my Invis woman. The Gamma Ray Squids. The Gamma Ray Squids are getting permabanned every single game. That's all I know.
Probably once you get into higher ranks, yeah.
I mean, I'm already default higher rank. I should be like diamond off the reset.
Is diamond good?
No, diamond's just like diamond, but if the rank resets, it means I was max rank. Season 2 hype. Yeah, Season 2 is out, dude. How many people are playing this shit right now? 91K? My goat Moxie, bro. This motherfucker threw my game last week. Diamond 3? Okay, so I should be Diamond 3 as well. And with the ban thing getting gold now? Yeah. I don't know why. I think that's a little weird. Gold? Dude, why does it say version mismatch? Client and server. Please update and try again. Like, it doesn't give me the option to update. I gotta like restart my Steam? Like, change account?
Ooh.
There we go. Now it gives me the option to update. Oh, I was like, why is there the dragon from Godzilla in this shit? But I forgot, you know, Godzilla has this, you know, thing.
It's the 0-2 is gapping everybody in Titan 2 right now. What the fuck?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on X-Force's performance yesterday, Sixes?
Did fine for the most part.
I've got it all. I'm always so glorious.
Rich Esports is coming, man. Be careful.
They D-rank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure they dropped like 2 slots.
Klaus and company calling back.
Well, how long is this update? Oh wait, chat, is my shit lagging? Tell me if my shit's lagging, 'cause I'm trying to update like a game. 2 games actually.
Pleasure in it's even holding on, bro. And the update and live at the same time?
Right, and watching a YouTube video, like...
Oh, damn. You're giving all she's got.
This kid's a bullet on new, bro.
Did Zute die or some shit, bro? Like...
Shout out that boy Zute, bro. This kid's a fucking horrible.
Only the fastest and most powerful robot, the Infinite GT20 Pro delivers only pro level speed, precision, and smooth gameplay.
Fuck me.
2 players around the world. This is the official gaming phone built to outplay the rest. And what are these two doing over here? Oh, that's right. They're truly looking at
Updating while you're streaming, your shit's bugging. Man, I guess fine.
And while you're at granted, remember, if you want to be a little bit more analytical, if you want to be able to see those rotations before we called him out during our segments, check out the map stream as well, because that one definitely comes in handy. All right,
Hello, teammate? What the fuck?
What is that?
Please give me this back. You just want to look at yourself again, Max.
I didn't even know. It's hard to miss this beautiful forehead of mine.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule, because this is going to be the final day for prelims. We're going to be finding out which teams are going to be moving on towards main event. The last two Erangel so far. I remember asking you before we went into the first
they're both low.
which teams you guys want to see perform well today. One that performed well yesterday was GOAT. Is there any other that comes to mind?
T2K.
Yeah.
So, like, we had two teams that we wanted to see step up significantly already today with RA and the now upgrade Chicken Dinner. We need T2K, and I'd be pretty happy with a lot of our teams that we currently have in the top 7. So T2K, it is your time to shine.
Absolutely.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if T2K is going to perform, or if Max is going to be cursing them, as we're going to be jumping into the second Erangel with John Allen in black.
Thank you very much, guys. We are, of course, going into our next Erangel. It is all to play for, and it is going to be wonderful to watch. And I'll tell you what else is wonderful. Like, it's our world of wonders that you guys can take part in. Of course, you could be making your own maps, or you can be visiting the PMGO venue. So even if you didn't have a ticket this time around, you can get here in-game, take a look around the venue, and experience the highs and lows that PMGO has to offer. So you can use that code that you saw on the screen. It flashed up, flash, it's gone. And you can make your own.
What's the last time you heard from Zute? Shit, I don't know, like 6 months ago?
Being as creative as you can.
The secret's in the name, guys.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is the world of wonders out there.
I fucking knew it.
Check that one out, because we know we have some very creative and amazing community members in PUBG Mobile. In the meantime, we'll be getting into our third match today, the second to the last Erangel of the prelims. Like, we are getting towards the end of it here. Already 8 matches down into the 9th now, and the play path is coming through from the north side down towards the south around Novorobnoye, so from Severny. Overall, should be a good one. I think that there are teams that definitely stand up. You got 2 more Erangels left. They're your bread and butter maps, right? These are the ones that count the most, where you get the most amount of fair points coming through. So you got to make the most of them. We already had a Sosnovka finish, which did throw things into a little bit of the mix, right? You know, shook things up a little bit. But teams that we expected to do well did, and teams that maybe didn't do so well yesterday that we thought could make some adjustments, that happened too, which was nice to see.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can carry that forwards going into this next match. You can see teams out early, trained to kill, who Max didn't even talk about once. Don't even say he did it, because he didn't. Over in Savannah, they're out early. They can get on the road nice and quickly and head on into wherever the circle decides to go. We'll be looking out for hot drops along the way as well. We'll have to wait and see.
T2K starting up here towards Severny right now. And at the moment, we're going to be having most teams getting spread across the map quite easily. This time around, that's quite easy to get up towards Lepovka. I think the majority of our playing paths have been over towards that western side. So this time around, you know, K21 can get themselves nice and set up early. Fenerbahce over towards Milta. This is a team that sent fairly early over towards Sosnovka. I think you can be fairly certain it's probably not going to be in Sosnovka again as we head up towards that northeast side of the map, which gives Upgrade a likely advantage starting over in Yasnaya. But already it's Black Esports coming up against GOAT Quality, which isn't great news for one of our top placing squads.
For 2 of our top placing squads, in fact, both of them towards the top of the tables. Right now, Black Esports do have a small advantage here. No meds for Zeptimus, but he has got the backup coming through in the wings. Unfortunately, there's a drop shot. Fortunately, he's got it handled. Ego goes down and steps inside, unfortunately. Greeted with a hailstorm of bullets, and Ephius again keeps it together. However, there are 2 more players now from Black Esports clambering on into the garage. Lord Cedric and Ozzy moving on forwards, and he's lining them up. He steps out, and what on earth have they allowed him to do there? Stays on the ground floor, and Ephius absolutely
Jesus Christ.
Very, very well set up.
Going through it.
Coming through from Ego.
No, my team, bro. Like, I can't get a good fucking team, bro. These kids are all ass. Going up against 4 stacks, and I'm playing with fucking kids with the IQ of 4.
You was crazy for not having a 4-stack in ring. After a reset. Where's Zuko?
He's only like diamond. Everyone's diamond right now. Wow.
Still, bro, you got that stat. Where's Trick? Oh, no, Trick's probably at work. Too cool. Yeah, he's probably at work too. Where's Adder?
Adder's almost crim. He's diamond 3.
I'm down one. Give some wisdom, Coach Sixless. Quit the game.
New and spanking new over on the TikTok and YouTube channels that you can see there on your screens. PUBG Mobile Esports, make sure you are checking it out because you get the map feeds, you get all of the stats, the player cameras as well are available to you there, so make sure you're checking it out as the guys over on the desk were doing earlier, as well as checking out the dedicated
How does that kid win that?
which is now officially live on our PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel. You can stay ahead of every single team's rotations with the help of the map feed. That's right. Why'd you look at me like that?
Who knows? I felt you gaze upon me 8 times during that segment, scaring me. Up towards the north side, T2K currently holding up towards Stalber.
6 is cold, that shit. They're in 11th now.
Which is really nice, especially the fact that they're doing a little bit better now as well. That definitely helps their prospects in terms of the fans who were seeming a little bit gloomy yesterday, to be honest, with the way that Upgrade had performed them. But in 7th place now, which is great to see, with them actually being within the 7 teams that would go through tomorrow towards that main event and battle against some of the best teams internationally.
This is a little look at the opener. Yeah, Septimus just got down to the ground early, able to take that first knock. That's good. But then, and then we saw him get this excellent shot down onto Ego. It was unfortunate. I think that FPS was just a little bit too quick there. And
what
some really
the
strong
fuck?
weaponry almost immediately on that drop as well. I'm unsure about the decision to go for that push out the door with a Molotov in hand when you know there's a player ready with a rifle. But you know what? You take that. You take that when it happens.
Yeah, again, it's a play that's set up by Ego being there, giving him essentially that alarm system. That's
Like, bro, I'm 45 and 13, bro.
Because I think if you're Black Esports,
You still about to hold that alley?
be inside the building,
Probably.
prepped and waiting for you there as he
What sniper round are you going?
situation. So yeah, for Black Esports though, I think it's not
You
a
said what?
massive mistake on
What's the
their
ground
part
are you going?
Septimus. That is a
25-39, 28-32,
They at least have hill time?
16-47.
Shit.
try and support him there.
No, I'm doing. I got hill time too.
It is a case where I think
Damn.
that's an
So they just
in terms
They
of
just
their
suck.
play. They see
they
Yeah,
just
dog
sprint,
shit.
they just they wild and sprinting everywhere. I see.
drop on top of you. Unluckily, Septimus gets some nasty shots mid-air, but despite
They
that,
straight running it
Go
down.
does come out on top. So I like that from Go. They took advantage of that situation they could see from the air, just from the parachutes. Good scouting.
Yeah, I mean, it was very nearly a one.
Coops, you in my chat? What are you getting on Marvel Rivals, bud?
Go quality, able to keep things going. Simple. Give him the run around. The Matador in the water. Unfortunately, he is bleeding out all the while. The only thing read about him is his health bar at this stage. We'll have to try and survive. I don't think it's going to be too profitable, though. iCode will have to play on as 3 alive. Now, across the rest of the map, teams have coalesced around the east side of Yasnaya. Obviously, being on the east side gives you a lot more mobility if you need to swing around towards Stalber in these later circles. So you're seeing teams try and put their position in to that east side.
I think there are teams that are currently a little bit slow here over towards that southwest side, trying to make the way through. But we did catch up with some of the players over on the stage with Barney. So let's check out what they have to say.
Welcome back to the front of stage. I've got Falcon joining me here from Helion Gaming. And you know what, Helion, you guys are actually waiting to compete this weekend. Is that making you feel a little bit more nervous?
Holy fuck, nigga, we won.
These 2 days give us a more atmosphere and just take a relax and just these 2 days for our analyze the maps and our opponents.
Okay. Are you making any adjustments based on what you're seeing on here? Because
Who the fuck is this team? Which team is Team Hellion?
Are you changing what you're going to do or how you're going to play the game when you go into the main event?
I think they won the Uzbekistan finals, so they don't have to play this.
Oh.
game and just
That's why it's 7 teams, not
our
8.
plan is just game our game. Like,
So he just there to.
That's what I like to hear. Falcon, we can't wait to see you guys in the main event. You guys were so impressive during the Open qualifiers and the Open finals for the Uzbekistan region. And we can't wait to see you guys. We can't wait to see you on stage. Best of luck. For now, let's get back in the action.
That was from Team Hellion, who qualified in first place from the Uzbek finals straight to tomorrow's matches. But we've got plenty more action here in the prelims.
All right, dope 15 kill win right here.
Push in across the river by Georgia Pole.
Brother, don't say that.
I believe, dude.
Just too much pressure.
Not enough pressure, dude. They should drive a 20 bomb.
Yeah, weird one. Very, very weird one.
They ain't got KP, bro. Let's calm down.
I believe. Look, they wipe people in the kill period out, my bay.
This guy's about to die to his own.
Why there's so many squads on the north side of
We got no meds, bro.
Expecting to be already moving over Severny towards Stalbert
That's
at this
tough.
point in time. It's kind of a moot point for quite a few of these teams on the western side who have pretty much doomed themselves a little bit because they're constantly going to be coming into conflict here as they move forward. So I'm slightly unimpressed with this. And again, it's stagnation.
Hey, bro, just
I
die.
think that's always been the name of the game here so far. At least
We know putting recalls in
There's a
comp
lot of
like
teams
Apex,
are
I think
just
that would be
taking
stupid.
way too long to move on in.
Yeah, but do you even have like 10 million power?
Inside the circle, over towards
You
that
have 10 million power in Rise of Kings.
We have K21 who moved up from Lepovka. We said they had a very easy start.
You don't have the tier 4 troop like I do.
They're sitting pretty over towards this location. And
The special Ice Queen hero. You don't got that, dude.
You don't have the
S-
ultimate unlocked.
You don't have the SSS class hero Alucard unlocked.
Do not want to let this one go. And they've actually allowed Ekicyber to cross the river further up on that western edge. So still more convoluted rotations going on that western edge. We'll see just how they unfold. Divergent Gaming. Now, this is the only team from Uzbekistan who has gotten to this stage who has not got into the top 7 as it stands right now, Blank. They are currently, however, fairly central on this circle. They're in a very strong compound here to defend, getting out of it a little bit harder. But we'll see how far they can go into this one as action roll up onto Ego. First player in with the buggy.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, goodness.
Like a mosquito. Annoying, but not deadly.
I'm going to get you, Oh, I'm under a buggy now.
Flatten the poor man. Oh, dear.
Flatten him.
Oh, they call that the front axle ego check.
Yeah. That was an unfortunate moment. But these things happen. For Go, again, like I am a little bit concerned with the way R8 reacted to that. They had the opportunity to move over.
What's the point of these prelims? Do they matter? Top 7. This is what qualifies you to the next stage.
In their heads, the
final stage.
is getting into
The final ass whipping.
trying to look.
It's the final countdown.
To push over the top of them, so they are first to face.
Fucking god, bro. More top 250s, bro. My whole team is diamonds.
This was
How the fuck does that make sense?
on a replay, fending that one off for their central compound position. We'll see if they can maintain that. Dope Esports here on the south side of it. Currently, as the circle sits just out to the west of Lepovka, around that sort of mansion area, playing on the compound here with that high ground oversight onto the surrounding fields. Going to be a good time for them. We'll see where the next circle pops. It does keep them in, but we are staying on this east side of Yasnaya.
What is admin doing here?
You know they've been snorting GPO all morning.
He heard that, you know, there was some
They're on
paperwork
something,
being
bro.
doing. He's the guy for the admin. Unfortunately, it was a bait. R8 tricked him. Those forms were already filled in.
Yeah. I mean,
You said snort some GPU?
praising Akisawa for moving forward, but then leaving a player in
Mhm.
consolation.
Alliance to tip minimum wage workers.
Heard that.
But now R8 does have a significant advantage over a team that's already passed them. It should be on the outer edge of the circle. This one does pass back a little bit over back to that western edge, which is good to see for a lot of our teams. There's more position to play on as we zero in a little bit. Nepex towards
shit.
our southeast side. Dope.
Airdrop loot.
A lot of field over towards the western edge. There is still a
Better
portion
save
of
it.
Yasnaya in, so there is an ability to take the
Got a what now?
residents in some of these buildings, which should give you a little bit
I'll
of
be
cover.
looted in
Inside
airdrop.
gone, taken down.
Can they get a KP, bro?
K.
Did you get a KP, bud? Yeah, that's what I thought.
To kill on this
Yeah,
north side.
where's your
And like I said,
PMGO
slowly
KPs?
faltering, and Today hasn't
That's
been the
fair.
greatest for them, I think it's safe to say, Blank. They haven't had a good start into today. Fortunately, they did have that buffer from yesterday's games, but it's not as strong as we would like from them. They're on 69 points. They're barely
69 points. Get a jab. 69.
So they're looking pretty good with 4 matches left to play, including this one, but it's definitely not fully safe.
I still see Dope's 15 kill win.
I'd say from Aki Cyber.
I believe.
I mean, clearly one of them is just admin sitting inside gas station getting taken out. That one was very weird. Black Esports similarly down to 1 player now, R8 with the 4. I mean, they have made some wild maneuvers over on the western side of the map, yet they get in as a 4-man, so it's looking pretty decent. Upgrade, very much central right now, looking really good going forward. Very strong position they're holding as well. Be beneficial for them throughout the entirety of the game. I'm glad that Fenerbahce does take this 2-2 split though. This indicates a little bit more of a risk take from them, which I like to see. They started in Milta, so they've had to push far up here. And again, you want them to be taking these central positions. If you can, and it's located near you, there's no reason not to go for something like this.
Zvezda tries to descend from the Stalber Hill where he was sequestered for a while, but he's been through hell and he will not come back from that one. SK Tone with the pickup and the flush there. And that's another point added to R8's tally. They're now not alone on the north side of the Yasnaya Fields, because there's Upgrade chiming in from across the way, but that should be Reservoir.
Again,
hello, Revive.
Very weird game for Aki Cyber. Like I said, it just does feel like a series of folds from this team. Like, they had an excellent opportunity.
Let's see, Dope's got a dog shit spot because they got to either, you know.
Here,
I mean, they could go fight Action, dude. Like, what's the chance of Action wiping them? Like,
R8, you can see that on your screens right now, looking to get a bit of a high ground positioning against them. The circle moving further towards the west does throw a massive bone over towards R8.
Ooh, okay. A chance here to take control of the north side of this one, but they have to fend off Train to Kill. With the top 3 teams going fairly low on this game as well, Blank, this is a big opportunity for R8 to actually pick up a lot of placements here. They are currently 19 points behind the first place team, and that is doable with a commanding position over the Yasnaya Fields, right? You can pick up that sort of a scoreline, unless you get taken down here and now by Train to Kill.
Force taking a shot over towards ID7. And he will bleed out.
Oh dear.
They're taken down. Good stuff. 721 aggressors is over towards our eastern side. Nepex sat on the other side of this ridge. 721 aggressors realizing they're going to need to move in very quickly. Fenerbahce might want to think about regrouping down towards that south side, or even moving a little bit further off towards that west and sequester themselves within those fields.
Just so tight.
Oh dear. That was the slowest roll-up I think I've ever seen in terms of the time he had to respond to it. Just nothing he could do about it. A threatening imposition by the 721 aggressors. They're trying to refrag and they get the first. Yonik next for the challenge and happens on the shots needed to shut down the aggression. Will move in to look for the res. Hits the deck after the flush is confirmed, but 2 players are now down. Unfortunately though, for the Train to Kill squad, they have been swept aside and eliminated in 14th place. Well handled by the 721 aggressors, but they're diminished in numbers and there are so many teams surrounding them.
Yeah, 721 aggressors kind of struggling a little bit there. T2K, again, very lackluster play in my opinion. Very, very lackluster. They had the advantage on this one, and again, it's just a series of roll-ups, a series of 1v1s.
Act as a Brazilian team, yes.
It is not up to snuff, I would say, here at the prelims. 720 aggressors though getting torn to pieces by R8, who have just come through and they've found the weakened team. R8's been having what I would consider quite an easy game, to be honest.
Spidey still with a little life in him. And the 721 aggressors looking for the res. R8 stumble a little bit, and now Ikerd can join the fight from this eastern side. That makes R8's life a lot harder. The 721 aggressors can try and just keep their head down and stay alive in this scenario.
R8. Prestige has to drop the smokes, gets into the buggy. They need to start moving quickly back over towards his friends, down towards
Walters is struggling? Yeah, 8th and 9th.
Coming with Fenerbahce. They did regroup as requested. Nade around the back, big damage over towards Savian, and Simple's already fairly low. Nobody's going for one hell of an approach onto them. Not sure what he was thinking.
And Domain's lighting up from the sideline.
Pump.
Savian, the savior here for Simple. And Domain just about avoiding with that central stanchion. The pump action not good for
Dude,
it.
this guy fucking sucks. Can't even get the thirst, dude.
So committed to getting that
He shot like 15 bullets into him and just didn't get the thirst.
7 or 8 pixels got in his way. What could you do?
Yeah, were they just going to let him keep shooting? Was that the plan there?
Wait, they subbed Hyman out already after 2 games, bro. What?
Players down. Action on one side, Exotics looking to pincer from the other. Action moves up, Nyx. That entire team just got pulled apart on top of Dope as well. That is a lot of players going down in quick succession. KZE having a big impact there.
On the middle of the circle as well. They'll have that oversight, that chance to just spike out from their current position. KZE, 4 players, dead center on the circle blank. Now, we're back on the southeast side with Exotics playing as 2 versus Nepex playing as 4. There's the knock from Upgrade, again, in the center of that circle. You've got to look at Divergent as well on this southeast side. Another roadblock for these teams on the south.
All right, still looking down. You got Rex here on your screens looking over towards Exotics. Nepex, sorry. Taking a couple of shots themselves to try and move through. R8 trying to get ahead of the curve here, but 721 Aggressors will make that instantaneous push. They don't have information on Force though, and this could go poorly. Luckily, Spidey does hear that player just in time.
He's got that 6th sense, does our Spidey. Has an inkling, has a tingle that there's a player on the inside and will be able to find it. Unfortunately for Aggressor though, not so lucky. R8 playing on as 3 now from the northern side. Have to put more pressure on here. The blue zone is crunching them in. Spidey still on the inside now. Jonik off on the off angle, quite far away. Not really going to be able to help too much until they go for that roll up. In the meantime, southeast side, it's Nepex on the crash towards Divergent. Divergent needing a good game here and now. And Domain goes down first. A good start to the hold. Noisy and Lonely on the face. Will find a second onto Rex. And now it's just Mukesh for Nepex. The rest of the team surging on in. And Divergent clamped down on the compound. No casualties to be seen.
Divergent, hold them out. 4 elims, good stuff. Divergent, this is
just half the hating.
Surgeons that they need.
Unfortunate, pretty bad.
But it's Upgrade. Their fellow Uzbek.
There's been too much hating there. They haven't really done any like insanely bad shit. Other than this one guy just whiffing hard as hell. That was like the only time that I was like, all right.
Too low profile on the lay down in the smoke. Yonik has been spotted. R8 did fall in the meantime. Blank, that was Spidey and Yonik taking that challenge. An open ground crossing, really difficult to make, and R8 cannot do it. No opportunity to jump up for that first place this time around. And we're looking at the teams lower down the table this time around in their chase, in their pursuit for that 7th place position.
KZE. They've had a very strong spot for a long time. Pretty upset with themselves in the last game, I imagine. Not taking the high ground this time around. They were quick, you know, down from the south side of the map on Sosnovka, moving up here to a strong position. Upgrade need to get a move on though, and I think at this point in time it's where I would expect teams to start rotating around. Get rid of Spidey, play in the fields. That would not be a bad thing to go for, but Divergent with a lovely nade over towards Buzz puts a massive nail in the plan here for Upgrade. Again, I am not sure how you play this one out
Pretty
here.
sure KZE wins this, right? They're the team with the compound.
Towards that south side, you pick up Buzz. But again, I'm thinking teams need to start getting a move on over towards those fields on that north side.
Divergent going for a full crash. Exotics going to be pushed in by the blue zone, but not just yet. They make it to a waypoint though. They get a little bit of cover, however, they lose a vehicle in the process, and you can see the KZE are ready for this fight. However, I think Divergent might be in the circle. They're looking for Roy. He is going to be backed off, and there comes the crash. The last player, Dynamo, for
Divergent Gaming going to be regrouping here. KZE try and harry him on the way in, but not successfully. KZE also have angles over towards Exotics, and this time is burning down for them. Exotics had a chance to stop Divergent, but they have not been able to take it. In the meantime, Upgrade crash across the open field. Molodoy is low. It's all up to Spidey. Finds a second, and now Ramses, the last player to go, has a 1v1 and takes it back into control. And this is a huge position for Upgrade to pick up.
Did bro just try to blow the car up that his teammates are directly beside?
But that is the right play to play on that north side to swing round. Unfortunately, Buzz goes down. I think, honestly, he's out of position there. The team needed to move. I don't think he needed to play outpost on that south side. It was very unlikely Divergent was going to make a north push. Meantime, though, smokes galore down, but KZE, they have got a fantastic position to play from. Upgrade, on the other hand, they're waiting for the next shift. They wanted to move away from KZE so they could take the fight to them inside the fields where they're already posted up, inside a nice bit of cover.
Exotics getting through this as well is quite surprising to me. Divergent should have had broadside on this rotate, but they capitalize on the chaos and get through to an oversight commander position on this DRG spot. KZE has been seen, and that's Upgrade.
Huge.
Taking down Ray Gods. That leaves them as 2 on the inside. Devon on the out. They have 3 players now to stand. And DRG bearing down upon them. A huge threat.
That's a really nice pickoff coming through from Upgrade. Over towards Ray Gods as well, who arguably is the best.
Or is he might troll by getting 1 kill? Like, alright.
Exotics just slipping by, like you say, purely because Divergent massively locked down in this location. They've got no sightlines to work with. Kings attempt to take shots over towards Upgrade, who could just rain the next in now. There's no reason for them to peek out too much, considering they've already got that initial knock. They just need to wait for KZE to have to move their way. Arguably, the circle could move down towards the south, though, which puts Upgrade in a slightly difficult position.
I mean, look at this, though. Is this difficult? I don't think so. This is the high ground. This is the rooftop scout. Oversight. All the control you could want over all the maneuvers in the game. You might be able to thread the needle to Roy. I don't think he's been able to spot it there, just behind the angle. They don't need to leave yet either. The circle keeps them in.
But they're trying to chill on that roof.
Upgrade hanging on, and it's kind of 50-50 here. The compound just held in by the circle for KZE on that north side.
Alright, buddy, you got 114 bullets left. Surely we don't just perma spray.
Which is a miracle, to be honest. It's a very crashable compound too. Posting up on that east side, you can see they have a player there specifically for that scenario because it's the one area of the building where there aren't really the windows available to get the shots out. But Devon playing here is very important, and he has to play here for that reason.
The need to stop anyone pushing too close by. That was Pretam bleeding out. That goes over to Upgrade again. KZE now with Divergent bearing down upon them. This is the go signal. Grenade not quite connecting on the first wave, but the second.
Wait, juicer spot.
Devastation over towards Divergent, and they only now have 1 player to go. It's Dynamo, and he's lighting them up on the inside. 1 knock found onto Shadow. Devon is low, gets the heal off. Kings is there, but they're on the deck, looking for these heals, and over the field and far away, it's Upgrade to come and ruin their day. They play close, and it's Ramses to lead the charge. Ram straight on into the compound. KZE last to go, and it's Upgrade
UPG
all
won.
the way for a second
The
chicken
UPG was just vibing, dude. They had no one around them. Everybody else is in them fucking each other over.
Through the field, they spot their opportunity, and they are sharp with it. You've got to give it to Devon, though. Fantastic hold on that side. He knew the plan, the Divergent coming up with, but Upgrade had been waiting in the wings. Several fantastic rotations to awesome aim to that end game. Beautiful stuff from Upgrade.
What a shutdown on that game. They took dynamic options in that late game situation. Blank, whilst that fight on the south side was happening, they routed the north side hold. They had oversight on everything they needed to, and that crash across the field, perfectly timed.
Honestly, Ruzin was cruising that game all the way through. Very, very well done to that squad. You love to see it as well here in Uzbekistan. The Uzbek team just having an absolute blinder of a day today, a much needed day. And this could mean that by the end of it, we have 4 Uzbekistan teams going through to the main event out of 4.
a 100% qualification rate. Let's take a look at this lineup. Devan, absolute domination on that sideline. What a spray down. This pick from Dynamo, though, or maybe it came through from Upgrade, I'm not entirely sure, was able to get that opener, and this is when Upgrade knew they had this fight. They were able to make it work. It was fantastic, phenomenal crossing, and Ruzen was cruising to the bruising of everyone in the way.
Let's go!
Great! Back to
we
back.
Go dope.
Go
shit lagging.
There's a reason why they didn't have this flag with them, because they let us borrow it. So congratulations, Upgrade. That is back-to-back chicken dinners for this team, a team that definitely... Oh, you can give it back.
Dang.
Damn it. But okay, seriously, last year of Japan, year of South Korea, stepping up big time after really never doing anything in global events. Is this the start of the year of Uzbekistan? Chances are that it's definitely happening today, and that might be able to start and continue for the rest of the year.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look at the stats here from this team. Really good stats.
Five eliminations, 3 elims, 4 elims. Buzz was there in spirit, but it doesn't matter at the end because the timing of that final third-party inhibitor was absolutely perfect.
Oh, I got so hyped for that one. I loved it so much because 7 was like, okay, you need to push it. And then they got in those vehicles and they started their roll. And it was like, yes, here we go. This is the PUBG Mobile we want to be seeing here.
It was one of those moments where sometimes those teams tend to hesitate a little bit, and it can be the downfall for them. For that team to see that, that's exactly what you want to see, Max.
You have a circle finish near Yasnai Polyana. Keep in mind, Upgrade drop in Yasnai Polyana. If there's any game where you're like confident they need to get at least a top 3 finish, it is going to be a circle finish like this. The timing was on point. They were getting involved in very, very impactful fights to gain space in these circles, especially that northern fight in the fields. They win from that position, and off the back of that, get roof control, get a lot of information, see the fight happening thanks to that information, and go for the big game-winning third party.
At the beginning of the day, the only Uzbekistan team that wasn't in the top 7, that yesterday had a bit of a slump, today they're showing why they are such a just... everybody just follows them, but look at the top players right here. I mean,
what is going on, man? Uzbekistan, like, genuinely, what the hell is happening?
Literally,
like,
I mean,
what? I mean, if you're Helion genuinely in that right now, they're like, maybe this training of the prelims is gonna come and bite us where I'm thinking.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely. I mean, not only do we have already one pretty darn good team going to that main event, now we have so many more. Possibly, maybe, we're not done yet. We still have a few more games, but still, it is getting more and more obvious that these teams are not going to go away quietly.
Future Dope got 10 kill, winner wear chicken dinner next game. Think?
Completely honest, but yeah, Yasnai.
10 kill Dub?
Actually, this one, I'm really happy about the replays. Black Esports versus Go and FEs. What an absolute legend in this one. Not only getting the first, the second, the third elimination while he's on fire from that Molotov, by the way, he just starts hitting the sprint uphill, okay? And he's able to get to his 2 teammates to almost bled out, gets the double res back to a 4-man squad. Like, that is what you call MVP potential.
Absolutely. These legends, but ultimately it didn't end up working out for them. They did end up getting eliminated.
I know. So sad. But you know what? You win some, you lose some. That's for sure. Dope as well. Somebody that I really, really want to see step up a little bit more. They ended yesterday in 6th place, and as you see here, didn't go all that well. They've been a little bit slow for my liking in the first 3 games here. We're approaching that halfway point now. I would love to see them do a little bit more.
Yeah, T71 actually, they got 9 eliminations in this game, and they were just blasting, but unfortunately they encountered RA at some point. They just kind of slowed down the entire pace of their very own approach of this late game match. Very unfortunate, but look at this play. It's not even a bad play from DRG, because if you're going to crash anywhere, this entry point is actually good because you've got some good hiding spots. But Devon, with the spray on the UMP and then the nade follow-up, is just gets the 3 eliminations pretty much instantly.
Absolutely. I was going to say, can we
get better than all these teams? Yeah, like miles better. I think 0-2 would have like the same point gap they would have in NA, if not bigger.
Pretty awesome. And unfortunately for him, right, that just opened the gates for Upgrade to come swarming through, but it was a fantastic play nonetheless. He really knew exactly where to put it and how to time it.
Upgrade being able to secure those 22 points. KCE as well underage, Max. 15 points for this team.
Yeah, KZ underage. I mean, I think that they were a little bit sad after that previous game over on Orangle. Like, okay, we need to start being willing to hold down our strong foothold positions in the circle, which here, I mean, okay, I have to talk about Devon again. I'm sorry, guys. We're talking about Devon a lot. But he had the perfect angle because Actually, looking back, I think that Devon knew exactly what was the weak point of their compound. If they're going to crash anywhere, it's going to be here. I hear the car coming. Pre-cook the nade, chuck it on over in the corner, and then UMP into a nade knock, into another UMP knock. The timing of that from Devon alone was just so impactful in that fight.
It absolutely was. It was. But also Go and Ake here getting 3 and 2 points total for this game gives it a huge opportunity for other teams to catch up, and exactly this. Upgrade going into second place only by 1 point, but that is all you need. It's
dope off the first pitch.
Return.
That's what can happen in just 3 matches, Max.
That's insane.
Yeah, generally, after yesterday, I was like, there's no way we're going to see one of the other Uzbekistan teams take over Ake Cyber after what they did yesterday. And we were proven wrong by some of these squads, especially Upgrade. That after the Uzbekistan finals, I was like, oh, they're one of the top teams alongside Helion.
Yeah.
And they had a little bit of a slow start yesterday, but it happens to the best of us. They came back swinging today, back-to-back wins on clearly here Niptura, the most important battleground of them all, because you have 3 per day on that map. And yeah, so far this is definitely the day of comebacks we've been witnessing.
It absolutely is.
I was going to say, I want to see a little bit more there out of Ake, but one team that you were wondering what was going to happen with them, it was going to be NepX.
Yes.
I mean, that push that they did 1 by 1.
I know. I was really disappointed with that because NepX, they have been getting a really good trajectory. Unfortunately, here you see them in 9th place. They have dropped down. They were in, although actually they've gone up. They were in 10th place there, but with 30 points. So I really like what we've seen from them so far. They've done a little bit by little bit, right? In the first 2 games, they had 15 points compared to 30 in the first 6 games of yesterday. So they're outperforming themselves, but that 1 by 1 kind of negates all that, because I'm like, what are you doing?
We love the first fight versus Fenerbahce. They played it extremely well. Actually, Fenerbahce wasting so many shots in that, like, one metal beam in the building is quite unfortunate. But then they send it. The push itself was good. Makes a lot of sense. You're not in circle. They have a spot in circle. You commit to the crash. As a full team, the kind of lead up to that is a 10 out of 10. And then when they start going upstairs, which you know is the weakness of a full squad, because you're just asking to get shotgun to the face. And the 1 by 1 you talked about here, Niptura, just make the entire game plan crumble.
Max, you really wanted to see was this defense right here from DRG.
Yeah, DRG, as they do approach then this little rich position to the east of Yasnaya, which is a very solid spot to hold on to, they are instantly weakened because a lot of teams are aware that that spot is going to be strong, taking shots, and even see the off angle of Devon, actually, of KZ Underage over to the northeastern side of currently your screen. Northeast side of your screen.
Yeah, I got 30 chapters left in my mono.
And a lot of utility instantly comes out from DRG to keep themselves alive, go for the revive on their knocked teammate, and then you're just able to get back to a kind of calm state and then start putting your focus on getting information and thinking what our next move in this match might just be.
I'll have to say, though, I got to go back to the winners, the back-to-back winners here on Erangel. Upgrade, the decision-making that we saw there in Niptura, I feel like we definitely got to give them a little bit more props because teams tend to hesitate with that.
So much.
And that split second where we're like, please start pushing now. They actually got into their vehicles. It's like they were listening to us. Obviously, they weren't, but it's like they were listening to us. They went for it.
They absolutely went for it, and they started that control really, really early as well, 7, right? They came right in onto that north side. They tried to control as much of that area as possible. They're sending 1, they're sending 2 players out just bit by bit, incrementally, third-partying where they need to, crashing where they need to, eventually getting that entire north side to themselves. And then again, that perfect timing coming through. At that point, it's almost easy because you've already got that momentum of a great game. Now it's just that final push, and it's so, so nice to see them do that right timing exactly when they needed to, and they had that gun skill to back it up.
Yeah, can we agree we do call this the day of comebacks because it feels like that's kind of the big storyline we've been witnessing. Still waiting for T2K. Okay, I know the fans of T2K don't like it when I say their name in chat, so a few angry people in the chat. Sorry, I have to talk about them. It is my job after all. But that's the only team I'm really looking at currently. But so many step-ups.
UPG, the back-to-back wins, bro? Did they win 3 in a row? 3 today? 3 today would be kind of hard.
You're talking about Go, you want to see them being willing to take fights. They've been doing that so far. Upgrade, going for these like splits that are very interesting, that you mentioned also earlier. So far, the step-up in gameplay is massive, which 7 is very important as you head into the main event. This training is going to give them a chance to compete against the best teams in the world of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Whoa. Let's bring it down a notch here, okay? We still have 3 more matches left. Anything can happen here. We just saw what a team was able to do in 3 matches, and with 3 matches left, I don't know what's going to happen. I honestly don't. By the way, for everybody currently watching, make sure you guys check out the Player Worldwide are truly checking in with the World of Wonder maps and enter the map ID 12123503. Immerse yourself in full panoramic experience of the PMGO Uzbekistan offline tournament without leaving your home. Stay your virtual venue tour now. I want to start it, actually. Have you been able to do it yet, Max?
There was one for PMWC, which I did go into, and I was like, I went there. That's so cool. I was there. I was in that exact spot. That was my chair. But you can actually go check it out right now if you weren't able to make it to the venue. You can be in the venue in spirit, in game.
Nice.
Pretty nice.
There's also, I mean, besides that, there's also so much more cool stuff as well.
Yeah.
When you go into World of Wonder, there's a lot of stuff. But let's bring it back here a little bit towards these teams that are fighting for that main event. I'm excited to see how they are going to be performing here in this last 3 games. The last Erangel, for anybody that needs the points, they need to get them now. So we're going to be sending it over to the commentators, John Allen and Black.
Can't forget what you did to me and threatened me not to tell anyone. What did I do?
Of course, we'll be more than happy to bring you guys every single beat of this next Erangel, and in fact, as he highlighted, the last Erangel of the prelims.
Final one to pick up some more points for yourself going into the 2 Miramars, which will cap it all off. Who will make it into the top 7? That is a question on everybody's minds, and will it be 4 teams coming through from Uzbekistan to make that feat work? I think they'd be happy for it. I think the crowd would be very happy for it. We're starting again. Pretty much a very similar playing path to what we had last time from Severny down towards Novodevnoye. Last game was very far up towards the northeast side of the map, but Upgrade did a fantastic job. I think always starting from the S9 does give you a very nice, basically landing point at the start of the game to kick off from. But they played that end game really well. I think KZE had some missteps. I think when you look at it, Ray Gods as well as Devon, I don't think they should be taking those angles. It was inevitable that at some point Divergent was going to crash onto you with the amount of smokes that they were unleashing. You weren't likely to get too many shots. I think Devon's off angle was probably the only one that I really agreed with because it was covered up from that north side. But yeah, as soon as they lose Ray Gods, it's a big misstep. Because crashing that compound on that side with Devon holding that angle.
What do you think cutoff is for top 7? I don't know, probably whatever 7th place is.
It's just a big kick in the teeth.
Whatever point 7 to get to the end of the 12 games is probably the cutoff.
Much harder than it needed to be up against Divergent. Looking at this game though, we will put the past in the past as we head back up towards the north side of the map with T2K actually having a fairly good starting point.
Also looking at Divergent getting carried on the drop here. Action running low on that micro Izzy, so can't really do too much. They're just grabbing those vehicles. It's a little bit of a vehicle hot drop here, so don't expect too much more to pop off from this one. A similar sort of plane to circle situation on this, but you're right, it's shifted further over to that west side. I'll be interested to see how the dynamic on the west edge goes, right? Because that's what we saw with GOAT Quality, with Akicyber, with R8 in that last game. Kind of getting embroiled with one another, right? And getting stuck in the mud of this fight. R8, in fact, doing something a little bit wonky, a little bit wacky. Did pan out for them in the end, but moving down to try and find the remnants of GOAT Quality, maybe not the best idea, but again, it did kind of work out towards the end.
I mean, Akicyber just fumbles the push into the circle. I mean, if they'd stuck with it, they would have held that fielded area and possibly even won the game from that location if they hadn't left admin behind, if they hadn't had a case where the players going into the circle all just split off. And I think it was a case where you just needed to find somewhere and sit in it. I think that north side of the field would have been the place that I would have chosen personally. Instead, they drop off into a 3-man split, which I just don't think was ideal. On the other side of the map, there is a change coming through from Black Esports. Instead of trying to loot above box compound, they realize that GOAT is looking for solo players now. So instead, they're just going to head over towards North George, and GOAT sets down towards the south side, just picks up Gatka, seeing no opportunity there. So good adjustment coming through from Black Esports.
Yeah, they are looking to try and keep up the pace. They're in 4th place right now, Blank. They're not too far ahead of the bubble, but they do have a, what is that, an 11-point buffer right now over Fenerbahce, who has 56 points in 7th place. It's not completely safe, but we're starting to get to the point where teams like GOAT Quality are going to be a lot safer, right? They're starting to get into the realms of almost confirmed, not quite just yet. And if you guys want to keep track of all of these teams and their stats, everything that you could possibly want, all of that information is available to you on our new official vertical stream, available on PUBG Mobile Esports on both YouTube and TikTok. It has the player tables, sorry, the score tables for the teams. It has the player cams. It has a bit of a map feed as well, and that main stream in the middle. So you get all of that information in one easy vertical format. You can also take a look at our dedicated map feed, the official map feed available on PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube, where you can stay ahead of every single rotation these players are making. You can watch as they take their steps, potentially, towards the finals tomorrow.
Diversion over towards that northeast side at the moment. This is a team that I want to keep an eye on because they are falling out from that top 7 at the moment, currently in 10th place with 45 points. Not impossible to get back up there. It is an 11-point gap though, but Diversion has been making it fairly consistently towards his end games, just not picking up a huge amount of points because we are.
I think the cutoff's gonna be like 70-ish, 75, maybe 70.
Getting those chicken dinners in the first place. So we'll see how this does pan out for Divergent going forward. They are on the northeast side, so there is a good potential they have strong positionings going forward.
Go quality. Going step by step. Over towards that northern side and making sure that they're taking a methodical approach to this rotation. Not going to get embroiled this time with Akicyber and with R8. The circle being further to the west does aid in that. The teams aren't going to stagnate too long, and they'll have a little bit more opportunity to play late into this one. So a change up on that western side as GOAT quality break that deadlock that happened in the last game early.
K21, northern side, pushing through. But go with a much more central position this time around. They were able to escape quickly. And I think that, again, it is one of those things where last game, because they went for that slightly awkward play, I think that's what trips Black Esports up, as well as RA on that awkward beginning of the game. So go.
We decided it's a good idea to send dope PUBG Mobile because they made it where no pros can play.
You know, it's not optimal sending away from our original position. It messes with our initial rotate anyway through teams that we know roughly where they're playing. This time around, they skip all the preamble at the start and will just go straight for playing in a strong spot. And that's what really has put them on the top of the tables. Yes, they're in first place at the moment, but it's not something you want to move away from, especially in preparation for main event, because it's almost certain that this team is going to be going through.
Certainly is seeming more and more likely. With 3 matches left to play, the bubble, you could expect it to maybe move 6 points or so every single match. So in theory, you're looking at that bubble increasing by maybe up to 18 points over these next few matches. So if you add 18 to 56, what does that get you, Blank? Of course, it gets you
84.
to 76.
84 guys.
More 84.
84.
Yeah, I couldn't do that math on the fly. I did all of it before, but you actually nailed the last bit there. I was completely floundering.
Oh.
But GOAT quality, not quite at that metric, so maybe looking to put a few more points on the board, but only needing to get 4. That's quite likely.
You're so confident as well.
I was so confident. Hey, you know what? It happens to the best of us.
It does, it does.
And I am the best of us.
Let this mark the day that I was better at maths than John.
Wow.
Doesn't happen often.
It's really warm.
That's fair enough. It is very hot. Upgrade, 72 points though in 2nd place. You wouldn't believe it at the start of the day, but here they are. Really, really well done to them. I think the crowd should be extremely happy with their boys. And there is a big turnout for Upgrade actually here in the crowd. Teams coalescing. I think this is the first time in a while that I've actually seen so many squads actually trying to set themselves up for a late game this time around, which is nice to see. KZE a little bit slow on the uptick here, down towards Sosnovka. Still haven't left the island just yet. And KZE is an important team to be looking at. Currently in 8th place, 55 points, just 1 away from 7th place on Fenerbahce, who's currently on 56. Fenerbahce was doing quite well at the beginning of the day here. They likewise have dropped down. And I think for Fenerbahce, that's purely because risks aren't being taken, and we're getting into that final sprint now where teams, you know, they're throwing everything at the wall, seeing what sticks. Next circle comes through, and GOAT does benefit.
What's going on Sosnovka?
This is what I'm saying. I think...
What are they doing?
I'm not sure what both teams are doing here. Again, for Ikerd, I think this is a mistake, personally. It's like you hold the western side. You should really be taking the Western Bridge. But again, if I'm looking even deeper into this, I'm thinking like 8 steps in front.
Okay.
For Icurd, likely taking the Eastern Bridge because they're assuming that KZE should have already left anyway, so it should be a free crossing. So,
oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear, Ali spotted, and now Icurd are aware of this presence behind them. The KZE, they still have to move in behind them.
I would hold them out.
Yeah, that might be wise. Unless KZE go for the West Bridge.
Wish they may.
It looks like that's what they're doing.
Oh, it's a bad...
That's crazy. That's like 7 head plays right there. AKE Cyber though. Oh no, they've come up against action. And they are starting to slip time and time again. They are just being found. Unforced errors for Maki Cyber.
Was there an argument between the team last night? Like, gone from one of the most disciplined, synergistic teams in the lobby to floundering at this point in time. It's something that even on the stage we praised them for earlier on. It's a wild turn of events, and I can't quite put my finger on it. I really cannot, because something has happened between yesterday and today. And again, it may just be pressure. It might be nerves.
I've figured it out, Black. 56 plus 18 is 74.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is 74.
It's 74.
You said 76 though.
I said something completely wrong.
Yeah.
And you...
I was so confident.
Yeah, we were...
84.
We both got that completely wrong. But it is, in fact, 74, where I'm sort of expecting this bubble to end up.
We were like in the middle.
Yeah, we were average us out. We're still dead wrong, but we
were close.
We figured it out now, and that's what's important. So I'm thinking that that's where we may see the bubble.
74.
Could be a little bit lower if you expect the bubble to raise by 5 points a match. So between 70 and 75 is where this bubble I think is going to end up.
70
They qualified for it?
70 to 75. That is my official guess.
Dude, 24, this shit's so goddamn boring to watch, bro. Like, these guys are so bad, dude. And I'm over here reading manhwa, dude. Like, bro, I got my mama pulled up there and fucking read. I'm not even paying attention to the game, dude.
-5.
I'll start paying attention to the late game.
About 70 to 75.
I'm calling 76 though.
Okay, you think it's going to be 76 on the bubble? You think
Yeah.
there's going to be 20 points earned by Fenerbahce in the next 3 matches?
Doesn't necessarily have to be Fenerbahce.
That is true. But a Fenerbahce-like team needs to earn that many.
Yeah, exactly.
We're in Pollux.
Upgrade on the prowl. They already have Molodoi across, but yeah, this is not an enjoyable circle. I mean, it's less bad than if it was head further over towards that western side and on that middle island.
Not gonna lie, I'm trimming my pubes and got you on, so no one hears. That's
on that northern side, playing on the bank, does give you a lot of cover
that's
as well
kinda
for
wild.
those southern teams and gives you that opportunity to move across later on, should you need to. Black Esports make their way over towards the edge
Any
side.
interesting one you're reading? I'm reading the beginning after the end. I think it's definitely my #1 manhwa that I've read so far.
I really
But I've only read like 5.
What's that? 9 games to figure out, but we're here now.
Absolutely. A lot of these teams are on the south side, though, Blank. It is so much...
These are like all the
right
ones I've been reading.
We've got 4 or 5 teams on
Tower
the
of God's
side.
definitely up there, but it's still so many chapters, dude. It's taking me so long. I've taken a break from it.
We've also got Divergent as well up there, as well as Black Esports. These teams are in fairly secure locations. You imagine Train to Kill, they're going to be fairly easily pushing down south. In the meantime, everybody on this south side is going to be fighting. And in the Roshok Hills, Fenerbahce hold an outpost. However, in the main town itself, Aki Cyber, with 2 players remaining, have one of them knocked.
Aki Cyber, again, it's just... I don't know, man. Someone's off with this team. I'll put my finger on it, that's all. Alright, lose a player, or at least he's knocked for the moment. Action and the 721 aggressors currently in Sunken, with KZE making their way up just now. Taking a while to get here, but finally made it in. And Fenerbahce on a split between School and overseeing Rozog. Divergent though, and Upgrade. Ooh, a little bit of action against 2 of the teams. One team desperately wanting to stay in that top 7.
Oh, it's great they're making an anime for it? Nah, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. There is no anime for it.
Bubble bracket. Divergent not so lucky. Noisy is down, but you can't really.
The anime is not real, dude. It's
fake.
fake.
A little bit more assurance, a little bit more security. Upgrade have got another player coming on through as well. You can see Ruzen's regrouping from that northeast side. Going to be moving towards the rest of the team rather than holding an off angle though, because Train to Kill are waiting in the wings just beyond that blank on the north edge. Buzz is a backstop for Upgrade towards the river, and they're not pulling the trigger on going for this crash just yet.
Not just yet at all. Action.
I hate fighting in Watertown, bro. Fighting in Watertown was my least favorite thing whenever I had to do it.
Up against one another. Good molly from Yonik. Will find the flush. So Action in a rough position now.
Full screen? Yeah, no, I didn't notice until now.
Thought south of the river were a dead split even, and that's what we get.
All right, this is a good spot for Dope. Dope takes the compounds right here. They hold this. They look for KPs. They have shoreline access for later.
Where you've just got to choose one and fight for a position.
If it shifts over here, then they're actually just hard fucked. But like if it shifts anywhere in this area, anywhere over here, they're chilling. Anywhere over here,
very
goodbye.
Pleased with the way their rotation has panned out. I think that it's a nice adjustment from their last game.
Yeah, there's first, dude. Oh no, so I had never read the beginning after end until I saw episode 1. So I saw episode 1 of the beginning after end. I heard like it was an insanely good manhwa. So I was like, oh, I'm hyped about this, you know. And the animation was so bad that I literally stopped watching episode 1 and picked up the manhwa. And now I'm on chapter 187 right now. Who the fuck breathed down my ear?
No, my fault, man.
Not going to find it, and now Ruza with an aid onto the inside, but he gets caught in the crossfire. He's traded off, however, and Molodoi on a low HP position can't really continue this one just yet. Maybe Divergent can find something. The answer is it sending more in?
He blew the car
I
up?
don't think it
Wait,
is.
what?
Blank, they're
He
starting
did blow
to
the
fall.
car up.
It's all up to Buzz, and he's low. He's going down, and he's full.
Oh, UPG dead, dude.
Gas station.
Good stuff from Divergent, immediately dropping the smoke cover. Very necessary there. Honestly, Upgrade's assault onto that building was really nice. Using the Molotov to cramp him into a corner. Just unfortunate that Molodoi only had the one nade in the pocket. I think if he had a second one, it was a different story. Ruzen attempted to go in with the nade in hand, maybe looking to give his life, but take many more.
But you got to leave now fast from this location. Divergent don't have time to be dilly-dallying here. K21 are going to make it hard for them, as well as the off angle from Go Quality, who branch out, look for a peek at a third-party angle. Noisy down again. You just got to send away, but even that is going to be nigh on impossible. They will be taken down. They hold out Upgrade, but they fall in turn.
Goats currently sitting on that north side. Divergent out, unfortunately. 3 eliminations found, but that's about it. T2K taking down Black Esports, who have kind of struggled this game, I would say. Again, it's been a similar situation where teams are just not allowing squads to third party as much. They're realizing they were giving far too much away, and now Black Esports is suffering because of it.
Train to Kill now, Daniel to dispatch. Finding the shutdown. His teammate Pretam is far off on the south side. Not going to have an impact on this fight. And now Love has the third story high ground. Lord Cedric trying to find an answer through the window there, but not going to be able to find anything, unfortunately. Igneous with a rock of his own lobs it in through the window, but they've descended to the low ground of the garage.
First time in a while we see T2K.
Oh, this game's open.
Before, man. It might change very quickly, though. I'm not going to lie. Maybe I cursed them in that moment. So one play goes down on T2K on 3. Black Esports doing not a terrible job holding them off. They do have a 3-story, though, which is going to be good in terms of being able to rotate and providing cover, as well as information to the players underneath. Circle will close very shortly. Shots around the side. Loved. Again, you're peaking as a soul, though. It's just a 1v2. You have other players there. You need to communicate that stuff.
And Zeptimus even gets the heal off. Rules, a nade goes way long there, and Lord Cedric has got that auto shot. He's lining it up. Oh, beautiful ping through the smoke. Able to get the shutdown and stay alive, stay up and kicking. Lord Cedric has the backup now, and there's no nades left up on the high ground. Sure, you've got the third party, but now, sorry, the third story, but it's just going to be isolatory right now. Not going to have any teammates to play around.
I mean, AJ, technically, I would say, even with all the big names on this team have been called out, I think he's been playing the best on the squad. Pretty pleased with him. Now, Goat has moved across. They've heard the commotion happening over towards that western side, and Effie sets himself up. This guy loves playing flanks. He's a fiend for it, honestly.
I think they're aware. Oh, look at that. A send out in the vehicle coming through from the last player from Trained to Kill, and actually in hot pursuit of Pretam, the last player for Exotics. This north side has fairly resolved itself, and Black Esports as a duo may have GOAT quality to contend with on this north side, but potentially could share it. The circle still splits this river, splits the difference as it forces the teams on the south side even closer to one another. We haven't really been tuned into this because everybody has just been slowly compressing themselves inside of Roshok. Now is when that pressure is fit to burst.
Yeah, I think if you're GOAT though, you definitely want to clear out all the teams on this northern side. It gives you so much advantageous positioning if you can get rid of everyone, be the sole controller of the north side, especially if this shifts over towards the north as well. You're looking extremely good for yourself, which is why Black Esports is giving so much room to go at the moment. They realize that they are the landlord and they are just the tenants on this north side. R8 taking shots outwards, keeping teams at bay. Again, I said I love this position earlier on. It's always strong to work with. Nepex takes the high ground, but R8 much more comfortable with a position that allows them to rotate more evenly and have a stronger presence over the circle.
Right now, Blank, I think that a team that is maybe in a sleeper very strong position is Dope. They have the option to go to that bank on the east side and maybe contest for the bridge position, which I think is going to be one of the most prolific positions in these final circles. A lot of cover afforded to you. It seems a little bit difficult at some points, but I think Dope with 4 players, if they get control of that bridge, could do a lot in this match.
Yeah, it's one of those positions you kind of want to go to if it's your last resort, right? It can help you live things out. I don't think it's the position that gives you the winning play though, but it certainly could be an option for Dope in the future. I think the team that I'm most surprised about is KZE on this south side. I mean, I think that they had a series of blunders at the beginning of the game. Getting this far in is nice.
With the challenge over towards Ego, but not going to be able to do anything. Lord Cedric already fallen.
Everyone VC go? No clue. They just disappeared.
The remnants of Black Esports. They
Gameplay's so boring, really. No one cares.
With 2 matches of theirs left to play, they will be able to push a little bit up and over. You'd hope that they can beat the bubble, but we'll have to wait and see because it is not done and dusted just yet. Circle keeps a little bit of the north side in, but those hills start to slope away and become a broadside to the teams on the south.
Yeah, for GOAT now, life gets a little bit harder. But I think the big thing for GOAT at the moment is the fact that they get to live this game out for quite some time.
Dude, Dope, 15 kill win. I've never seen them lose these.
Crossing through apartments, who are going to struggle the most going forward.
Dope should get like 5 kills right here. Not 5, but like 2.
They're all in one spot right now.
Should go the iCard guy, the AKE guy, and maybe some of the KZE people.
Again, I think for R8, they haven't had to move all that much at all, but I think they chose their location very well, very early on into the game. And it's, again, about that priority.
How's that GOAT's doing?
Here, so they're happy to pick it up, and it's going to be an extreme boom for them going forward. 721 aggressors, they're over towards that western side.
Oh, no, they fell off.
Actually get up all the way towards this little ridge that sits just to the west of R8, and somewhat coexist, but that requires teams on the north not to shoot at them.
Which is not a safe bet, let's put it that way. It is very unlikely that a team sees you not going to shoot at you with this scenario. KZ making the break forwards. They did manage to tag onto Nepex. That was res, but that reduces the sightlines. KZ into the water, and they're going to play in the drink, try and survive on the swim.
720 Butchers, we going for that one. Yeah, this is an odd play on KZE.
First of all, goes down to R8.
I mean, if you've got vehicles, I think you just play underneath Nepex and then try and take shots over towards the 721 aggressors. It's like a premature end to KZE's game.
Either way, that is one less team in the lobby for the rest of our contenders.
Could even wrapped over towards 721, just try to take a fight there, but alas.
Oh.
GOAT moving across. Good timing from them.
Are they going for R8?
No, they won't go for R8 yet, but they can play on this bank side. They're going to send up SK Tom.
Oh no, spotted. on the back lines by K21 under the bridge.
I mean, fair enough.
I've been benched. Bro got 2 games in and got benched, bro. Rip my goat, dude.
That they consider that a win.
Who got benched?
Up with 3.
Ivan.
Now, RA does have to be pretty
Goat.
quick with
He got benched after game 2, dude. I was pissed, bro. Like, I was ready to watch bro lock in and win. Oh, I just got a virus on my PC.
Both now.
Let's close this. This is what I get for using illegal manga sites.
Quickly slamming that US into the back pedal and immediately.
R8 Loki should win this. Like, they've just been getting zoned over and over and over. Okay. There should be no reason that guy dies.
R8 trade it off, but will GOAT use that time to move forwards and put pressure onto R8?
It's got to be one of the funniest players.
What does Dope win? Chat, do we see a Dope win?
Having the nade out in hand, there's 2 smokes out the front, perfect opportunity to throw that thing. And I'm pretty sure in that situation, SK-Ton is just like, I don't have it in me. I don't have it in me. He has to wander back and pays the price for it. I think you got to hold your ground there, man. You got to hold your ground. It does give GOAT a position. Fantastic rotate from GOAT to get towards this warehouse. And now R8 is really stuck in position there. I think realistically, if you are R8, you sort of want to pull off the 2-2 split. You don't want to play off a 3-1.
It's difficult, isn't it? But I think arguably moving SK-Ton back actually gives them more security, because if they allow GOAT in, they're holding that warehouse almost for them. They're creating that buffer zone, and you're getting RA into the late game, right? You're confirming basically a top 2 or 3 by doing that. By allowing another team there, sure, you have close, dangerous neighbors, but you can deal with them later. Get a top 2 position, secure some of those points on the placement, get across that bubble, and just play it a little bit safer. Maybe not a game-winning play, but a points-earning one, potentially.
Yeah. The only problem with it is you just don't have any off angles when a crash comes through. It's like as soon as if they're on the building, you have some nades to bobble out the window. That's about it. But we'll see what happens. But I do agree with you though. I think it's one of those plays where it's like, look, definitely not the game-winning play, or at least the game-securing play, but this will get us towards a nice, solid position in terms of placements. Dope here, starting to move towards that northwest side, which is sort of expected from them. Trying to swing through any buildings they can. K21 did move off from that bridge. But yeah, definitely an.
Hopefully Dope gets enough points to reach 50. Dude, Dope needs like 10 points this game.
Again,
Pain? Dude, Pain turned the hack, so he's got 3 KPs, dude. Check his phone. Check his phone right now.
Didn't expect the backstab from the bridge trolls, K21, but now they've started to resurge, and K21 playing on the hillside. I feel like Marco is going to bite off more than he can chew if he stays there for too long, and actually backs off of it because Dope are moving in. They're 4 players, and this is where GOAT are going to get tested, right? With K21 controlling potentially some of those off angles. You can't really run out the back of this warehouse straight into R8. It's going to be a full face fight against Dope with K21 as an off angle. It's really hard for Dope to make this crossing.
I mean, these have been some bad trades coming through from RA. Like, you shouldn't be losing players off that, and it's a good timing coming from GOAT. They notice that a player has gone down, so they try and confirm it with a nade. Respect to that. I mean, I think for GOAT,
and to sit out 2 games to get the EXE files facts.
Pressure on over towards R8 here, because if they get pinched from the eastern side, then R8 is going to be happy to start tossing nades into the warehouse.
Butcher trying to stay down in the dirt for now against this bombardment from R8. You can see, actually, for Ida, no armor on the body and very damaged helmet as well. They've been through the thick of it in these scraps. Nepex putting pressure onto Dope. They wanted a third party to roll up and instead go for the full face fight. Baby Tang is low, but gets that heal off. The first aid is there. Mukesh is off in the high ground, but that's not going to matter on the inside fights here. Rex and Precious now into the building on the ground floor. Baby Tang goes upstairs, but Guliang stays down on the low ground. Pain and Manbei.
If Dope doesn't win this game, I'm flying it right now. Facts.
Suppress this crossing, and they go for the full face. But both players on both teams
Where do they get
fall on the inside. Dope in a closer position to go for these reses, but Mukesh is trying to pick up the points.
They lost 2.
Here, you have to get involved, like a little bit, because you know that if they hit the eastern side as well, it's going to get very difficult. So GOAT needs to have some kind of an impact on this fight, which it looks like that they're trying to set themselves up for. Even if it's just a quick peek at the start here. I mean, Nepex as well as Dope are effectively taking each other out. they will get some points for that one. Not a second place, but 721 Aggressors not too unhappy. It was a pretty difficult position to play, but they will find a decent result from that one. Goat get the centralized position in the circle. You wouldn't have expected it, but that's how things break down. And we're heading into the final circle, in which case Goat is very, very happy.
I think the center of the circle may just be outside of the warehouse though, Blank. I think it's just out to the north edge of it.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter considering everyone else has to.
It's true, but if they can just keep Go inside the warehouse.
I mean, that's bad.
I mean, that stops any off angle from K21. They want to move up to the edge here, but...
Yeah, they should have naded and just chilled on the area right here. There was some smokes to cut off the sight lines and just chilled right there.
Anyway.
And then let them die to zone, or, you know, they're going to walk in, but they're going to get farmed.
To a spray, that's K21. I mean, that smoke wall's not going to keep you safe there, unfortunately, and they are going to start to run out. Look at Mambe as well for Dope, playing around the edge, looking for a third party. Marth up to the wall, but Ephius, he's going to get spotted by Mambe as soon as that smoke clears. It's dissipated. Oh, he was on the inside. Okay, yes. I thought he was on the outside there, and Marth does go down to Ephius. Another player falls for R8.
Wait, why are they pushing this side? Why don't they just play this backside?
Down on his belly, falls first, and now Dope trying to move on through. K21 can spoil it all though, and Paya moving on in. Dope falls next. Around the edge, can they control it? Low health bars here. Marco waiting for the nade. The shotgun's on the outside, and it closes outside the warehouse.
They could have just played the backside of the barn, like it's still inside zone over here.
Down the hill there.
And then they could have came in from the barn and like held them. I got nades. Don't play.
Decision here. That's a good molly to move out front side. Marco loses the cover of the smoke. I think meds are absolutely limited here for Go. But this is a smart play, is allowing the circle to push Paya out of position, drop the smokes outside, and then push wide.
Marco.
What is Marco doing?
On the ridgeline, he had a nade. I don't know what he's doing. Is he there?
Oh,
Marco,
disconnected.
Hello? Marco, no!
Disconnected, bro. What?
I mean, it's a chicken dinner. But it was no resistance to it. Go
Mickey Mouse win. Marco with a clutch.
Mickey Mouse win.
But in the end, they get it anyway. Marco on the ridgeline drops his phone. I don't know.
Marco's just staring off into space. I mean, Go's happy to eject him from this spaceship, but okay.
I felt like they had it as well with a nade in the right place. Two players from Goat go down.
I mean, for K21, I don't think they had anything. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Utility-wise, I don't think K21 had anything. They were sat underneath the bridge.
No,
he
did have a nade. He had one nade left. He was waiting to pull it.
Okay. But still, pushing wide like that, I think is the right. Honestly, for Go, they play a masterclass of a game. I think that they took the risks that were necessary, especially crossing the bridge. I'm pretty sure they understood there was probably a team underneath the bridge there. If they lose a player, fair enough, but we just need to get towards that bank. R8 giving up the warehouse like that just felt off to me. But overall, at least giving it up with no resistance. The fact that SK-Ton just wanders back after pulling the nade out, they could have been big there. And it just screams a lack of confidence.
They would get +1 compensation point for this. Dude, what if I just disconnect from the match every time I'm about to die? New method. New method. Let's go.
That's when you have to go for that maneuver.
How would you get out of 15th place?
Of the game. Ego's like, what's happened there?
He'll take it though.
I would have saw him standing still and went for the pan, just to disrespect, even harder.
To the finals here, as we take a look at the stats, a fairly even split, nice damage chunks across the board. Even the player who went down as they went for that early rotate, it planned out well for them. But we are going to be heading over to the stage for a little interview with Ida and Barney. We'll see you guys over on the stage.
Welcome to the main stage. I've got Ida here from R8 Esports, and of course, another familiar face to my left is, of course, Sandstorm as well, to translate for us. Now, Ida, I've got to talk to you about the first game of today, Sandhawk. It was very different to the Sandhawk we had yesterday. You chose to hot drop with the 721 Aggressor again. What was the decision behind that? Because obviously it paid off this time.
Did he change outfits?
ايش كانت الفكره؟ هل كانت الفكره الانتقام ولا بدكم تثبتوا شغله في المباراه؟ ايش كانت الخطه؟
الخطه كانت انه هذه مكان نزلتنا من تقريبا 3 سنين،
فما راح نتخلى عنها بأي بطولة.
The thing is, this has been our drop spot for 3 years. We're not going to give it up that easily, regardless.
Fair enough. High risk, high reward. Now, finally, before I let you go, I just want to talk to you about kind of the standard of play. Yesterday, you obviously didn't really play up to your usual standard, and today, you've come out swinging. What changed between yesterday and today? What have you changed maybe tactically?
تقدر تحكينا على الاختلاف بين الاداء لانه عندكم اليوم الاول كان صعب شوي، اليوم الثاني اجيتوا بدايه تشيكن دينر واداء قوي جدا مقارنه باليوم الاول، فايش اللي اختلف من ناحيه التكتيك للفريق؟
تقريبا اغلب التيمات ما لعبنا معهم كثير، وتقريبا اول مره نلعب معهم، اغلب الفرق كانت اوزبكيه فما كنا نلعب معهم كثير. امس كانت بس دراسه واليوم الحلول تكون.
So it's because we didn't really get the chance to play against a lot of the teams that are participating, specifically the Uzbekistani teams, and they have come out very, very strong at this stage as well. It's just the lack of opportunities to practice with them. They were participating yesterday, and for us, it was a lot of watching them, studying them, seeing their play styles, and the impact itself speaks on this stage.
Well, your adaptation has been absolutely brilliant on the fly. Thank you so much for joining us in this post-match interview. Thank you so much for joining us as well, Sandstorm. And for now, we're going to head back over to the analysts to keep breaking things down.
Dope top 10 in finals? Hell yeah.
I agree with Barney. Because Barney, their adaptation has been spectacular. And I mean, the Uzbekistan teams have just been performing so well in front of them. But we got to talk about GOAT quality. We'll be able to get a chance and talk about a little bit more of some of the stuff that they were able to do throughout that match. But my goodness, this team is starting to show me that they are going to be ready for that main event.
I want to echo what Nipchura was talking about earlier today, right? Waiting to see GOAT quality be more aggressive. And have they kind of reached those expectations you initially had for them now?
Yes, 100%. This is exactly what I wanted to see from them. They're continuing and continuing. There's no hesitation.
Another MVP from Mambe?
They take it, and that's what
2 MVPs from
We knew they had the
Mambe?
skill. We knew they had the strategy. I just wanted to see that.
I think Mambe might be the GOAT, dude. Like, can we just confirm him as the North American GOAT?
Good map knowledge and terrain knowledge.
My.
Like, I've never seen a better player than this dude.
Black Esport.
Yes.
I think that those are two teams that, for me, macro is absolutely.
Really good bacon game.
Can compete.
How you doing,
They
dude?
do make it the entire way, but looking at some of the top players, IDAM Prestige. When you're looking at RA Esport, those are the two names to just keep coming back in and out of the conversation. And this time,
Didn't Payne have
they're living
3
up to
kills?
those expectations. Nipchura and Main
Must have
Event
stole them.
have a little bit more hope that they can do well there.
Absolutely. Also,
I think Mambe went over there and farmed RA while they're all getting knocked from the other team.
Yeah.
That's something I wanted to see from them as well. I didn't get a chance to say it before the start of the game, but I was looking forward to Dope in this game, and they sort of delivered. I will say they fell a little bit short. I didn't quite like some of the things they did, but I will say one of the things I did really like from them is how they entered Rozhok right. They moved in from Garden. They came across.
No, you meant the first thing you said, Nipchura. You didn't like anything they did.
They kept the south side, but not too much. They didn't push. They didn't go too aggressive. They sat and they waited, and then they used Mambe to scout up to the north.
Well, we listening to qualifying Russ a bit. Just put myself in the eye. It hurts. It hurts bad, dude.
Get some points to maintain themselves there within at least the top.
I'm chilling,
It's
I'm
the
chilling.
conversation, right? Which
Yes.
is important. Top 7 is definitely achievable
It
for a
hurts.
lot of our squads, even some that maybe struggled heavily yesterday, even technically that struggled even at the start of today. There's still that one opportunity to pull off a pretty big comeback. But as we go through some of the replays, Upgrade. Unfortunately, the home crowd.
Dude, Mama might just be the GOAT, dude. Like, wasn't even, he was just a sub, dude.
So it's it's a lose-win situation. We get it up at the end of the day. We will take it, though. R8, they were in the hot seat for pretty much the entirety of this match, Nipchura. They were just playing that warehouse and building to the west of warehouse pretty much since phase 1, and then they relinquish it over to GOAT with an amazing push that we will analyze a bit more later on.
That the retreat though from the warehouse was actually really funny, but it was a nice play from them. I do like the regroup, but I just don't think they did enough, honestly. These smokes were fantastic. They blocked both sight lines coming in there, but they didn't use them. They were hesitant. They did the thing that both GOAT and Dope have done. They didn't time it right.
At step 1, you smoke. Step 2, we sleep.
Yeah,
we do nothing but
Step 2,
the timing was a
don't
bit
actually use the smoke to try to push up. They were outside of the smoke too. That was painful to see.
Yeah, I was really hoping to see a big push happening from that, but because of that, K21 kind of had an opportunity to push up, and because of that, do get a second place, but then we had some players just disconnecting mentally, just like me a little bit earlier in the green room. But go with the 21 points. And
how many games got left? 1, 2,
because of some of the top squads constantly
both the Miramars.
Oh, it's Miramars. Hell yeah, dude.
already a few
Dude,
teams.
Dope with a 13-point lead. They're on the comeback, bro. They're
To
locked
the
in
main
for these
event,
last
so the
two
number
games.
of spots remaining for that stage are dwindling very, very quickly.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely are. I also want to say,
Can't
again,
wait.
not to talk about them too much, but NetBank,
So excited.
10 points. They're stepping it
So
up.
excited
to go
Not in the
AFK for this
massive ways that
match.
we've seen from some of
It's
these other
exhilarating
teams,
gameplay.
like
Yeah,
Upgrade,
full screen
for
now for me.
instance,
Thanks.
but they're being very,
bro.
very
I've
consistent.
been watching like four TV shows at once.
Game so far. So
Yeah,
I
bro.
do want to see how
I'm going
those
AFK
lines go
for
for
this
them
one.
because it could
Not watching
actually give them a run for their money.
Upgrade not being able to follow up those back-to-back wins there out of them. And to be fair, I don't think we were going to end up getting that turkey that you've been...
Which one are you actually watching, Family Guy or the anime?
Back-to-back. 3 wins in a row there for Upgrade. This crowd would have went absolutely nuts.
Oh yeah, I would have loved to see that, honestly. Because I missed recording it this time, the last time. I would have loved if they got another win to actually be ready to record that, because they are awesome in those stands. It's so much fun to listen to.
It's really funny. Every time the R8 fans are like start to chant, they're just like, we can chant, but louder
We can
than
chant
you.
louder.
It's
They've
just,
actually started sitting up behind the R8 fans to drown them out completely. It's very funny.
I like it. I like the banter. You know what? As long as they keep it friendly, I'm all for it. One thing that we really want to point out, and you guys were talking about this during the match, is just GOAT showing that map knowledge. I kind of hinted at it earlier. We can actually show it to you now because the rotations were so good.
Yeah, I mean, so many good options here, but they go for, in my eyes, the best option. So we're going to be paying attention here to the side of GOAT quality with my little laser. Ding, 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 look over here. And they are going to be then onto the northern side. They already cleared so many teams at this point of the match, which means their back is clear.
Yep.
What is the next transition point for them when you can already see them pull off that rotation on your map feed? They just send it over the bridge entirely into this spot. And this spot is great for one single reason, is that this entire area is pretty much a ridge, meaning that teams such as R8, the side of Nepex, Dope, even to some extent T721 cannot visually see you over that ridge. So that means you can transition over the bridge, hold that position temporarily, and then look.
What the fuck am I looking at here? What are these circles?
They didn't even
I just
stay
got
there
back.
for too long right now, sure. They just start
How about Goat's rotation?
instantly, and then escate on into the car, reverse mode.
Dude, is that valid? Dude, Dope just got a 13-point game. Valid, get in the VC or I will beat you.
Yeah. It was very, very nice indeed. We really liked that. And also, it was preceded by some really nice timing to clear those teams that you mentioned before, right? The teams on their backside as well. So, very nice overall macro coming in from GOAT.
GOAT being able to be the first team to cross 100 points, and we'll see if it's going to be the only team to cross 100 points. But R8 as well, making a massive push there to top 2. Something that we need to focus, though, is how close that middle of the pack is going to be. You can see 7th place right there with 61 points. And
they went from the bottom to the top, bro.
5 points away.
Absolutely, and also I want
Dude,
to
Dope ain't even top 8. That's unfortunate.
They're not out of the woods yet either. Just over 10.
24 suck. That's why I'm saying, Peter, this 24 guy's not bum, dude. Why does he not have 3 KD in Titans, dude?
We'll see it fairly close once again. So it is, 56-56. It's a tie on 9th and 10th. So still all to play for here for these teams, for the majority of these teams for sure. We are looking like it's going to be a very spicy Miramar.
You know what? There's one player I have not seen enough of this tournament so far.
Do tell.
That is going to be Savian. I do not know where he has been currently for Fenerbahce. I've been having high expectations for him and his team, and as of right now, they're just not aggressive. A lot of times when we see them involved in a fight, they're the team getting breached, not the team breaching actively, which means that they're in good positions. That's a great thing to see, that like they're always in the circle and kind of in the conversation. But when it comes to fights, they just crumble so quickly. I need to see Fenerbahce do a last-ditch effort in these matches to actually get in top 7.
Something to keep an eye on is between 7th place and 14th place, the difference is just 23 points. One match can change that all. That's what I'm saying. And we do have 2 matches left. If for some reason one of these teams towards the middle of the pack, if they end up getting a win here, they could set themselves up to possibly secure that top 7.
They absolutely could. It is all to play for. I mean, it's going to be even as easy as somebody having a little bit of a rougher game and, you know, the team right behind them ready to get that full win in.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen here. A win, just even some good points, and maybe possibly a win at the end. Who knows what's going to happen? But just remember, the BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models or flexible financing options at the booth during the event, or visit bydauto.com, because I love that car. But you know what? Sorry, BYD. I need to move on to this one because it's just so close between these teams, man. Like, the fact that just one team could end up getting a win and just set themselves up to maybe have a much more relaxed end of the day here and secure themselves a spot to main event, that would be massive.
I mean, one game could just change the entire dynamic of this leaderboard. We could have even 2 teams push up in the top 7 in the last game. So we're now going to be heading into Miramar too, right? So the whole
class spooking, but you're gonna fail that shit anyway. Get in here.
Onto that new map. So we had some teams do really well. Black Esport in particular. Are they going to maintain their spot on Miramar? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll see if they're going to be performing. Miramar is coming. We'll find out after this break. Stay tuned.
Maxed out gear, tactics, wealth. I've got it all. I'm always so glorious in battle. Not even a speck of dust gets on me. A small boss is nothing. Want to ambush me? Impossible. No one is a match for me. This game is simple. Follow me, I'll make you rich.
What's got that level 5 armor on, dude?
Cashews for peanuts? Okay, that is facts though. Zex's QZZ could save NA. The fucking knockoff QZZ.
It's about to get a lot more intense as we're going to be going into the last two matches. In the heat of the battle, though, the Infinix GT20 Pro is able to provide pro-level speed, precision, and ultimately the seamless gameplay, being able to give the ultimate edge to players. This is the official gaming phone built to outplay the... Wait a second.
Hang on.
You guys don't have the
We don't have it. No.
Wait. Huh.
Hey.
Okay.
All right.
Seems like they want to take the device.
Give those back right away.
All right.
That's
one. Thank you. I appreciate it. And don't forget the vertical stream.
You got a third one.
Give me that one.
Yeah.
I'm just watching the vertical stream.
Yeah. Let me have it.
Respect that, though.
Yeah, that's
you guys
my
can
thing.
have it back. Yeah, don't forget to check out the vertical stream on TikTok and on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
Dang, I can't believe
You
guys
got a
were
longer
trying to
reach
steal
now,
the...
expected for a man of your stature.
Yeah. Thanks.
I never thought you'd get it back from me.
I really hard to like stretch out there. I even did the little step too.
Just hold it up here.
But
can't get it.
Luckily for you guys, it's not time yet. All right.
I know.
We do have to go.
I know.
Towards the schedule because there is 2 matches left. Miramar and Miramar, and you guys were saying there is one team that was able to perform really well yesterday.
Which one?
Black.
It was none other
okay,
than
Black. There you go. I was
Yeah.
like, where are we going from that one? I was still on Infinix for a second. No, Black Esport clearly showing that when it comes to map knowledge, I talked about them and how they're able to always find himself a good entry point. Miramar in particular, they give himself especially that final chicken dinner, which a lot of people would say, oh, it's just Black playing extremely well. I would also say there's a lot of teams also kind of having a few mistakes here and there. I think Blank had a conversation earlier, and it's a bit of both, realistically, looking at it. But when you compare their stats of yesterday to today, we are expecting them to at least get a lot of good points on that map.
Absolutely, yeah. They have been always there, but never there. You know what I mean? So far, they've always been in that kind of top 6, top 7 position. They're always in those final couple of zones, but they don't quite get far enough to get some serious points, and that's what we're waiting for when it comes to these Miramars, because as you said yesterday, it was pretty darn strong for them as a map.
I mean, we were able to mention the difference, right, between 7th place and I think it was 14th place.
It goes for 7. I think 7's on the box. 7's like 5
If you're
tier.
one of those teams, Neptura, here with 2 matches left, do you kind of go for broke here in the first match?
You know what? I'm going to say yes.
Oh.
Sometimes I'm on the fence, but honestly, depending on the team, I think it depends on the team, but honestly, yes. I would go for it because you've got those 2. The last thing you want to do is hold back because you've got those two maps, rather, and you kind of go, oh, well, we've only got 2 left. No, you've got 2 left. You got to do something now, or it's not going to work. So, depending on the team, you can absolutely do that.
I'm going to summon my inner hot jukes right now.
Yes.
It's time to hot drop.
Wait, really?
No,
you want the hot drop?
No, I said I summon hot drinks. That's not my
gosh.
opinion. It's hot drinks. Hey,
Please check his temperature real quick. I know it's a big forehead, but
50 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit. I know he's in
I was about to say, very nice.
50,
You're dead, my boy.
Hey, 50. I'm burnt to a crisp, bro. It's not a good time. But realistically, hot drops could be happening. I wouldn't recommend it this game, personally. I think it's something that could be like a big focus in the 6th and final game of today. But you actually, because you've been a coach analyst over PMGC, has hot drops been ways I think you have on your mind going in the final matches of these kind of stages?
I mean, it's always something that my team didn't really want to do. There was some discussion. I was always like, I always was wanting to let them go for it if they wanted to, if they had that confidence and were like, this is how we want to get our momentum going. Then I was like, you know what, go for it.
Momentum is the last game.
Yes, for the next 2 games.
To go home.
Yes, that's true. That is true. Maybe for the, hang on. I've been annihilated. I have been absolutely annihilated.
You did that to yourself. You said momentum after game 12.
One thing though that we need to keep a close eye on is gonna be those teams that are towards the bottom that are gonna be going home like action. This team, I mean, even if they, it will be insane. Okay, nothing's impossible, but it will be insane. But for that team, the other teams that are trying to get those points, they need to be careful because we always talk about that spoiler role that some of those teams are able to play that are already secure on the plane ticket home, not on the plane ticket to the main event. They need to watch out for those, and not necessarily for the teams that are towards the middle of the pack, Neptura.
Yes.
I don't necessarily want to see some hot drops. It could be some just more proactive aggressiveness out of those teams.
Absolutely. You know, if one of those teams in the middle of the pack was my team, I would absolutely be saying, don't do anything differently, because the big thing is that when there's that added little bit of pressure, you automatically want to go, okay, we got to change something. We got to be more aggressive. We got to get all the points. No, just stay still, do your thing, play the exact same game as you did in day 1. Stop mocking me, both of you. Just keep it chill.
We're on camera, we don't exist.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but I can see you. Peripheral is a thing.
No.
Slow down, slow down.
Go hot drop.
No hot dropping. Stop yourself.
Where is he?
Where is he? Huh?
How about you, Max? I know what you kind of said while you were channeling your inner hot juice, you were talking about those hot drops. But one thing that we sometimes mention is teams maybe trying to set up a trap for another team, right? Yes. Catching them on their rotation.
Yeah, actually, if you know where teams drop and you know where phase 1 is going to be, which you know pretty much instantly, you can just put yourself in between their drop and the edge of the circle if you know where they're going to come. Even just getting rid of cars is something that can be oddly satisfying and impactful, so that's something to be a little bit careful about.
Well, we're going to give them a little bit more time before we jump into this Miramar. So we're going to jump into a break, and when we come back, we'll be going to Miramar.
Is about to get tacos. You didn't ask me if I wanted tacos? Kinda messed up. Built the best team in A. Factual. I've never seen a better NA team than them.
And welcome back to the first Miramar of today and the second to last match of the prelims here at the PMGO, live from Tashkent in Uzbekistan. We are all too happy to be heading over to the desert once more as our teams are down to the wire for their last opportunity to secure one of 7 spots into those finals, Blank.
1 of 7, not a lot, but many teams have made it to the top here, and I would say probably deserving teams from the scores that we have accrued over the past 2 days here in Uzbekistan. Obviously, so far we've had some very, very fantastic teams. We've had some awesome rotates, some awesome plays. Last game with GOAT being able to take the warehouse away from RA, and RA not being able to secure that late game. Very, very interesting how that broke down. Maxman did a lovely illustration, honestly, showing us how that all worked out in the end, and the sidelines available.
The loveliest illustration.
But the second to last Miramar now, match 11 from Partona up towards El Azhar. This really does cut out a large chunk of the map up towards the northwest, and I'm sort of expecting a northwest circle. If the playing path's going to be this cruel, it tends to match up with how the circle's feeling.
Guaranteed 100% Partona circle. Every time, all the time.
It's a feeling.
No other options available.
It's a feeling from John Allen.
That's a certified John Allen feeling, unless I'm wrong, in which case, didn't even say it. What are you talking about? You're crazy.
You're trying to gaslight me on circle positions.
I'm pre-gaslighting.
That's crazy.
Absolutely. It looks like KZE think that Partone is going to be pretty helpful for them as Divan moves on out all the way to the coast. Maybe looking for a vehicle there. Just getting some of that loot on board, and the rest of the team on that south coast as well. Not really too much problem for them to be able to loot through there. Potentially even have a head start moving out further east should they need to go for that road. If Divan can get across there nice and quickly over to the east side.
So Western Circle, Rats. Up around Ladriera and Montenuevo, we saw a similar circle yesterday. Black Esports were able to tear through that kind of circle as well, which was heavily surprising. This time around, though, they don't have priority over towards the western side because this plane path has been so far off towards the east and quite southern too. So yeah, very awkward for a lot of teams to get towards their original drop position. So this does require backup drops. This requires readjustments in the lobby, make their way through. So far, some very, very good teams, like I said earlier on. We've had GOAT, who has shown up time and time again. Upgrade, who has had a fantastic showing today, constantly improving from what was a bit of a shaky start yesterday. There were some rough waters there for them.
Difficult to weather that storm, fortunately. I'm looking at the teams, and as you said, Black not necessarily going to have the priority here, although they are going to break out at least one of their players over towards Montenuevo. I'm looking at KZE as potentially having some priority on position when it comes to those Ladriera Hills. In terms of their early dropout, they're going to get looted fast. They're going to have some vehicles nice and quickly. They could potentially be the first to it, or a team that we haven't really seen as much as we would have liked to today, Ake Cyber. Right, this is a team that could also get there nice and quickly if they look to leave Chumasara fast.
Yeah, I think Ake Cyber is definitely the outlier in terms of teams upgrading from yesterday, let's say. And most teams who did well yesterday have continued to do so in today, barring Ake Cyber, who have really suffered. And it has been big fumbles from them throughout today. A lot of really disorganized rotations, disorganized engagements overall. So yeah, been a bit disappointing. I really, again, it does feel like a different team's playing today, because the team I saw yesterday I had massive hopes for.
And you're right to highlight what you did earlier with that drop-off coming, I would say, the majority from admin.
You haven't destroyed the lobby yet? You got subbed out for the game too.
As strong, as powerful as we would expect, but they do still have a little bit of leg room. A little bit.
Bro, this motherfucker Iker just doesn't have a drop spot, dude.
See if they have to let it out.
They just don't have a location, dude. They're just in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Currently, if you're looking at the live location on the right-hand side of your screen, Iker are, in fact, up in Campo Militar on the northeast side.
We didn't add that one in yet. Campo Militar is not a place.
It doesn't exist.
You can see that Go is our first team to break triple digits.
That's right.
In the prelims, 101 points, very nice. And realistically, they can chill out. Like I don't.
Yeah, there's no way they don't qualify.
I don't see them losing first place either. So a good chunk of change, because we've got to remember there is money also on the line, as well as that qualification spot to the main event.
Looking at that 7th place right now, which is where the bubble sits for that qualification spot. Nepex currently with 61 points. If 7th place increases by about 5 points a match, which you would expect 5 to 6, you're still looking at about 71 points to about 75 points, depending on what you're thinking to expect in these next 2 Miramars for that increase. And in general, that is going to be where the bubble sits. So teams like RA are just a bit out of reach of dropping down now. Teams like Upgrade and Ake Cyber not quite fully out of the woods on it. And Black Esports, the Aggressor 71 and Nepex all need to keep up pace in order to stop themselves from dropping out of these top 6.
You give Hyman the GOAT pound the world? That's what I'm saying, dude. This gap GOAT house chat, like all I'm saying, I said GOAT was gonna win. GOAT was gonna dominate for game 1 because they're just named the GOAT.
Historically, throughout these 2 days,
All right, Dope needs 5 points to 7th place. Okay, 7th place is doable. 6th place is a little sketch. You know, it's a 10-point gap, 12-point gap for me.
I think
No, it's gonna be hard for Dope to cover in one game. I think Dope got to pull out a win if they want to actually qualify.
Honestly, for me, there needs to be a bit more.
Literally, any of these teams above them, any of these 3 teams above them, and have a good game, it's over for them. It's over.
Upgrade, R8 as well as GOAT. There's all been those moments of.
All right, back to reading my
wow,
manhwa.
That is a good.
I could care less about the early game.
That was a great game. That was a great rotation. An awesome engagement. Every single one of those.
81 to 85 top 7 cutoff? Hell no, dude. That's definitely not 81. Because 7th place is 61 points. And it's probably going to be around the 70s. Probably like 72, something like that.
Imran from Aki Cyber.
73. Somewhere from 72 to 75 is probably going to be the cutoff.
I'm debating whether it's I'm Ron, which I like, or Imran.
Ah, okay. I like I'm Ron.
Isn't there another member after this though? Yeah, there is. That's what I'm saying. If any of these teams have a good game, they're going to be fucked.
I'm wrong.
Because they got one more game.
It could be Imran.
Yeah,
could very well be.
Easily. But I've committed to I'm wrong.
Yeah, me too. At this point.
And if I'm wrong,
who cares?
Probably the player.
Could be the player. Could be the move. Dope Esports on board with them right now again. 10th place right now, and they are not out of the realms of possibility of jumping up to that 7th place spot. They are 5 points behind. You can see that 3-way tiebreaker right now from 8th place down to 10th. So they do have a hope of keeping NA's dreams alive.
Yeah, for Dope, I've actually been fairly impressed with them. There has been some good maneuvers, some slightly worse maneuvers, but overall, like, they have some good fraggers on board. I think Manbei's definitely been impressive. Baby Tang's been getting some insane long shots in game. I think that their decision making and planning needs work. I think that's where they're struggling the most. Is that the macro play is not great mechanically. I think that, you know, they're competent. They are competent, but macro-wise, I wish the planning was slightly better.
Yeah, it's been great to learn about some of these players as well. I mean, we learned about Baby Tang earlier. If you guys were watching the interview with him, he's a full-time police officer in Canada, and has to balance that with attempting to become a professional
top 7 or 8,
PUBG
7
Mobile player. And you can see, you know, this is the sort of opportunity that is brought by the PUBG Mobile Global Open, and why I think it's so valuable when you see these stories of people who aren't full-time committed to it, because, you know, at a certain point, you know, you can't quite be, not until you reach that sort of massive big time. It's really cool to hear that sort of story, right? To be able to balance that sort of lifestyle. And maybe bring a bit of experience from the police force in Canada over to PUBG Mobile. I wonder if there's some transferable skills there.
Yeah, discipline, I'd imagine, for one. But over towards that western side of the map, we did get our circle shift. Pretty rough circle, honestly, to the south side Montenuevo, and we have seen this one before as well. GOAT made a nice rotate over the north side of the map. I think they were fairly certain the western side should be clear there, and it is in this instance. So they'll get a lot of value out of this position, get themselves all the way up towards the western ridge side, with little to no other teams really challenging them. Right now it's R8 who will be moving down towards that location, and R8, I think that they've done fairly good today, but they would like to confirm this. 76 points, I mean, not out of the woods yet, but very likely to stay in that top 7.
Have you got a feeling about who's going to win this game, Blake? Are you feeling anyone right now?
No,
Stage 2, very early.
No, not yet.
No inclinations. Okay.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, that's fair.
Like you said, pretty early.
It is.
Early
Stage 2. We'll revisit the inclination talk at about Stage 5, I reckon. Talking about winning potential, but for now it is just a case of getting into a viable position for these next few circles. It looks like, as you said before, R8 down that western side. Go quality taking high ground over Montenuevo.
Yeah, it gives themselves more room to move, right? And I think that's what you want a lot of times. You want a little bit more space to work with. And GOAT certainly has that. R8 did have to move down towards that south side. Gives some ground. Exotics taking shots over toward Dope. That is a knock that went through. But yeah, this middle of the table is so awkward, and Dope will get that res through. I think looking down towards Divergent, though, that's a little bit further out of the way. I think Divergent would need 2 really good games in a row.
Yeah.
To secure themselves.
It's kind of nasty, right? If you're expecting around a 70 to 75 bubble, they have got a lot of work to put in, right? They're 22 points behind, so it's not impossible, but you need to go over 10 points at least in this match to give yourself a chance really in the next match. And even then, that might not be enough. It's possible to get that in one game, right? If you get that chicken dinner, but given where they are on the map as well, I don't think that they've got too many winning opportunities here. And maybe they will be the only Uzbek team not to make it to those finals.
Nepex making their way through. Shots were taken towards them, but pretty damn far distance to be taking shots at. That's from Upgrade, who are down towards that south side. The 721 aggressors are in front of Nepex at the moment, and then Fenerbahce just a little further.
Als je beter is cop, deze Canadian cop. He's rides an elf around looking for mid serve.
A little less Montenuevo in than yesterday.
He's the ops.
They play this spot quite well. We know they do. And they have set themselves up pretty centrally here. They'll be fairly happy with this one. For GOAT, with that high ground, they've got to make the most of it right now, though. Cause casualties to the teams around them because they want to soften up the competition, especially if you want to remove yourself from this dastardly location. They've already sent some
so many people, dude, everyone's sweating now. Like, look how many teams are alive. Like, holy shit. They locked, but not a single person's died in 12 minutes. Yo, this is getting good, dude. Why don't they play like this from the beginning?
Have to wait and see, but
if you watch last match, there was 33 people left, and only 2 teams were gone. Like, there was, like, I think 5 solos ratting out last year.
As a substitute.
I feel like Bait thing was good. He'd be like farming this live, but like Mama Bay's carrying his ass.
For Ego to get back to his feet.
Yeah, this is a horrendous spot to be in, by the way. It's a really, really difficult spot to work with because it's so open. Yes, there's cover in here, but
I was not a believer of the Mamba pickup.
Knows that he's really the only one who's getting Ego back up on his feet, and he's on a clock now as he has to make his way across, and that might mean expending smokes. Twix does get tagged.
Ooh, Upgrade have spotted a player and will be able to draw first blood on the match. First point goes to Upgrade, and that is 1 point closer to jumping above that bubble. 74, they are on the upper limit of it now, where we're expecting it to fall. That is a great result.
Wait, he got the car stuck in the window. Bro earned an America slot last spring. I don't think I've ever remembered Baby Tang playing in Americas, from being honest.
Team at the moment here in Tashkent. That is far more than 4 players on the minimap. Who's that next door? It's KZE. Similar color, different team. Certainly plenty of threats to be found.
Really qualified that one year that Fate went.
Seen that, and they're in 8th place right now.
Spring split.
In with a chance of jumping up.
But they couldn't go.
Trying to get rebuffed, and now we're seeing Divergent trying to move on through. They lost one already. Merciless is there. Onto Lonely with a big nade. A nice arm from the back lines as well from nobody.
Who's on Darko Lover?
A second. Simple Domak in the vehicle. And they're going to face off against the last player, and Divergent may just have had their day ruined. With one more match to play, they sit destitute, far behind the bubble.
Yeah, for Divergent, it's probably over now.
Oh, the 24 carry. My go, dude. My go 24. All right, dude.
Coming through from Fenerbahce, catching them unawares. And for Divergent,
the Mickey Mouse slot.
25+ game, and it's just not something you can request from your players with a snap of a finger, especially on the last match. So I do think for Divergent, that likely is it. But to be honest, I don't think Uzbekistan can be too unhappy. Getting 3 out of the 4 into the top 7 with the 721 aggressors, with a very good chance at remaining in that top 7. I think that, you can walk away from this being very pleased.
Definitely. I think it's a great result, sort of no matter what, really. Even if you're only getting 2 in, right? Like, even if you have someone drop down. So, yeah, absolutely a great showing from the home crowd teams here in Tashkent. R8, all the while, 2nd place right now, ahead of the charge when it comes to the bubble bursters. 2nd only to GOAT quality. And with this west side position, Eskiton, that outpost, you know how he likes to back out of these positions sometimes, but he's got back up now, and Marth is in for the fight. High ground from Iker, though, potentially looking for some shots, but K21 going to secure that off angle for R8.
Yeah, Ica just gets sat down off on that high ground there. And Black Esports setting themselves up for success, watching down towards a lot of these engagements on the south side. The 721 aggressors can sit pretty for now, but that compound's going to become a lot less valuable, pretty sharpish. Goat, though, with that initial rotate, they're in lovely high ground position. You can be pretty happy with that one right now. R8 will have to push through KZE at some point to pick up that compound, which will provide them safety. And Fenerbahce on the eastern side, very chilled out. I would say they're very, very chilled out around Longhouse. Yes, they will likely have to get rid of Dope in the future, but a lot of space to work with. Most teams are situated over towards the west and the south side.
South edge has got quite a crunch on it. The west side, though, home to 4 teams right now. Nepex trying to reduce the count on the south edge. It's either them or the 721 aggressors going to be falling here. Precious goes down, a Domain on the outside with Butcher and Yonic right around the corner.
The eco slot would have been mine.
And I don't think Domain's got it in the back pocket.
Dude, it should just be your slot this year then.
721 aggressors rack up 3 points blanked. It's again just that slow, interminable march for these Uzbekistan teams to that top 7 spot.
Yeah, for 721 aggressors, they were the only team that was really in a little bit of danger, right, from Uzbek. And I think from those eliminations and what they should be able to do next, I think they can get themselves pretty safe into this one. Nepex going out, though, does leave them pretty precarious. With Fenerbahce over towards the eastern side, they're chasing them currently at 58 points right now to the 63.
Over the top we go with the 721 aggressors onto upgrade. One for the spray down rollout. Butcher is traded off as Buzz is there.
What?
Oh my goodness! With
Good.
the backup from the sidelines there.
That's a big wipe.
Down the pin, and Buzz rattles off a few too.
Mambe down. It's GG's. It's over. Mambe down. Go down. Go down.
Won't be outdone by their brethren, although they did let them kind of just rock up towards them.
He's good.
They look pretty damn clean from there.
24 is not on part team? No.
Now upgrade up against
24 being on a part team? Hell no.
From Uzbekistan, it's Aki Cyber. Here are over towards their northwest. Circle moves north. Plenty of high ground towards the center there. Fenerbahce actually moving down towards the south side. We're going to take the engagement to action.
For Aki Cyber, where do you go from here? It feels like you need to clean out this fight before sweeping through, because Black Esports have the high ground overview. They have the inside track. You're not in the circle. Potentially just crash down to the compound to your north. That may be their best option if they've scouted that information.
Yeah, straight through to Ladriera would not be a bad idea, honestly. Picking up that position would be nice. I think Aki Cyber, though, wants more points. Weren't happy that Upgrade overtook them earlier today. Action actually finding a lot of value over towards Fenerbahce with Giganti finding Merciless now, so that's 2 down on the front line from Fenerbahce. I think nobody as well as Simple might just have back up now.
And Nepex are pretty happy that Fenerbahce are being cut down to size. With only 2 players alive, that's 1 less team chasing. The other team with a hope here is Dope. On the east side, trying to push in. They are currently out of the circle, but they have got 4 players in. They are not too far behind this bubble, still remaining. I think that's, what is that, 6 points behind? They'll see if they can get more. In the meantime, the roll-up. Upgrade to disengage from Aki Cyber, who do go to Ladriera, and then round and enveloped Black Esports find themselves up against 3rd place team Upgrade.
2 players in broken concrete and 2 over towards the 2-story. Aussie does rotate across. Not a bad maneuver.
We got nothing dope. I was finishing my chapter. I've read 15 chapters since fucking starting to. Oh, pain, no pain! Oh no, Gowling!
Aussie's like, it's clear. Guys, it's clear. Please let me in.
Upgrade yet to pull the trigger, but action here to play as well. This is nasty for Upgrade's tempo. Molodoy, though, holding his nerve time and time again for this roster, and they've got to be happy to have him on side. The dropout wise just a little bit too bold, though, as Gigante does have a little bit more gas left in the tank. The roll down from Rusas to keep Molodoy safe. They want to stay as 4. Buzz is on a mission of his own, as he's going to careen on in towards Zeptimus and make it work too. An opening towards Black Esports. A fight on 2 fronts, and Buzz keeps it rolling.
Getting it done right now. Buzz moves through. We'll confirm that one. Leaving Black Esports as a 3. 8 eliminations already. Upgrade has gone crazy today.
I've barely taught them anything. I can't teach them anything until we fix our basic mistakes, and then I can actually teach them shit. Right now, it's basically just they need to build synergy. A lot of like individual errors are happening, and I can't teach, you know, entire team things when we're still struggling with individual errors, or else they just will fall through. Tuning coach?
However,
Oh,
the circle
okay.
is going to push this fight out in just a moment. You're going to see in 13 seconds where we're going to go. Symphony doesn't want to wait for that, however, as he is forwards, drops the Molotov, slows the approach to the broken concrete, and around the edge, Molodoi down on the sand. Ramesses moving in as well. Symphony
Not Six is talking you through the net.
deck,
Who
up to
says
the top
that, bro?
floor now. Blue zone right at his back and has to vault over to avoid it. It is going to start to close in but 30 seconds.
Molodoi on a mission of his own, but Ramesses goes down. Smoke dissipates. Do they see him though? Has to step up. Knows his time is limited. Gets a couple attacks through. Now Molodoi.
Oh my god, huge nade.
From Ruzen, a double. One left remaining. They know the building he's in.
They know he's on the top floor too. Down the stairs he goes. Pump action into the smoke. Barunzen's there. An Upgrade hold the line again. Ramesses will get res, but they have to move now. With 8 seconds before the circle shrinks, Upgrade need to move further. 11 elims blank. We thought GOAT may have secured first place, but
edging coach?
that's
Alright,
looking
buddy.
shakier by the second.
I mean, Upgrade have been
Chat.
fantastic. Ruzen stepping up today, not only early with a clutch
If T2K and FB have a good game, I think it might be over dope. Actually, I don't think T2K can really make a comeback like that unless they just do good the last game as well.
Clinging onto life here, but not for long.
Just Twix to stand, and he doesn't know where to go. One player down for Ikerd. Alico low on the high ground, but with Ali on that sort of HP.
That was a minimum wage live six? I don't work, buddy. What?
With the DBS, that's kind of his only option.
I ain't broke like that, dud.
There, by the way, from R8, which is why that fight didn't immediately conclude, but it does.
Upgrade is the
finally
epitome
draw
of
to a
blocking
close.
again.
101
Daunt would have won everything. That's what I think Daunt would have just curved on the fly. Claws dropped like 18 kills a game.
Get snapped in half. Now Ikerd with 3. AZ a little bit dangerous to pick up because, like you say, there is that off angle coming through from R8. So significant teams still left in the lobby. It's Fenerbahce with 3 elims, but only 2 players. T2K with 3 of their own, looking to get further into this match. Aki Cyber do find Molodoi. First time we've seen Aki Cyber with 4 players alive past stage 5.
Aki Cyber with with just the 1 elimination. Still
Don't
yet to
qualify for sure.
Push out of that bubble area, that bubble zone. Where they will
I
feel
know,
the
I got
danger.
a cut like on the inside of like half my
Only that 1 point. And a knock over
Bump.
towards Force.
He's a bump, not cut.
R8 with 80 points now after their 4 elims. Starting to look safer. Upgrade as well. That's
Lobby's
$3
$40 cash
now,
games, don't facts.
where it feels like they're going to have a lot more safety moving in towards that bubble. Because remember, NepX went out with 63, only pushing that bubble by 2 points so far.
Well, it's too good to go to facts.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, there really wasn't a lot of movement.
Hey, UPG with 11 KPs right now?
The lobby, so it all
Yeah,
does
cooking.
come down to the final match. Just mostly teams were already doing well, solidifying themselves further towards the top of the lobby. Ramesses knocked. Upgrade having a worse and worse time, though can't really count them out just yet because Ruzen still up and kicking.
But that's the 2nd point for Aki Cyber. They're now up to 74. And with 11 elims on the match as well for Upgrade, even if they go down now, it is definitely not the end of the world and maybe their access to the Global Open Finals.
Yeah, one thing when you look at it, really, it does
I live in parents' basement. Bro thinks I live in the parents'
like
basement,
it was
dude.
end of
My family
support
rich, bro.
for the old OS of
I got my
Upgrade
whole
from
own floor.
yesterday, and we had a update coming through into today. They look
Unfortunately,
so much
your
better
parents aren't rich. You don't know what the life is like.
And again, that's what happens in these types of games. Either molds you into a winner on day 2, or you're left
Put in the MAGA hat?
crumbling and
I would have a
crushed
MAGA
under
hat.
the pressure of getting into that towards that top 7, because top 7 is a really nasty qualification bracket, in my opinion. Top 3 takes the pressure off because you're close to it, but you keep pushing and then you get there eventually. But top 7, it's like, it should be doable for you. It should be doable for you. And then you get in your own head on day 2 that you just cannot make it past that 8th place mark. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. Now, Fenerbahce have a big test ahead of them now. As 2 players, they need to extract a lot of value out of this game. Not just placement points, because you don't get a whole lot out of them anyway. You need to get more than that. You need to get a whole bunch of eliminations. They're going to have to be very opportunistic here in the next coming minutes.
Go around with another nade. They did a lot of damage to the down players, and that is going to be what they were looking for. Admin falls on the res. A flush completed. Force gets the heal off, and K21.
I mean, Goat had like a 25-point gap or something like that, right? Or 35-point gap, was it? No, it was 25. They had a 25-point gap before this game, I'm pretty sure. Or before the last game. They had a juicer fucking lead.
Next to no damage. R8 though, they want a third party here. They might not expect to run into such a formidable situation of a team. Marth immediately rebuffed.
Yeah, you're too late. Again though, R8 should have known this. If you're watching the elimination feed, you know that 4 players went down in quick succession.
Alright, remember just running into the middle of the open? Alright.
SK's on, very low HP, Prestige in the back there. Now just looking for the turn. SK's through the crack.
Has Prestige at his back. Marco goes down. It is traded and the door frame under control. 2 players low on that inside track. A nade up to the top window there. Knows that he's going to scuttle on away. No, it drops in down to the ground floor.
You like give bonus push or anything on PMGO? Nope. Just top 7.
Last player to stand now for R8. 6 teams remaining. Keeps this bombardment going. However, he is now out of supplies here. Could potentially get Marth back up. 20 seconds until the zone closes.
It's a pretty cruel nade that went through there. They didn't even cook that thing, just left it on the floor.
Oh, K21 down. Upgrade swinging from the sidelines.
The one player, Ruzen. This is what I'm saying. You can't count Ruzen out until the end. Here's Ikerd versus T2K, who need to get a move on. But we should train them to eliminate at this point. That's not happening.
First goes to Ikerd, rules on the face, can't find it, and Love just topples almost immediately after. Fenerbahce now with 4 elims, they're right in 8th place.
Ghost, if a random fellow in there annoys you, that's a you problem. Aren't you annoyed by me though? Like, I feel like that's a you problem, sir.
Yeah, right now.
Seems like you're a little mad in my chat. Did I make you mad somehow? Like when I don't even know you, dude? Like I feel like that's just a you problem.
Eliminations on the match.
You ever thought about that, dude?
Ruzen boss, this guy is the emperor right now. At the top of the food chain.
T2K rules used to play in DRS.
Yeah. Must be so pleased that this guy woke up and ate the right.
He's like 100K earnings, bro. Is a juicer.
He's killing it.
All right, hear me out.
So much work for the team. This is
UPG win. Look at him. Look at him go. Look at him go. 9 kills. He needs the 10 KPs. I need this man to drop to 10 kills. 2.5 KD. This guy's cooking.
Based on the placements they get.
The funny thing is about this, the fact that he's picking up Ali, who's on a wide off angle, now gives the possibility of a Fenerbahce chicken dinner. Unless he takes him apart!
Wait, can you get both?
Yeah.
In the heat of the moment, he delivers time and time again.
Wait,
looking for the
wait. The 1v2 would feed families. Aw, he almost got him. Dude, he was cooking, bro. 11 KPs? Uncle protected now, dude. I'm just saying what I'm saying, dude. You just seem a little angry right now, dude. You seem a little mad.
Yeah, ain't nobody even fuck about them getting the win. I tell you
right,
what.
Dude? Right after that 11 KPs, no one cared about Ikerd, bro.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Ruzen stole the show.
What a disgusting game that was from Ruzen. I mean, Upgrade's got to be so pleased about that. And Go is not safe. anymore, by the way. They are not safe
I don't
whatsoever.
think first place gets any.
Why are they emoting, bro?
Wait, are they emoting?
Yeah.
Dude, they're, what is? Who does that? What is what?
I don't even know, bro.
This is the excitement that you get from these short-form tournaments, Blank. These 2-day sprints, 12 matches only. And in the
I don't think first place gets anything, right? Like,
upgrade rise to the challenge that Go Quality laid down yesterday.
it's just you go to the main event.
Unreal.
Special.
I don't think first. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think first place gets anything.
Well, first to 7th doesn't get money. Only 8th to 16th gets money because you get the main event money.
By Ruzen. This is the most hilarious bit. He drops a smoke and starts bloody peeking.
That is crazy. Over to Ali.
Fenerbahce dude stole his kill and he killed both of them.
The point onto Ali did get
He should have had 12.
And again, it is crucial points that are getting taken left and right here. So maybe that'll add up to something. Icurd, again, that 10-point chicken dinner, a fairly low elimination count, only racking up 6, but still can change everything. A 16-point gain is massive in the middle of the tables. Let's head back over to the desk.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Clint.
Icurd, congratulations on that win. I want to see what you guys are going to be able to do, but we got to talk about upgrade.
Bro, what are they got 16 Ps, dude?
Boss being able to
Wait!
Wait, what?
First place spot upgrade goes from a pitiful position yesterday.
It's crazy.
Icurd, congratulations on that.
Ain't no way the dude with 24 damage was hitting the emote on the stage.
7 damage.
We got
a little bit of added context, by the way.
Yeah.
When his teammates were eliminated,
bro.
4 eliminations.
Chad, I would be embarrassed to even be up there with my team, dude. When they showed the 24 damage, like.
This
I'm
guy
sorry.
is crazy.
I'm sorry, Mag. Say that again for me. What?
He had 4 eliminations when his teammates got eliminated.
Got
he
it.
got 7 elims, solo 7.
Bruh.
And the thing is, usually what we end up seeing, the reason why I want to
Lamest win ever.
we usually see these players be passive, especially when the team is pretty much set and done. But this man continue on with that confidence too. I really intrigued to see if we can make
The 11 KPs with the 1367 damage.
The crowd just pumped him up because everybody kept screaming over and over again here in the arena.
Like, he was actually just
Every single time
cooking.
He had an elimination.
11 eliminations for Ruzen. 3 for Molodoi. 3. That is crazy. But we see it so often now, these Uzbekistan players just be on the top 5 fraggers.
Yeah,
it's
constantly.
Has it been like every game actually?
Kind of.
Just call Mumbai Mumbai.
We had one game
Mumbai?
It was Mumbai from
It's called Mumbai Mumbai.
She did,
After
bro.
that, I think it's basically just been all Uzbekistan today.
Yeah, because those 2 upgrade wins 3 early in rank, right? So at this point, it's just
Mumbai.
Uzbekistan. Specifically, it has been upgrade all day, every day. There's been the one team that was missing from the Uzbekistan lineup day 1. They came back swinging big time today.
We were surprised, especially how they were able to perform after that first day of the prelims. One thing that you guys were mentioning, though, was how Upgrade was able to defend just the aggressive push from the 7-2-1. I feel like that was the kickstart.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I mean, 7-2-1 had a great
Mumbai.
rundown of NetBX, as you see right here. So they already had the ball going, right? So they were like, yeah, we can go in, we can push. Nuh-uh-uh, says Molody and crew, because Upgrade just wipe him so clean. I loved this push onto action as well, because they actually deviated from their push onto black there to go, actually, there's a team. Hold that thought.
Guess
Just
it's going to
pause.
be the
Let's
top
get this guy,
frag of the
But
prelim.
actually, before they fully engage onto black, they're fighting 2 squads at once. They're fighting action at black at the same time.
Exactly.
And when they actually clear action, then they just fully send their forces onto black and go for, I think it was a 4v3 at that point in time.
I don't remember the name, but there was one player fighting by himself against Black Esports while the rest of his teammates were going up against action. That's just like confidence out of this team that we're seeing out of them today.
I think it was Molodoi, but it's just crazy push at that
Crazy,
point.
and it's not only the confidence, it's the teamwork as well.
Yep.
Like to have that communication of, yeah, that's cool, I'll hold off black while you finish these guys off. Oh, we've got a knock over there, no problem, I got this, you go do that. It's so incredible.
I just love because Bruce and Boss is looking at that fight between R8 and the other squad at that point that we had was going to be K21.
Yep.
And he's just looking at, I'm about to make a name for myself over here. He really does make it work out in that engagement because he just waits in the wings and he knows this one grenade, that's going to be the big surprise factor. They're not going to be ready to respond if I do instantly get them off into a flush. And the timing of that was absolutely perfect.
You can see that performance right there. Even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, the amount of eliminations, 17 eliminations.
How many points did they get day one?
First place in regards to total points for today, Iker there with the 16.
Upgrade.
I mean, for some of these teams that were at the top, in a way, they give themselves such a buffer.
Upgrade didn't get much, but they were on
they got
11th
no
place.
points.
Absolutely.
Jesus.
I feel like now Upgrade,
Yeah.
no worries for the next match. I don't think they're going to
6,
try
9,
hard. They might try hard because they're on a
12.
high right now and they're just going to go and use that momentum, just wipe and have fun.
Fourth year.
Or they can go, you
They
know
had like
what, you
20-ish
guys
something
have fun
points.
because you ain't going to catch us.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they ended day one in like 11th place.
A Cyber, Ake Cyber, that I know you've been quite fond of the edge play.
Yep.
And finally we see K21 not just be passive, complacent. They take their fate in their very own hands, leave their comfort position to claim the southern western side of the circle.
Yep.
Sure, they do get third partied, but it was so quick. It's still 4 players alive to fight R8.
Really
Unfortunately,
nice.
it doesn't go the entire way, but it shows a spark of hope for me looking at K21.
100%. You see here, as the overalls go over here, 101 points for GOAT. So the early elimination does not affect them really all that much, but it is Upgrade going into that second place, dethroning R8 by 10 points now.
Yeah, but I do want to bring up a little bit of a lower team.
Who's the
here.
second
Alex getting
voice?
himself the chicken
Random,
dinner.
don't worry about him.
Do not see them on this first page. And we
It's
really
Kitty Lover
appreciate Troy gets them a
224.
win, but we
Alright
see
guys, you know who that
nothing
is?
outside
The
of that win.
GOAT.
Just one flash in a pan every day is not going to cut it to be in top 7 to go to main event. 7, we need more from Iker. They need to wrap it up in style.
Max, in my eyes, and you guys can disagree with me here or agree, whatever you want to
You
do.
dope
The
to
top
lock
5,
in.
I feel like they might be secure and end up going to main event. For
Dude,
6th
like
place
that
and
match
7th
had
place,
dope set up, bro. Two of the two teams above them in top 7 were both dead. Like they had a clear path to make up that difference.
Everything is gonna be so close.
they died,
If, for
bro.
example,
We're
Dope
dope.
Esports, if they
And
end
at
up
9.
getting chicken dinner, they could end up qualifying to main event.
And honestly, the way they've been playing, the way they've been waiting for those final
they're just saving it for last, bro. That's what it is.
into those games, it's not impossible. Yes, they're being a bit too passive, but with 39 elims and 18 placement points, they've got those elims on their back. That one more game, they could actually clutch it.
I think that we're in a situation where there's actually maybe just one spot remaining. I'm going to be honest, because we're looking at 6th place team. It's 2-7-2-1 aggressors.
Yeah.
These teams always get consistent eliminations. I think we might just have one placement in top 7 that might change after this match.
And for other teams, from 13 all the way down to 16, I feel like it's going to be a little bit impossible for even, I mean, 16th place for sure, definitely impossible.
A little bit
but for
impossible.
the other teams, it's pretty much just a toss-up. They are going to be playing that spoiler role. Teams that are currently fighting for those points, they need to watch out, Max.
I think that we're going to be looking at some of these teams. If they want to make it, we're going to need to see a double-digit elimination chicken dinner.
Oh,
That's gonna be
Iker
their
has
one
2
lifeline
wins,
to make it to
11th
the main
place.
event. But outside of that, as I just said, one spot remaining. That's why I really think the kind of setup is going to be for this final match. And the pressure's going to be there. And I did mention the hot drops, hot troops, you know, shout out to you. Could be something really that could be a major issue because teams at the bottom, again, have nothing to lose. It's really something that you've got to be careful about because it could be a main threat for your chances to go to the next stage.
It could end up being a plus, right?
Yes, it could be, and I think especially for somebody like DRG, who we know can be quite aggressive, right? They've got that background in them, but it's not been a great day for them. I feel like a hot drop could definitely be something that they will want to look towards if, you know, they really want to do something in this final match, because technically they are still in it to win it.
They are. I mean...
Or top 7 it, I suppose.
Yeah, but for this teams, as we're looking at the points there, it's just so close. It's going to come down to possibly that last moment. We have seen it over and over again. Just to remind you guys, 7th place, 66 points. 8th place, 63 points. If you are in that 7th place, if you're Sodix, I mean, I'm going to be so scared if for some reason I end up getting eliminated very early into the match.
Absolutely. It's something that's really, really going to be a problem for them mentally as well, of like, we don't want to see anyone ever
I think that we've seen this a lot of time, and I kind of want to take it back
Number one and second page, facts.
Looking at reject, they had that one opportunity to go the entire way, go for a hard drop, or kind of just shut down a rotation of, at that point, Alpha 7. They don't go for it, and just the fate is.
Yeah, interesting fact. Dope is 12th place right now in Titans, which is NA regionals, so T1 NA. They're higher rank in this tournament, dude.
That's just going to do
that just tells you how dog water.
Then you're given an opportunity for the teams just below you to get a massive game. Doesn't even need to be a win realistically, and they will overtake your spot in the main event.
We talked about
the Go Mumbai isn't playing in that one.
I mean, the Uzbekistan teams
Mumbai
are currently just performing so well. I want to take a look once again at that 7th to 8th place. I want to see how these teams have been performing throughout today, because I'm going to be surprised of how close it is. I mean, oh my goodness, you couldn't ask for anything closer than that. 17 and 17 eliminations, and everything else is almost identical.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, even down to the average survival, right? 1547 to 1748. There's not that much difference. This is why it's so neck and neck on those leaderboards.
I mean,
the big difference is those total points, Max.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, total points 33 compared to the 22 right now. Nepex have been playing comeback pretty heavily. And Nepex have shown their willingness to fight.
Yes.
I have to be honest, Niptura, I have not seen that kind of same mentality from Fenerbahce. They're usually just find a good spot, we chill. If we're lucky, the circle might come our way. But I need to see the same change of pace from K21 but happening for Fenerbahce, which is we need to take fights that actually not only rewards us with eliminations, but also gives us a lot of free real estate in the circle. Fenerbahce has not been that team for me yet. There's still one more game. We need to see it now. Like, really, that is their last chance for them to secure a spot in top 7.
We've got to take into consideration, too, the top teams, right? The teams that have already, in a way we're talking about, already make it to that main event. They could also end up playing that spoiler role. They could also end up seeing some of the other teams, like, for example, at the beginning of the day, if you maybe had a hot drop with them, you might want to try to make their life a little bit harder.
Yeah, I mean, it is a strategy we have seen before in games, in tournaments, and it is fairly reliable, I feel like. So it is definitely something to watch out for. We're going to be going into game very soon here, and only time will tell at this rate, right?
Yep.
Only time will tell.
Max, as we're going to be going here into the last match, give me some teams to watch, some teams to keep a close eye on. To remind you, though, Fenerbahce is in that 7th place. Nepex is in that 8th place. Any other teams?
Any other team right now that we're going to... I kind of want to support still K21. I think that they've shown true willingness to be aggressive. That push onto the other squad on the edge on this last game was fantastic. If they do it again, maybe they can make it through, but so many teams are still in the conversation, 7.
Yeah, I want to go with Dope again. They're almost there.
All right. Well, I'm ready to find out which teams are going to be going to the main event. So let's send it to the man with the hype, John Allen and Blank.
We are going around the carousel for the last time, the last turn around the block here at the prelims for the PMGO. It is, of course, Miramar to close us down. Match 12, day 2. Everything on the line. 7 teams will make it further, and their legacy could be born now.
This has been very exciting, an unbelievably exciting prelims. This point in time, get the popcorn out because it has been cinema so far. We're going from the south side Partona all the way up towards Torre Armada.
I go Mumbai. Yeah, Mumbai might be the GOAT, dude.
Skill. Ruzen taking away the show there on that last match. 7 elims solo, unheard of.
Crazy stuff, and you believed he could get that chicken dinner too. After that spray down onto Fenerbahce. Had a couple of nades in the pocket. I was ready for it. I was so ready, but unfortunately for Upgrade fans, fortunately for iCurd fans, they did hold their nerve and go the distance, but iCurd still out in the cold on the tables. Not out of arm's reach, but it is starting to get that way.
That it is. Teams starting to get in towards the match for our final game of the day before we not crown, but congratulate 7 teams. And we get a Western shift. Very hard shift as well.
I think Black Esports going to win this one.
Yeah, maybe, maybe. I think we've seen this so many times. I mean, I feel bad for these squads in prelims going through into the main event. Because if we start getting north circles, east circles...
Dope, 3-1 kill, whatever chicken dinner.
They'll only have of experience here over on the western side. But they'll take that experience nonetheless here in the final game. Time to make some adjustments, make some new moves, learn from previous matches. It's all they could ask for, especially if you're going at this one more time to make that break into top 7.
Black Esports again, looting Montenuevo. Down early, the options available to them. Now, I was talking with Max, and what his preferred situation for Black Esports in yesterday's match would have been.
I just realized there's a female on the action team.
And try and play that
Is
sort
there?
of area with a little bit of presence on the high ground.
What the?
As would have been your suggestion, I'm sure. And I think
Didn't
you
even
did
know
suggest
that.
I did.
I'm just recalling that I.
Oh, so you hate women now? Is that what you're saying?
He is in concurrence with you.
Nobody
Chad, he hates
said
women.
that.
He hates women.
Nobody
He hates
said
women,
that.
Chad.
No. All I was saying is I never noticed she was there.
Oh, is it because she's so bad? That's why you hate women, huh?
They're in last place.
Oh no, dope. Oh nah.
Plenty of pain for dope though.
Plenty of pain for
Serious?
dope. All right. The dude said a banger line, dude.
Here, and Fenerbahce.
Get it? Because Spain got knocked out.
This is the bubble.
He hates women. That's what I'm saying, Peanut, dude.
To play for. Getting that first
Yeah, we gotta
goal
cancel this guy.
is huge, but he is
not even
very
close,
isolated
it's
from his
true.
other players. They will need to come in and save the day.
Tina loves women.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, I
This is a
support
team
women's
on the
rights.
edge.
I especially support their wrongs, dude.
Fenerbahce's a team that wants to go further.
Yeah.
They almost had an unbelievable
Ridiculous.
finish where they could have 2v2'd Iker.
Yeah, dope, back
The
up.
fact that Ruzen was doing the choosing on who stays alive in
Right.
that game.
Now the evacuation's there. Nobody there, mate. Back in the buggy you go. Head on out. It is just about disentanglement at this stage for Fenerbahce. Survival is far more important than risking a point.
Fenerbahce important for them in this match. You can see why he just disengages. Any other time, you might try and go for that. You might try and get
Good
the
chat,
final
15
push.
more chapters.
On board, here's K21 coming up over towards Divergent.
Yeah, dude.
Dynamo looking for something dynamic, but it's not meant to be, as K21 will go through him.
One more foot in the grave there for Divergent's progress to be the 4th Uzbek team to qualify through these prelims. But their hopes are slipping away. However, they're not out of it just yet. They're still fighting the dog. Divergent want to take revenge over towards K21. Shroud putting pressure up. Lonely may not have spotted this. Is going broadside, and a lovely little rattle off from Shroud with the AKM. At close range, Noisy repositions, and there's that off angle that you need from the team to play together. This is a resible outside option, but the rundown is potentially there as well from K21.
K21, Goran, Marco, Paya still up, but Goran struggling. Noisy in, Lonely's down.
Divergent need a big match here if they want to be in with a chance of pushing up towards the bubble, but it is slipping away from them. Their 3rd player goes down, so they are down to 2.
Dude, one thing I had with Pudgy Mole is like, oh, let's take away the points so you don't know what points they are. Like, this is cringe, dude.
Has to pop those stims to try and heal back over time. Goran.
I don't know why they switched the graphic.
Pressure on, and they still have that off angle to play around.
Divergent struggling. Likely to be going down. We'll find out in a bit when we bring up the overall leaderboards. But at the moment, Noisy, as well as Cuke, the last defenders up against K21. Black Esports, losing laws.
Baby Tank can only do so much, dude. It's Mumbai over here. Or Mumbai. Oh, shit.
To lose. With the DBS, the drop down from the window is there, and they will be able to turn things around.
Oh my God,
But 2 players, have they got the runway here?
The K21, they won't be joining us through in our top 7. Unfortunately, Divergent half HP. Look at
this central area on the circle. Around Montenuevo, everybody is jam-packed in there. That is absolutely nutso crowded right now. And Black Esports, again, they dropped there early, but this time around, they've taken one casualty, and Aussie is down as well. Meaning they're basically playing as two, because Aussie has to go for a mad crawl back. I would be very surprised if he's able to recoalesce with the team. Dope trying to hop in the vehicle, get away from the spray from admin, and will be able to do so. He's just checking the ground around him. Aussie still crawling on his mission to Symphony.
It's divergent for them. It would have to be a hell of a game from this point.
Yeah.
To leap over Fenerbahce at 67. But K21 going down.
Everything sucks. No hate, but he sucks, dude. What kind of hate, dude? No hate, but he's fucking dog shit to quit the game. Like, damn, like that's some hate right there.
Black Esports getting torn to pieces off in the distance by Aki Saibo, who decided that randomly on the last match they're going to step up.
Fair enough. If you're going to do it before the end of the tournament, I say. Good news. However, for Black Esports, that's not the best news. They're on 73 points, Blank. They are not safe.
No, and considering how they played yesterday, we were kind of expecting a little bit more, but they were very much relying a lot on third parties. And today, they've just not been coming through for them. That kind of playstyle just does not step up 24/7. Circle moves hard over to the northwest.
Wow.
A lot of unplayable ground still in this one on that western side. But Go, extremely happy with how this one goes down. Hoping to fend off Upgrade, who's knocking on the door of first place.
But they are not knocking on the door of the circle right now, Blank. They are all the way down on the south side. Their closest player to this next zone is in Minister Valle. The rest of them closer to Los Leones than that. And they have got a long way to go, and through a minefield of teams as well. The number of teams that grouped up towards Montenuevo early has forced so many into this south quadrant of this next circle. Go quality, and at the moment Fenerbahce, who are rolling into the middle as well, going to be holding this line. R8 backing it up. It is nigh on impenetrable to be able to get through from that south edge towards the northern throes of it.
Nepex currently pretty worried. Yet to move towards this circle. They're on that eastern side. They're also on the edge of qualification. Fenerbahce losing one player. Really not good at this stage of the game for Fenerbahce at all. You can see the circle super bottom heavy here, with most squads on that southeast side. Fenerbahce losing one though. This is the team that Nepex is chasing. 67 points currently. They're fairly central though, but I think it would be unlikely to get Merciless back upon his feet.
We were expecting the bubble between somewhere in 70 and 75. That gap is shrinking. It's looking more likely to be on the lower side of that. With Fenerbahce losing a player, their point scoring capability reduced. Nepex not quite in the position to get a huge game here, but could still get at least 5 quite comfortably if they find the right fights. So to that 70.
A lot of squads hoping that Go is able to take down.
I say, well, what happened?
Point because it would eliminate.
Oh, they fixed it. They showed the actual scores now. Instead of the fucked up graphic.
Allowing them to
had action like number 5, dude. Like, what the fuck am I looking at?
Right now, Nepex
all right, Dope leads
the gap between them
15 points.
Itself. 2 players
qualify.
Have just got to the edge of the blue, but there is still Mukesh as well as Rex far behind to South Ricardo. A long way to get into this one.
You think Action still got a chance?
Stage 2. And they are moving into the south side of things.
Oh, Honcho.
We've covered this
wait, where's
already.
Honcho? Well, Honcho's only going to be here to hate on Dope, but like since Dope is so ass, he doesn't need to be here to hate on him.
See what's going on.
So like,
if you want to keep track of everything that's going on, the best place to do that is the vertical feed over both TikTok and YouTube.
Girl power!
Esports, and you can see not only the mainstream feed, but also the maps, the player cams, all of the tables
wipe the
as
lobby
well,
and
the scores live updated. You can see there at PUBG.
Theoretically, if Action just drops 50 kills and a 10-point win, they still wouldn't qualify, but that'd be very close.
On its side, you can of course also have a dedicated map stream.
Actually, no, they qualify because it's 80 points.
Official map feed is available over at PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube. Want to tune in, Find exactly where your
What? I've never seen them like promote the map stream so much before.
A little bit for yourself. Go
watch you
check
on
out the
TikTok
map feed
so
and
bad.
that vertical feed of all the info that
Damn,
you
vertical
might
stream
desire
too.
during a game like this. We got you covered. In the meantime, teams are trying to cover as much ground as possible to get towards the center side. KZE right backed up to the edge of that mountain.
That was Divergent losing another. They are now down to 1. And a low HP at that. Does he manage to make it into the middle? I'm not sure, but no. Will go no further. Divergent fall. And at least 1 of 4 Uzbek teams not going to make it now. 13th place may slip lower depending on what Exotics can do. Action definitely not going to get the points to jump over it because they've been playing badly.
Unfortunate for Divergent, honestly, 52 points, not a terrible score.
CO6 SG, 6less or Lashes was the best. The unnamed 6less. I was a demon during the unnamed. My team didn't understand whatever the fuck I was saying, so I was just literally shooting people.
Divergent had a blinder of a start over towards the qualifiers of a back-to-back chicken dinner, and they did their best here, but it just wasn't enough. Nepex finally in. On the south side, just south of the 2 players from Black Esports who were harassed earlier by Aki Cyber, if you remember. Exotics up against Upgrade, who are dead center, looking to go up against GOAT, challenging for that first place spot.
In 1 minute, we'll get the next circle to decide which side of things we're going towards. GOAT quality with a massive split right now on a huge hill in the zone, occupying a lot of space. A lot of presence being felt by the teams around them. Upgrade get the res, they stay as 4.
KZE, their action underneath them. And Ray Gods will find the shot. 56 points in 10th place. It's not impossible for KZE still. There are a lot of teams that can still make this. The chicken dinner, more than doable. KZE set themselves up in a position.
They need to be top 7 to advance to the next stage.
Western side could be a banger of a game for them. We've got to wait and see. But now's the time to gamble. Honestly, now is the time to gamble on these circles.
Gamble? I fucking love gambling, dude.
Next circle.
This guy's spitting.
Is going to pop now as we get a replay of GOAT quality on the spray down. A hard south shift on this. This is good news for KZE.
Very good news for KZE. Again, a lot of this area so unplayable. Really difficult to work around with. Can imagine a lot of teams looking for real estate on that western side, and KZE got to be stalwart in holding. Shadow looking to get upside. Fair enough to him. They're looking to stay here. They're looking to plan routes.
Needing to make it work now. So many teams baying for blood, vying for the opportunity to jump up these tables. Fenerbahce still defend 7th with 67 points. They do have a player or 2.
Good shots.
Adding to the tally, and that's another one. As Dope lose a player, one of the teams chasing them. Every point that Fenerbahce earn is a point taken from the rest of the teams chasing them and diminishes the possibility that they get leapfrogged.
Decent from Fenerbahce, kind of eliminating a lot of those western angles as well from playing in this position, looking to clear out as many teams as possible on this eastern side. T2K coming into contact with R8, but rules will go down first. And honestly, there hasn't been too much life in T2K during the prelims. We've been poking them, we've been asking for something.
Absolutely.
Did you just take all that damage from jumping out the car?
Against R8 here. SK-Ton close. Nade over the top. The blue zone pushing. Dodges the nade. The blue zone isn't going to be dodgeable there. And out wide he goes and confirms the flush. All right.
No one. What was he doing out there? Where's the rest of his team at?
Basically confirmed in at this stage, so no big deal.
Dope 2 down? Yeah, to GG's. RIP. Dope going back home.
However, they've now lost a second player. And there's 2 players still standing for them.
ID7 over the top side, Love pretty low. Hydra definitely out at this point. I think for T2K, chasing is going to be an impossibility. They just don't have enough. Dope goes down in 9th place, 57 points. Nepex life gets a little bit easier. KZE chasing, but it's going to have to be a massive game from them.
And they've set themselves up on that western side. They can only pray that that circle continues to push over towards them.
And the important factor about Dope going down beyond NA being eliminated from the PMGO is also that the points went to Black Esports. Black. 3 elims here, already racked up. They are on 76 points. That it could make a world of difference. Changing that scoreline from 73 to 76 could be the difference maker between 8th and 7th.
Right on the borderline here. KZE finding shots over towards Iker, clearing out their north side, but more importantly, picking up points potentially if they can confirm that flush. T2K love getting shot at by Fenerbahce.
Good shit, Dope Esports.
But they're outside the zone here.
Take a nap.
GG's. Went out 14th place, dude. Didn't even put up a fight, bro. They just took it.
Despite being down to 43 players alive, the long-range shots over towards Train to Kill. Next circle just about to pop in.
That's why Q Serums would have done.
And there we go. It goes up to the north, and it's Upgrade who get it again.
Almost a 400-meter shot
be
coming
back
through
for
from Upgrade there down towards Nepex. But again, like I said, it is such open ground between Upgrade and down towards the south here. Those shots are going to come through thick and fast. And
Kurt got such a worthless chicken dinner. Bro was emoting, bro. Had 0 kills. 24 damage with emoting. Makes you smile seeing them in 11th place right now. I'm not going to cap, chat. Like, that's just funny to me.
We're now down to about 3 teams chasing Blank. Nepex the closest. KZE behind them a little bit further as you get a replay on the points earned.
Is the NA the worst region comp-wise? Yeah, probably.
For Black Esports.
Maybe like Africa region, dude. Because like we have coops now, so like that boosts us a shit ton.
Up their tally. You can see Iker as well with an outside chance, but they have lost a player. They're on that northwest side. I think they're in the worst spot to try and gather up the steam to jump up towards Fenerbahce.
Black Esports down to a single player now, 76 points. It looks still pretty good for them. But there is a world where Nepex, Fenerbahce's, the 721 aggressors all pass Black Esports in this game. And that's a worrisome thought for them, I imagine. R8 sat up just against Go Quadzi. Marth will go down. Ephius is knocked.
Ooh, takes a lot of damage from R8. Looking to try and take the challenge, but Panati is nasty with it on the DBS. That is R8 down, but with 88 points, it is super likely we see them. Black Esports have fallen. 76 is the only non-moving target now for the teams beneath them, but it's going to be a difficult climb. The 721 aggressors, they could be going down as well. 2 players have fallen, but is there an answer? Because Spidey can find these reses, and Butcher is a little bit off in the distance, could potentially hold this one down for them.
2 players on the floor there for action. Larita, as well as Gigante up front, trying to provide that information back across. Thinks he's in the smoke, but he's off towards the right-hand side. Spidey would like to keep his players up and alive. You don't want to lose them here, especially on 71.
Bro, they don't even have an actual comp, I don't think. Like, we're talking about like an actual like scene.
Will finish off the rest. That comes through from Butcher. The support is good. KZE have been holding off Iker for quite a while.
Africa and NA is just the same. Well, no, we got O2, so O2 like boosts us way above Africa. Africa don't got a single team that's like capable of like doing anything outside of Africa. And they also go against a weak as fuck region, the Middle East.
Will make it work there. That is Iker eliminated. They will not be able to climb, but KZE are 4 points closer to that bubble.
They desperately need it, but Upgrade is looking better and better for them by the minute. Go Quality, though, 6 eliminations this game, doing fantastically well from that northeast side. The question is, when are they going to have to come on down? Is it going to be a tumble, or will be it a graceful slide? Fenerbahce coming in from that eastern side. Our team right on the line, 69 points right now.
The further up they go, the safer they will feel. But hounding their heels, 2 teams behind them, Nepex and KZE. Go a little bit split right now, 2 and 2. They've got high ground control.
KZE need to move in now. It's not the most fun of a cross over from this western side. There is a loot crate to play on, but you can't really have all 4 players on that one, to be honest with you. 721 aggressors coming in from that south side. Nepex scared, fearful to leave their position on the south. It's straight out into open ground. I think Nepex realizes that their days are numbered here in the prelims.
Fenerbahce with the assault over towards Ego is not going to go well. A simple Domak out in the open there. A spray down easy for him. Twix now with an aid cooking for Upgrade. Sorry, for GOAT quality. With 7 elims on the match already, Blank. Getting a little bit greedy towards the top of the tables, and out he goes. Ephius wants the fight.
Nepex making a risky rotate there. Stepping on Lego bricks right now, because that has got to be uncomfortable.
Ego spotted. That's Zvezda from Aki Cyber, the third party across the way. 3 players now stand for GOAT quality. The smoke to help his team. Savian there. The desk said they wanted to see more, but it's nobody on the top of the mountain there. With a shutdown, and Ephius now to challenge. Drops out wide, healing needed. Aki Cyber rolling in for the third party. Fenerbahce, our team on the bubble, have 4 elims, then they want more. Nobody trying to send wide, but he gets caught in the crossfire and will go down. Ephius are there, and Fenerbahce fall.
Fenerbahce out now, leaving us at an awkward position on the tables for Fenerbahce. Have they done enough? Upgrade, it's Ruzen once again at it. Pritam will find him with the DBS and take him out. Molodoi too, but Exotics finally put down. Upgrade will survive, albeit without Ruzen, which is unfortunate for them. KZE on this western side. This is the outside chance, alongside with Nepex moving over towards Aki Cyber.
Zvezda holding on the inside. Pump action down the corridor. Good for 1. Could find Precious. Low HP, but the cross with the DBS is covered. And Nepex stay alive. 2 elims, and they are still on the chase. Aki Cyber can breathe a little bit easier. Having Fenerbahce go down, they may be a little bit safer, but the 721 aggressors are still alive too.
For Nepex, one of the most, in fact, the most important game right now. It has been slow, it has been cautious, but it's now time to put the foot to the gas here. They need to speed up. If you're not wary of traffic stops or speed limits, this is the final chance.
Spray down from Upgrade, who are still in it, as are GOAT quality, our 2 leaders who have been devastating in their performances so far.
Well, Baby Tank's an NA player, bro. How did you ever, expect him to do?
KZE, there's actually a real chance if they can take down the 721 aggressors, because there's a ridge that sits alongside this road where you can play from. It's a great position to work with. Unfortunately, this is leaning off towards the eastern side. It is very awkward. For Upgrade, they have a slightly more difficult path ahead of them, because first of all, you've got to get rid of GOAT. You've got to get rid of Nepex if you want to continue playing out this game. Both teams desperate to hold on to this one, because they know that Upgrade is looking to chase them down. Nepex, they're here to survive.
KZE as well, trying to forge their channel. A bit of an outside chance, I think it's safe to say. The KZE and the 721 aggressors currently sit in the top 7. But they are not fully safe just yet, I don't think. I think they're just behind. We'll have to wait and see, though. Nepex and KZE could potentially push them out, but we'll have to fall first. 5 teams remain.
Ooh, this could be a nice nade.
3 chasers, 2 table toppers. Ray Gods doesn't connect with the nade, has to back off.
Molodoi! From that distance, through the smoke as well, consistently being a nuisance here.
Ooh,
KZE all in one location. The 721 aggressors looking to put them down.
And look at the shots coming through from Upgrade as well. They are peppering this hillside with lead. Kicking up the sand in the eyes of KZE. They are looking for this res, and they have slowed the 721 aggressors. And GOAT quality going to put pressure onto Nepex all the while. They may go down here. It's all up to Rex now for the push on Nepex. They have got that backline of Domain, but he's isolated. Cannot refrag here in a way that he wants to, but Rex has it in hand. And Nepex may be able to charge over that bubble. Fenerbahce sweating bullets.
Nepex need to go further now, though. KZE struggling on the top line, and the 721 aggressors might have just put the one in done for KZE with that nade.
2 players alive here, Ray, Gods and Shadow. They could get these reses, but the smokes need to be clever. They need to be cover, and they need to keep them safe from Upgrade. With GOAT out of the match, they could potentially try and take that first place spot with a chicken dinner.
KZE, they are battered, they are bruised, but they are dragging themselves tooth and nail to the finish line here. 6 eliminations found. Upgrade slowly out of position, pushed into the zone. Nepex still going with Domain and Rex.
The tenacity of these teams that we are bearing witness to is admirable. As the 721 aggressors with 4th place may, well, very well probably have done enough to secure one of those 7 spots. But the question is, who will join them? Will either KZE or Nepex be able to push Fenerbahce aside?
KZE with an unbelievable chase down, by the way. 721 aggressors taking damage. Nepex, it is Rex moving across the field. A dangerous proposition for him, but needed in the moment. The 721 aggressors desperately staying alive. Devan goes down to Ramses.
And with that, a click of the fingers and KZE fall. It's Nepex in 2nd place. The chase is so close, Blank, but Upgrade may be able to close it down with a final chicken dinner here in the prelims in front of their home crowd. 3 players alive, but the center circle in control of Nepex. If they get the chicken dinner, I would be confident to say that they find that qualification spot. The question is, who do they push out?
Molodoi, smokes going out. They get 3 players still up. Nepex might have just clinched this one. We will have to wait, but right now it is a 2v3 in open ground. Nepex cannot drop a single one of these shots out of character.
Nade in hand for 2 players from Upgrade. Launching long over towards the rock. Not quite going the distance there.
They need to keep tagging. They can't let them get this close.
They definitely can't. Molodoi as well. Now definitely a nade range here from Rex. Goes long. A sweep out wide in the buggy as well. You see him hit the floor. Maybe a side swipe angle towards Rex.
No.
And there's the air burst from Molodoi. It's all up to Domain. And he will wilt under the pressure of Upgrade. Another chicken dinner today. And that is how you bring it back. A resurgence here. The bid for the 7th place team means nothing to this roster. They won first.
A back-to-back, a 2nd place, and finishing with the chicken. There's no other way to do it here for Upgrade, making the fans in the crowd happy and proud. Unbelievable performance, but the question rests on everybody's mind. Has Nepex done it?
Was Fenerbahce's 4 elims enough to push them over that line? Did they keep a hold of it? Nepex, powerful into the final moments, able to stay in. You can see they, too, are waiting for that decision.
Just letting them wait this one out, but Upgrade celebrating, and rightly so.
We've also had teams like R8 able to keep things going. Have Cyber been able to keep up the pace? Because we saw a lot of teams actually do very well in those final moments. I imagine that they will have done, Blank. I think Cyber will have found it. Yeah, I can't tell from the faces of these players as well.
Cyber got hit with some massive malware today. Not entirely sure what happened to him. Virus in the system, apparently. KZE, though, I am blown away by them. They made a gamble, they did their best, but it was just not enough. Versus the 721 aggressors who just held them in an awkward position. Did he take himself out there? By jumping out the vehicle? I think he might have done. Broken an ankle at the end.
That is unfortunate. But you saw there the final blow. Went out to a nice coordinated final take from Upgrade. Here are the stats. A relatively low elim count for this team. Molodoi leading with 3. The rest of them, brilliant, stalwart teammates, but they get that chicken dinner, add it to the tally. Will be going in towards those finals fairly soon. But it is still all up for debate. Where is that 7th place bubble? We'll have to wait for these overall tables. I'm itching to get back over to the desk blank.
Yeah, as am I. I mean, obviously, very, very good from this team. I mean, Upgrade has had just an unreal performance today, but just want to congratulate every single team that got to the prelims here, because everyone, you could tell, was putting in their all to the very bitter end. It was such a volatile mid-table as well, which was awesome.
Well, we're not going over to the desk just yet. You have to bide your time just a little bit longer, because we're heading over to the stage with Barney.
Thank you so much. What a phenomenal day it has been, and this crowd has been absolutely wild throughout. We are joined by 721 Aggressor's own Butcher. What a phenomenal performance. Consistency, I think, is the word that comes to mind when I think about your team. Now, you've made it to the event. Try to describe how you and the team are feeling.
Anyway, chat. I don't give a fuck about the scores. Audio chat. I'll be live again at 7 tonight. And then I'll be live again at 7 in the morning. Wait, no. I won't be live at 7 tonight. Thank God I don't gotta stream again today. Thank God. I fucking hate streaming chat. I hate this shit. I gotta sit here for hours, dude. This shit's so boring. Especially with, like, watching these teams is boring, but Titans series is actually entertaining. But I will be streaming tomorrow morning, yeah. And then Titans is... Let me find the dates real quick. Alright, Titans, the next time I'll be streaming after tomorrow is the 16th and the 17th, which is the last 2 days of the Titans qualifiers. And then we got, you know, May 1st to May 2nd, May 3rd, May 4th. That I'll be streaming.